There are twin goals of the local government code. One was really improving service delivery, therefore improving the quality of lives of people. If you devolve responsibilities and corresponding authority to local governments, we've seen local governments became more responsible, became more innovative on managing the affairs of local communities. The LG Code was really the policy framework for empowerment of local communities and local governments. For me, every Filipino deserves a minimum set of services. So full devolution will bring greater responsibilities to local governments. They will be fully accountable for service delivery, but they have all the needed resources, the wherewithal to steer development, define the destiny of their communities, green for their communities, and realize those dreams.
The Local Government Code enacted in 1991 was really considered, in fact is considered, as the Bible of local governments in the country today. Our vision should not only be the vision of the leader, but it should be a shared vision of the leader and the constituency. Most important part here is engagement with the community, the dialogues between people. If we are open to learn from our successes and learn from our mistakes, we are in for a great adventure in governance. I always consider governance as an opportunity. It allows you to know your limitations and your strengths. I encourage everyone, give your best foot forward in helping our country through a strong local government.
Una-una sa local government code, binigyan ng power ang isang city for taxation. Then we do innovation on this. Dito kami gumawa at ang mga mayor namin ng mga programa, una para patapalakasin ang kita ng isang syudad. We lay our cards on the table. Ibig sabihin, kung gagawa kami ng isang programa, dapat alam ng mga kasama namin, mga constituent namin, para hindi kami magkamali. Sa lahat ng nilahad kong programa, sinasabi namin sa mga tao yan. Lahat dapat pakinggan, lahat dapat malaman.
We consider the code not just as a legal instrument, it's a blueprint of development for the country, and we believe that the code will actually facilitate. It will ensure genuine development to the country. If we are to harmonize, we have to ensure that these captive interventions are available, the captive interventions are accessible, and the captive interventions are in quality condition, ensuring that local government units will use the resources efficiently in order to improve the performance. And of course, part of the process is ensuring that the local government academy will regularly assess the capacities of local government units. A lot of our local government are development-oriented already. So we are assured that this country will be brought to a future that will really be a good for, especially for the younger generation today. So to all our local government units, our local government officials, this is a journey of a lifetime. The dream, the spirit behind the local government code is being actualized, will be actualized in 2022. We're preparing actually. This is an opportunity for us to better serve our constituents, with the resources and the responsibilities that will be transferred to you. And I know with the types of leaders that we have now, that spirit of the local government code will actually be accomplished. So to all our local government officials, we are behind you. The Local Government Academy is always behind you in your capacity development requirements. And also, we trust that together, we can actually
Malasakit sa kapwa. Yan ang nagtutulak sa National Task Force Against COVID-19 upang paigtingin pa ang ating laban sa pandemya. Kung gusto natin mas mabilis maibalik sa normal ang ating pamumuhay, dapat ang buong pamahalaan at ang buong sambayanan nagtutulungan. Para mas mapahusay pa ang pagtutulungan sa panig ng gobyerno, dapat tutukan natin ang laban ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Kaya inilunsad ng IATF National Task Force Against COVID-19 sa pakikipagtulungan ng Department of Health at DILG Local Government Academy ang Operation Listo, Protocols for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, na magsisilbing pangunahing gabay o quick reference manual ng local chief executives at local COVID-19 task force. Katulad dito ng Operation Listo na nakasanayan na ng ating LGUs kung saan madaling matutukoy ang mga specific na hakbang para malabanan ang paglaganap ng sakit. Ang Listo Protocol ay hango sa Hammer and Dance approach na community-based COVID-19 health event management, kung saan binibigyang diin ang malaking papel ng LGUs sa localized implementation ng kampanya ng gobyerno kontra COVID-19. Nakaangkla ito sa Prevent, Detect, Isolate, Treat, Reintegrate o PDITR strategy at Zoning Containment Strategy ng National Action Plan Against COVID-19 Phase 2. Ang focus nito, prevention at containment ng sakit. Ang target, ma-flatten ang curve sa lalong madaling panahon nang hindi kinakailangan ng malawakang lockdown. Zoning Containment Strategy ang ating epidemiological na solusyon na gagabay sa LGUs sa tamang uri at parameters ng lockdown na ipatutupad sa hotspot zones upang malimitahan ang pagkalat ng sakit. Sa bawat zone, may kaakibat itong PDITR strategy at kaukulang minimum targets. Smart, kasi targeted ang approach. Depende sa sitwasyon, may angkop na solusyon at step-by-step na aksyon. Kayang-kaya itong sundan ng kahit anong munisipyo o lungsod. Mas matututukan na ang public health, mapoprotektahan pa ang ekonomiya at kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan. Dapat standard o uniform ang paggamit ng Listo Protocol sa aktwal na operasyon at baseline actions para siguradong swak sa mga programa ng national government. Hindi kanya-kanya ang galawan. Mas mabilis at mas angkop ang ating pagtugon at daloy ng impormasyon. Paano ba ginagamit ang bagong Listo Protocol? Gaya ng naunang Operation Listo para sa mga bagyo, straightforward ang paggamit nito. Ito'y nahahati sa introduction, 3 chapters at annexes. Sa introduction, ipinapaliwanag ang rationale, structure ng manual at mechanics ng paggamit nito. Nililinaw dito na ang lahat ng nakapaloob sa manual ay minimum standards na maaaring higitan ng LGUs at i-customize batay sa pangangailangan ng kanilang nasasakupan. Sa unang chapter, nakalatag ang mga pangunahing hakbang na ipatutupad ng LGU at ng local COVID-19 task force nito. Dito masasagot ang tanong na, ano ba ang procedure sa pag-lockdown? Siksik ito sa detalye mula sa pag-organize ng teams, pag-assess ng level ng hawaan, pagtukoy ng mga lugar at lawak ng lockdown. Bahay o building lang ba? Kalye, purok o buong barangay? pagbababa ng desisyon na pinagtibay ng RIATF, pagpapatupad ng perimeter control hanggang sa paglift ng lockdown. Bawat letra makikita tulad nito, may checklist ng mga desisyon at substeps sa kaukulang reference box. Kapag nagpatupad na ng lockdown, ano-anong specific activities ang dapat gawin sa bawat zone? Ito naman ang masasagot sa Chapter 2. Dito ipinapaliwanag ang Zoning Containment Strategy. Ang areang naka-lockdown ay ang critical zone. Ang mga lugar sa paligid nito ang containment zone, buffer zone, at outside buffer zone. Bawat zone may iba-ibang community quarantine protocols, ECQ para sa critical zone, MECQ naman sa containment zone. Habang nagbabago ang sitwasyon, maaaring i-adjust ng LGU ang sakop ng zones batay sa kanilang masusing assessment. Walang conflict sa mga lockdown na ipinapatupad ng IATF dahil mag-a-adjust ang interventions ng zoning containment. Walang mas bababa kaysa itinakdang community quarantine sa lugar. Sa bawat zone, mayroong PDITR strategy na kailangang gawin. Makikita ito sa flowchart of actions for zones. Sa ilalim ng Prevent Strategy, mayroong dalawang major components, ang Health Promotion and Communications at DRRM System for Health. Dapat consistent ang pagpapaalala ng mga dapat gawin at iwasan ng mga mamamayan, kasama na ang pagprotekta sa mga vulnerable o delikadong mahawa. Sa Detect Strategy, nakapaloob ang active disease surveillance, contact tracing, at expanded testing. Sa bawat isang positive case, dapat may 37 close contacts na agad na matrace at matest sa loob ng 24 oras. Sa ratio na ito, matatansya kung ilang testing kits ng LGU ang dapat nakahanda. Lahat ng magte-test na positive for COVID-19, close contacts, suspect at probable cases, dapat ma-isolate sa loob ng 3 hanggang 24 oras. Dito pumapasok ang Isolate Strategy, kung saan kabilang ang Oplan Kalinga, pagtatayo ng temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, isolation units, mandatory provision ng PPEs para sa health workers at service ambulance. Sa Treat Strategy, number 1 ang pagkakaroon ng One Hospital Command Referral System para sa mga nangangailangan ng atensyong medikal. Pananagutan din ng LGU ang pag-organize at pag-coordinate ng Service Delivery Network mula sa medical equipment at supplies hanggang sa pagbuo ng sistema ng pag-asikaso sa mga namatay maging ang waste management. Panghuli, sa Reintegrate Strategy, nakatakda ang pagbuo ng mekanismo para sa Social Assistance at Social Safety Net o SAP, maging ang nutrition and mental health outcomes para makamit ang tunay na social recovery program. Ano ang mga kailangang ihanda para maging listo laban sa COVID-19? Yan ang masasagot sa Chapter 3, Building Capacity. Dito nakalista ang lahat ng kailangang ihanda at patuloy na i-improve para listong maipatutupad ang PDITR strategy tulad ng mga kailangang IECs para sa Prevent, recommended na bilang ng contact tracers at iba pang manpower para sa Detect, tamang bilang ng pasilidad para sa Isolate at Treat, sapat na trainings para sa Reintegrate. Sa hulihang bahagi makikita ang annexes. Naglalaman ito ng iba't ibang sanggunian katulad ng reporting template, sample IEC materials, contact tracing reporting flow, at iba pa. Dumadaan man ang ating bansa sa matinding pagsubok na dala ng COVID-19, hinding-hindi nito kayang igupo ang tatag at tibay nating mga Pilipino. Magtatagumpay tayo. Babangon tayo ng sama-sama. We heal as one. Listong lokal na pamahalaan para sa malusog at ligtas na Pilipinas.
Good morning, everyone. We will be starting our webinar series in a few minutes. While waiting, we would like to request everyone to kindly accomplish our required login forms by clicking the link in our Zoom chat box or type bit.ly/mdm2_attendance in your browser. Once you have clicked or typed the link, you will be directed to the attendance sheet. So if you are a participant of the activity, which means you are not a resource speaker or a facilitator, please click Time In as a participant. Also, we would like to request everyone to please change your screen name following these formats. So for individual viewing participants, LGU/agency_full name. For example, if I am from LGU Romblon and my name is Juan Cruz, I would change my screen name into LGU Romblon_Juan Cruz. For participants who are currently in group viewing, please change your screen name into GV_LGU/agency. If I am from DILG Romblon, I would change my screen name into GV_DILG Romblon. Thank you very much. And so good morning once again to everyone. You may download our Zoom virtual background in our participants toolkit, which can be accessed in our Zoom chat box. Presentation materials and other references will be uploaded in this link din po after our training. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to DRR-CCA Webinar Series Part 2, Enhancing the Capacities of the MIMAROPA Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. Before we officially begin our activity for today, we would like to request everyone to please follow the following training reminders presented in your screen. Please change your username into these formats. To do this, you may click the participant button at the lower part of your screen and go or hover into your name and click rename. So if you are a participant joining the activity individually, please rename by indicating the name of your office or agency underscore your full name. So for example, if my name is Juan Cruz and I am from LGU Romblon, I would rename myself into LGU Romblon underscore Juan Cruz. For participants who are joining in a group, please rename your account using this format, gv_LGU/agency. For example, if I am from DILG Romblon and we are currently watching in a group, I would rename my account into gv_DILG Romblon. Also, please always mute your microphone when you are not talking or being recognized and turn off your video to save your internet bandwidth. For your questions po and other concerns, please feel free to chat it in our Zoom chat box. And for those YouTube viewers po natin, pwede nyo pong ilagay ang inyong mga questions and concerns sa ating pong comment section ng aming YouTube channel. Our training secretariat will collect all the questions which will be asked later after each discussion. And lastly po, please accomplish our required login forms that can be accessed in the link chatted in our Zoom chat box and posted in our YouTube live stream. Now, we would like to invite everyone to please settle down and bow our heads and put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Dear Father, we offer everything and thank you for everyone gathered here today to walk with you. May we ask you for your blessing and guidance so that the activities set for this undertaking be successful. We ask you to open our eyes to see the wonderful things from this activity. We ask that you open our ears so that we may retain the invaluable knowledge. Open our minds for us to think wisely. Put us with understanding, cooperation, and peace in fulfilling our responsibility. Open our hearts so that we may receive everlasting love. And open our spirit, we may know that you are with us all throughout the day. We ask all this in the name of Jesus Christ. Now let us all stand for the singing of our Philippine national anthem.
Darag ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y bukay, upang hinigan. Kuya ka ng maligin sa magtuloy. Ikapasisi sa dagat at bundok, sa simon at sa langit bumuhaw, may dilagang tula at tawid sa kayang minamahal, ang islap ng balaw at may tabukan na nagmihindi, ang bituin na tayo niya kung may magdili, iba ng araw na walang ipagsikat, ngayon langit sa piling mo. Ang bigaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Yan. So, while waiting po na mag-load yung ating MIMAROPA hymn, we would like to remind everyone to please accomplish our required login forms here in our chat box. So, for our YouTube viewers po, ang ating pong required login forms ay nandiyan na po nakalagay sa ating comment section. So, please log in or sign in as a participant. And also, for our participants here in our Zoom, kindly rename your screen name into these formats po. So if you are participating individually, please rename your screen name through LGU/agency_full name. So if you are joining in a group, please rename your screen name po into GV_LGU/agency. So, Ma'am Sydney, okay na po?
Marching all along as one, joyfully proclaiming the beauty that she bears within. The mountains and the hills that stand on the clean and gentle waters, the lovely and united people bring their voices now. Bountiful tomorrow. Every sweatshirt for the land vanishes the signs of sorrow. For you're a growing family who works to reach the way in glory. We share the love this world to reach and MIMAROPA our home. MIMAROPA, a realizing dream. Shining home.
Ayan. Once again, good morning everyone and welcome to DRR-CCA Webinar Series Part 2, Enhancing Capacities of the MIMAROPA Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. I am LGOO2, Ivy Dayan Piramide, and here with me is LGOO5, Sydney Pamela Bihasa, and we will be your host for today. So bago po tayo magsimula, we would like to remind again our participants with our training reminders to please change your username po in this format. So for individual viewing, LGU/agency_full name. So for example po niyan, if my name is Juan Cruz and I am from LGU Romblon, I would change my screen name into LGU Romblon_Juan Cruz. However, if you are participating in a group naman po, para po ma-identify po namin kayo kaagad, please change your screen name into GV underscore the name of your LGU or agency. So for example, we are from DILG Romblon and we are currently joining this activity in a group. I would change my screen name into GV underscore DILG Romblon. And please always mute your microphone po if hindi po tayo magsasalita or hindi po tayo na-acknowledge ng ating pong training secretariat to avoid po yung distractions during the discussion po later. And kung hindi po talaga kaya ng inyong internet bandwidth, we encourage everyone po to turn off your video. Pero kung kaya naman po at malakas ang ating internet connection, pwede po tayong mag-turn on ng ating pong mga videos. Our required login forms po or our attendance sheet can be accessed po at bit.ly/mdm2_attendance. So ito pong ating link na ito ay nakalagay na rin po sa ating Zoom chat box at sa comment section po ng ating YouTube live stream. On October 29 to 30, 2020, the DILG MIMAROPA conducted the part 1 of this webinar series entitled Online Orientation on MDM, EOC, and Operation List of Protocols for Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases. And now, we are moving forward to the part 2 of our webinar series to focus more on the management of the dead and missing persons. This webinar is being held because the government plays a critical role in standardizing and guiding the tasks of handling dead bodies as well as missing persons and their bereaved families. So kung gusto po nating balikan or kung hindi nyo po napanood o nasubaybayan ang part 1 po ng webinar series po na ito, maaari nyo po iyong balikan sa aming pong YouTube channel sa DILG MIMAROPA LGCDB. And this webinar series po is being streamed live at the said YouTube channel. And to formally acknowledge our participants in this 3-day activity, let us all give a virtual clap po to our DRR Regional Focal Person and MDM Alternate Regional Focal Person, LGOO4 Jordan I. Corpus. Over to you, Sir Jordan.
Thank you, Ma'am Ivy. Dinig po ba ako? Good morning po sa ating lahat. First of all, I would like to greet good morning to our Regional Director, RD Wilhelm M. Suico, and also our Assistant Regional Director, ARD Reyes Maranan. Ito po, Jordan Corpus, part po ng training management, and at the same time, co-participant na rin po. And I was informed na out of the 239 registrants natin for this activity, 150 po ang online. Ngayon sa Zoom, and sa YouTube po, meron tayong 21 views. Okay po, so ganito po magiging proseso natin pag in-acknowledge po kayo. Gamit po yung react button natin. Diyan po sa may lower portion ng inyong Zoom. Pwede pong thumbs up, pwede clap. Pwede rin po kayong mag-open ng inyong camera para po makita yung inyong mga mukha at kumaway-kaway na lang po. So po, first off to be acknowledged are the participants from the local level. Meron daw po tayong mga mayors na nakasign ngayon. From Agutaya, Palawan, Mayor Perla Bacuel. Present po ba si Mayor Perla right now? Good morning po, Mayor. Next local chief executive po na kasali po natin ngayon from Magsaysay, Palawan as well, Mayor Romel de la Torre. Morning po, Mayor. Also po to acknowledge our resource speakers. Powerhouse po ang speakers natin for this activity. So, hindi ko na po i-introduce sila isa-isa. Bahala na po ang host kapag turn na po nila magsalita. So may I see our resource speakers po, kung sino po ang mga nakasign in today. Morning po sa ating lahat. Next up po, may kasali rin po tayo dito sa training ng mga uniform personnel. Meron po tayo from PNP, PFP, AFP, and Philippine Coast Guard. Pwede po makita ang mga reaction nila or pwede mag-open ng camera po. Umuwi-kaway po. Oh, sorry po. Vice Mayor de la Torre po pala. Romel de la Torre of Magsaysay, Palawan yung pala. So next up po, our participants from the different national government agencies. Meron po tayong participants from the NBI, or National Bureau of Investigation. Good morning din po sa participants natin from the Department of Health, MIMAROPA. Good morning din po sa mga taga-Office of Civil Defense. Next up po, good morning po sa mga participants natin from the Philippine Red Cross. Good morning din po sa mga taga-Department of Public Works and Highways. Same goes to the participants from Department of Social Welfare and Development. Meron din po from the Department of Education. And lastly po, good morning din po sa regional focal persons natin from the DILG MIMAROPA. So lastly po, tatawagin na natin per province. Hindi na po natin isa-isahin ang mga LGUs. So good morning po sa mga participants natin from the province of Romblon. And guys, your reactions or faces. Good morning din po sa mga participants natin from the province of Marinduque. Sa local level po, ang mga participants natin ay mga local DRRM officers and our municipal local government operations officers. Next po, good morning po sa mga participants natin from the province of Oriental Mindoro. Good morning din po sa mga participants natin from the province of Occidental Mindoro. Last province po, good morning po sa mga participants natin from the province of Palawan. Siyempre po, hindi natin kakalimutan, good morning po sa mga participants natin from Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. So hopefully wala po akong na-miss na participants. Okay. So good morning po ulit sa ating lahat. I'd like to turn you over back to Ma'am Ivy and Ma'am C.
And thank you very much po, Sir Jordan, for formally acknowledging our participants. And now, to formally welcome us in our 3-day activity, let us also give a virtual clap our DILG MIMAROPA Regional Director Wilhelm M. Suico Sesofor. The virtual floor is yours, RD.
Ayun, na-unmute na ako. Okay, sa ating pong nagagandahang mga participants, mas magagandang babae at lalaki pa kayo kaysa sa umagang kay gandang ito. Sana'y nasa pink of health kayo, nasa inyong pinakamalusog na kalusugan at pinaka masiglang araw po sa ating lahat. Well, I'd like to, of course, special acknowledgement goes to Mayor Perla Bacuel ng Agutaya at sa ating pong Vice Mayor na participant also, Mayor Vice Mayor Romel de la Torre ng Magsaysay. At sa iba pang, I know that there are also some mayors joining us na nakikinig po kasama natin mga kasama naka-group viewing. Well, I said na magaganda pa rin kayo kahit yung mga naka-group viewing ay natatakpan po ng face mask ang inyong mga mukha. But I can feel it that you are so excited and so interested in having to be with us in this training on MDM. Ano ba itong MDM? 2016 pa po ito natin. So, it was the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council Memorandum Circular dated May 13, 2016 that provided the national, regional, and local DRR-CCAs the rules and regulations regarding the management of the dead and missing persons during emergencies and disasters. Well, anchored on its basic tenet that the dead persons have to be found, hanapin, dapat hanapin, retrieve, makuha, identified, makilala, and buried, malibing, according to their religious and culturally accepted norms. So that the inherent dignity of the dead shall be observed at all times. You know, this mandate, okay yan noon, no? Nung wala pang pandemic. So one challenge that's facing us now, itong mga buried or different cultural practices in burying their dead. Alam mo sa India ngayon, where 15% of the population are Muslims, no? Muslims, you know, binibury nila yung dead nila. But with the current situation and parang people are agreeing that the dead are to be cremated. But unfortunately, the cremation is hindi pa rin natutupad po yung the prescribed rules in cremating the dead kasi open air ang cremation nila doon, dapat hindi po sana ganun. If you had to follow the prescribed standards and procedures. No, that's it. Yeah, sa atin, because we are still being challenged by that cultural and traditional practices of some of our fellow citizens na hindi po nila pinapakrimate. So we have adapted, the government is adapting some measures and assurance na dapat yung paglilibing na gano'n ay sealed and protected or whatever, meron tayong mga mechanisms. Well, nakakatawa, no? Pero baka dumating yung sinasabi na baka pati yung mabuhay in the future because of so many virus mutating around, baka nga magkatutuyo yung mga zombies. Paano na lang kaya kung nagkatutuyo yung mga zombies, how can we manage the situation na kung saan naman ay hindi totoo? So as such, the DILG, as the lead agency of the management of the dead and missing persons cluster, provided under the National Disaster Response Plan, has the prime responsibility in planning, monitoring, and evaluation of the management of the dead and missing. Implementation and coordinated with the local government units and other concerned agencies such as members of the disaster victim identification, disposition of the dead, management of missing persons, and management of the bereaved families. Papasalamat po kami kasi narito po ang ating mga resource persons na, well, narito for this morning. I stated here that the first speaker would be Commodore Fran Eden of the Philippine Coast Guard. Good morning po, sir. At ang ating pong kasama po sa DILG, si Director Alan Tabel. ng CODIX. And I know that maybe this afternoon also is Technical Sergeant Jake Belling of the Philippine Air Force. Maraming salamat po sa pagtugon po sa aming pong invitation to be with us. At ang ating pong mga local government functionaries, ang ating pong mga field officers, tayo po at ang pinaka-pakialamerong department in the bureaucracy. Pero hindi naman po natin kasalanan yan since time immemorial. Simula pa lang tayo sa Department of the Interior, panahon pa ni Aguinaldo, ni General Aguinaldo, yung ating pong bayani at unang sekretaryo ng Interior, ay napakarami ng mga trabaho ang sinasaksak sa atin. Kung yung mga nakakulong ay doon sa bilangguan ay may sinasabi silang from toothpick to battleship kaya nilang gawin. Wala silang ginagawa doon. So yung toothpick niyan lalaki at nagiging barko yan. Well, we at the DILG ay may sinasabi tayong from womb to tomb. So from womb kasi nakikialam tayo sa maternal care, nakikialam tayo sa mga children, paano ba sila, kung child-friendly, hanggang sa paglilibing, sa management of the dead and the missing, atin pa na nakikisaw-saw po tayo, pero hindi po natin kasalanan na pag-uutusan ng po ang ating department. So, from womb to tomb ay narito po ang DILG. So, concomitantly with the emergence of the global pandemic brought about by COVID-19, the department jointly with the Department of Health, issued new guidelines to set protocols in the proper handling of infectious and suspectedly infectious human remains. Actually, meron pang apprehension na baka daw ito mga itong mga remains ng mga COVID victims ay baka pwedeng gamitin as biological warfare, no? Sasabog doon sa mga kalaban, may kalaban lalo sa mga bansa. So, that could be a possibility, pero the authorities are giving us assurance na for in few hours naman ay nawawala naman yung potency ng virus na yan to infect others. Pero why is it that we are cremating? So, andyan pa rin yung apprehension na yan. So, taking off from the orientation conducted by this level last year, followed through and a more in-depth 3-day capacity development activity highlighting the core principles, features, roles, and responsibilities, as well as the functions of the management of the dead and missing at the national, regional, and local levels must be undertaken. Kami po sa DILG MIMAROPA ay lalong-lalo na ay pinapangunahan po ng Local Government Capacity and Development Division na ito po ay headed by Miss Teresa Iglesia. Good morning po, ma'am. Siya po ang chief ng LGCDD. So that's why we are having this second part of MDM training. So time and again, we stress that prevention is better than cure, and as the Vice Chair of Disaster Preparedness, the DILG, we always encourage our local government units to put premium on the enhancement of capacities to carry out our mandate in relation to disaster risk reduction and management. So we or us in the national government at sa DILG and other partner agencies na karamihan pa kasama natin yan are more than willing to provide the LGUs the necessary technical assistance. So again, sa pong napakagandang umaga, and let us join hands in building a more disaster resilient and climate change and adaptive MIMAROPA. One region, one nation, we heal as one. Back to you, LGCDD. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, RD Wilson Suico ng DILG. Very inspiring. Kagaya nga po ng sinasabi ni RD Wilhelm Suico, this activity po is a more in-depth, focuses on the more in-depth discussion po ng ating pong management of the dead and missing persons. So kaya po kung makikita po natin sa ngayon, ang ating pong mga resource speakers ay nagmula po at mga experts talaga sa kanila pong mga larangan. Now for 3 minutes po. Yes po, RD. Yes po.
Sorry, si Ma'am Commodore Fran Eden pala. I mentioned In-address ko siyang sir kanina. Sorry, ma'am. Okay, good. Back to you.
Thank you very much po, RD. Ayan. So now for 3 minutes, I know sinasabi po namin kanina na kung hindi talaga kaya ng inyong internet bandwidth, na i-turn off po yung inyong camera. Now for 3 minutes po, we would like to invite everyone to please briefly open po yung inyong camera para po sa ating photo opportunity and para po makita po namin ang mga mukha, ang mga faces ng aming mga participants na nandito po ngayon sa aming Zoom platform. So the training secretariat po will capture the photos of our participants here in our Zoom platform. So meron po tayong total ng 7 pages. So since hindi po natin alam kung saang pages po tayo, maaari po nating panatilihin ang ating pong mga ngiti hanggang matapos po ang ating photo opportunity. Ayan, so for page 1 po, ready na po ba ang ating secretariat? Okay, so for page 1, okay, nakikita na po namin ang mga ngiti ng mga participants mula sa iba't ibang probinsya ng MIMAROPA. So page 1 po, okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Ayan, open camera po muna tayo sa ating po mga participants. Ayan, so nakikita na po namin ang mga participants from the different regional line agencies, DILG field offices, and local government units ng MIMAROPA. So page 2 po tayo. So ready na po tayo. Okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page po tayo. Ayan, so okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Ayan, so next page po, page 4 out of 7. Ayan, more than 50% na po tayo. Ayan, so okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Next po natin, mga participants po natin na nasa page 5 ng ating pong screen. So kindly open your camera na lang po sa mga hindi pa po nakakapag-open. Okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Page 6 po tayo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yan, and last page po, page 7 out of 7. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you very much po sa pag-open ng ating mga camera at pagpapanatili ng ating mga magagandang ngiti. Ayan. Kagaya nga rin po na nasabi ko kanina, kung kaya po ng inyong internet bandwidth, you may open your camera po. Pero kung hindi po talaga kaya, you may turn off your video po para makapag-save po tayo ng ating internet bandwidth and maiwasan po natin yung loss of internet connection. And to discuss with us po the overview of our 3-day activity, let us all welcome and give a virtual clap our DILG Regional Focal Person for the Management of the Dead and Missing Persons and my co-host for today, LGO05 Sydney Pamela Behasa. Ma'am Sydney.
Alright, so maraming salamat, Ivy. And muli po magandang umaga sa ating lahat. So allow me to share my presentation. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat, and we are very grateful to have you all with us today, kahit po virtually lamang. So kanina na-mention na rin ni Ivy na last time po ay nagkaroon tayo ng orientation on MDM, kasama po dito yung discussion on the management of the dead para po din sa mga victims ng ating emerging infectious diseases. But before we go on dun sa ating pong discussion ng course overview for this 3-day activity, magkaroon muna po tayo ng leveling up. So I hope po that in the past, you were able to use yung tinatawag po natin na Mentimeter. So now po I would like to request everyone to take out your phones, or pwede po natin gamitin yung laptop na ginagamit natin ngayon para po tayo maka-join dito sa Zoom, and open po yung inyong browser. So you may use po yung Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Quant, or Ecosia, or whatever web browser na meron po kayo. And then kapag na-open na po natin ang inyo pong web browser, punta po tayo, type po natin sa address bar www.menti.com. At kapag nandun na po tayo sa ating browser, i-type po natin yung code na 3183-3630. So ita-type po ng ating secretariat yung code at saka yung instructions po sa ating chat box, and you can easily copy and paste it po sa inyo pong address bar. And then, please send po at least one expectation for the flashed item. So meron po tayong 2 items po dyan, which we request you po to answer. And then, once done po dun sa ating unang item, please wait po for the slide to change para naman po makapag-input kayo ng answer doon sa ating next question. So bago po natin puntahan yung ating Mentimeter, check lang po muna natin yung participants po natin, yung profile po ng ating participants per region and per office. So kung makikita po natin dito, meron tayong 221 participants. As of now po, meron tayong 167 participants dito sa Zoom, and we actually have viewers din po sa ating YouTube channel. So more or less, nagmamatch naman po yung ating registered participants doon sa ating total number of responses as per our confirmation. And also, marami din po sa atin ang naka-group viewing. So again, we would like to request our participants po to, of course, sign po yung ating attendance link po na naka-chat din po sa ating chat box. Ayan, so again, punta po tayo sa Mentimeter, www.menti.com, and then type in the code 3183-3630. Okay, so for our first question po, allow me to present our Mentimeter. Ayan, so meron ng mga nagsagot. So, for our first question, ayan. So, expectation on module content. So, sige po, type natin yung ating expectation on module content. Again, we're expecting po roughly 200 answers dito sa ating Mentimeter. So again, type po natin www.menti.com and then use the code 3183-3630. So easily understandable. So we've got our first response, easily understandable. Sige po, keep your answers coming. Comprehensive. And actually, that is the goal nga po kung bakit ginawa rin po natin itong 3-day activity po na ito. Easy. Ayan, learn the said topic, clear. So on board na rin po yung ilan po sa ating mga instructors, and I hope they're taking notes of the expectation ng ating mga participants pagdating sa ating module content. Complete, localized, comprehensive, easy to understand. All right? So far po, yung pinakamalaking answer natin is clear with real life examples. Informative and knowledge. Localized content, concise. All right, so concise, clear. So far, yun yung nakikita natin po na common answers and clear. It's becoming clear na marami sa ating gusto yung discussion would be clear. Comprehensive. All right, so we've got 20 answers. Keep your answers coming po. Fruitful. Yes, of course, 3 araw po tayo magsasama. So we will make sure po na magiging fruitful talaga yung ating 3-day activity. Interesting. Ayan. Practical. So with real life experiences and then practical. Real life samples. Comprehensive. Yan. So nag-take over na po si comprehensive dun sa ating module content expectation. So screen cap ko lang po ito to take note of our response and for our module content. Next po, we proceed sa next po nating item, which is expectation on our instructor. So marami na rin nagsagot actually kanina. So meron na tayong 34 responses, and majority of those answers ay sinasabi or ang expectation nila is that our instructors are knowledgeable. As mentioned kanina ni Sir Jordan, yung ating po roster of speakers for this 3-day activity ay talaga pong powerhouse and experts po pagdating sa field ng DRR and specifically doon sa management of the dead and missing persons. Approachable. Okay po, pwede naman po na i-chat niyo po ng ating mga instructors. Kung meron po kayong mga concerns na ayaw niyo po i-send to everyone, so you can do so po. You can chat them directly. Engaging. Well-versed. Ayan, so maybe should cover all protocols. Clear explanation. Ayan, interesting and lively, so not boring. I saw a response in Tagalog. Yan, matino, mahusay, maasahan. DLG brand identity po ito, no? Explain the topic well. Lively and informative. Meaty presentation. Meron po tayong discussion may tomorrow. Yung talaga meaty presentation on disaster victim identification. And then, clear and concise. Sharing of experiences. So as mentioned, yung ating mga experts, yung ating mga resource speakers ay actual practitioners po pagdating sa DRR and MDM. Ayan, so may request our secretariat to capture our responses. Ayan, and thank you po sa mga nagsagot, sa ating po mga participants na nagsagot sa ating expectation Mentimeter. So now po we proceed with the discussion of our course overview. And let's see po kung so let's see po kung with the discussion of our course overview ay mamimit po ba natin yung inyo pong mga naset at saka na-express na expectations. Alright, so I am now going to present the course overview for the management of the dead and missing persons. So taking off from our 2 half-day orientation na ginanap nga po last year, specifically on October 29 to 30, our office planned to conduct a more in-depth discussion of the MDM and its key concepts. Marami po actually yung nagsagot doon sa ating post-evaluation na sana daw po ay mas mahaba at mas detailed yung discussion doon sa MDM. Actually, I can see familiar faces din po at saka names doon sa ating mga participants, at yung iba po dito ay graduate na rin ng ating face-to-face MDM course. And I know for a fact na sila din po ay mag-agree na although mas maganda i-conduct itong ating activity ng face-to-face, we actually planned it to be conducted face-to-face nga po. However po, with the prevailing conditions, hindi pa rin po favorable for us to conduct it face-to-face. And in the RRM concept po, or sphere, we know that time is always of the essence. So we have to maximize whatever leverage we have today. That is why we are having this DRR-CCA Part 2 webinar series na ganito po, online pa rin po siya. At the end of our 3-day activity, ang ating pong end goal for our participants, most of which are member of our MDM cluster, will acquire the knowledge and overall understanding of the policies and guidelines of the management of the dead and missing persons and bereaved families as results of disasters. So included din po dito yung addition, yung bonus module po natin, yung mga victims po ng emerging infectious diseases like this one po na naranasan natin ngayon, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. For our specific objectives po, yan. Upon completion of the training, the participants will be able to explain the importance. Ano nga po ba ang kalagahan ng MDM? At nasaan po ba siya situated doon sa ating National Disaster Response Plan? At paano po natin gagamitin yung konsepto ng Incident Command System na hindi na rin naman po bago sa atin doon sa pag-manage ng dead and missing persons. Ikalawa po, gusto rin natin na ma-identify ano po ba yung ating roles and responsibilities sa MDM. Maaari po kayo ay nagtataka bakit ba tayo yung target participants for this activity, lalo na po yung ating mga kasamahan from the department, yung ating po mga field officers. Later on po, we will know ano po ba yung role natin doon sa sphere ng MDM, and at the same time, ano po ba yung mga responsibilities na dapat nating ma-fulfill once po na may activation for our cluster. Ikatlo po, ayan, so magkakaroon po tayo ng understanding doon sa proseso, paano ba hinahandle yung dead bodies, be it body parts or human remains. And then ano po yung kahalagahan ng chain of custody, yung proper turnover po ng dead bodies, as well as yung pag-generate po ng reports at pag-gather po ng reports from the missing persons at doon po sa mga bereaved families nung nawawala po o nung namatay. At yung number 4 po, yan, i-describe yung process of reporting disaster casualties. Medyo ito po controversial kasi hindi natin alam kung ano ba dapat, or dapat through this course po malalaman na natin kung paano ba yung tamang pagre-report ng disaster casualties. And last but not the least po, and hopefully hindi natin siya talaga magamit, pero nandun tayo sa side ng preparation, apply the general principles of the management of the dead and missing persons and bereaved in actual scenario. So again, that's our hope po talaga na hindi natin, kung ano man matutunan natin dito, hindi talaga natin siya ma-apply in actual scenario. So for our course methodology, we'll have interactive lecture, discussion, and demonstration. So pagdating naman po sa ating mga instructors, ang ating po mga kasamahan sa DRLG Codex helped us, DRLG MIMAROPA, to pull the best of the best national MDM instructors. So sabi nga ni Sir Jordan kanina ay powerhouse. They will be joining us in the discussion of the following modules spread over the 3 days. So for our first day po, meron tayong 3 modules. So kanina tapos na tayo sa opening program. So now we're at course overview. So for this morning po, we'll have a discussion on the overview of the incident command system. So alam ko yung ating po mga LDRIMOs, marami dito ay kadre na at marami po ay nasa level 3, level 2 na ng ICS. So maganda rin po na babalikan muna natin yung konsepto ng ICS at how is it related doon sa management of the dead and missing persons. Ikalawa po, yung introduction to the management of the dead and missing persons. So this module is an introduction to MDM at i-highlight din natin dito yung emerging infectious diseases na MDM. For our 3rd module, MDM facilities. So ano-ano po ba yung mga dapat na facilities na nandoon nakaset up for MDM at ano yung function na siniserve po nito during MDM operations. So for our day 2, ayan, sa umaga po meron tayong isang module, ayan, module 4, handling dead bodies and body parts. So yung meeting, dito na po yung papasok. So ito po ay, through this module po, will present yung proper way of handling dead bodies and body parts in accordance with international standards. One of the key features of this module po is yung interface ng MDM doon sa SRR cluster po natin, which is Search, Rescue, and Retrieval. Sa hapon naman po, 2 modules ulit. So Module 5 and Module 6, nakita ko po yung ating RS. For Module 5, naka-onboard na rin po siya ngayon. So for our 5th module po, we will highlight the importance of proper final disposition of the dead. Mapa-identified po ba ito or unidentified body parts or dead bodies? In accordance po doon sa cultural and religious beliefs ng ating disaster victims. So ang key feature po for this module is the strong leadership of our LGUs. Pagdating naman po sa Module 6, ayan, mag-focus po tayo doon sa kahalagahan ng pagre-report ng missing persons at kung ano po ba yung dapat nating mga protocols na tandaan para ma-verify at saka ma-validate yung report for missing persons. And for our 3rd day po, last day natin, so meron ulit tayong 3 modules. So sa umaga, magkakaroon tayo ng discussion. So Module 7, yan, Management of
Walang
Materials.
sound. Sydney?
Hello po.
Sydney, nawala
Meron,
audio
sir.
mo.
Hello, sir.
Meron sir, baka kayo sir ang baka kayo sir ang may problema yun sa audio nyo. Si Sydney ay naririnig namin sir.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
All right, sige po. Ayan, so I'll carry on with the discussion of our course overview. So for our Module 7, this is actually the best practice po ng ating bansa, which is actually replicated ng iba pang bansa po, particularly doon sa management of the bereaved families, kung saan po pinapakita natin yung special needs pagdating doon sa management of our bereaved families. And for Module 8, and reporting, validating, and verifying disaster casualties. So this module emphasizes the importance of classifying the reported casualties and its relevance to incident, including its repercussions. So yan, dapat tayo po as DRR practitioners, careful din tayo doon sa bilang, doon sa datos na pinapalabas natin pagdating doon sa disaster casualty. So mahalaga rin po na matutunan natin itong module na to. And for our last module, yan, MDM special cases, kanina sa mga nagsagot po ano yung mga real life experiences natin, actual scenario. So dito po natin matututunan po yun sa module 9 kung saan po will provide lessons learned from experiences in MDM operations as well as yung mga challenges po and special concerns. And then magkakaroon po tayo ng closing program. So registration time po, araw-araw, daily, is at 8:30. And we aim to finish, and sabi ko po, emphasis on the aim, we aim to finish po, depende rin sa magiging discussion flow po natin, by 5 p.m. Other training reminders po, yan, presentation copy, ating po mga other reference materials will be provided at the end of the training program. Pero pwede nyo na pong i-download ngayon ka lamang yung ating program at saka yung ating pong trainees manual. So meron po tayong soft copy ng trainees manual doon po sa ating MDM2 underscore toolkit. So isa-chat po ng ating secretariat yung link para po doon sa ating initial po na materials. And yung at the end po of our training, 3-day training, i-upload na lamang po namin doon yung lahat ng natapos na presentations. And then to receive po yung certificate of completion, our online participants are required to, number 1, accomplish our online attendance form. So yan, bit.ly/MDM2 underscore attendance, isi-chat din po ng ating secretariat para po sa loob po ng 3 araw. So time in po, of course, sa umaga, at time out po sa hapon. So daily po siya. Hindi naman po mahaba yung time out natin saka time in between the days. Ang medyo mahaba nga lang po ay yung ating time in ngayong araw kasi po meron tayong pre-test at sa time out po natin meron po tayong post-test. Through the same link po, we would like to request our participants din po to accomplish our post-activity and resource persons post-evaluation client satisfaction form. So sa day 3 naman na po yun sa hapon. And at the end of each module, para naman po sa ating mga katanungan, gusto rin po natin na ma-maximize yung presence ng ating mga instructors. So we encourage po our participants to type in your questions kung ano man po yung inyong in the past po, lalo na sa ating mga dream practitioners, kung meron po kayong mga na-encounter na before hindi nyo pa siguro alam yung protocol, pwede nyo na po i-raise or i-confirm dito po sa ating webinar kung tama po ba yung naging diskarte natin in the past. So again, at the end of each module, we will have an open forum where we are going to answer at most 3 questions po. To limit din lang po yung, to manage our time well din po. So at most 3 questions po. However, kung meron pa rin po kayong questions, pwede nyo naman po yung ilagay sa chat box and our training management team po will take note of that. And then you may use our chat box po or you can raise your hand po, your virtual hand to seek clarifications. All unanswered questions will be pulled by the training management team and selected burning questions will be answered during the last day's final open forum session where we are going to invite all instructors to be on board. Sa last day po natin yan gagawin. Alright, and last po, reminder, as mentioned, we are streaming live on our YouTube channel, DRR-CCA MIMAROPA DRR-CCA. So pwede po tayong, kung medyo mahina po yung ating internet, pwede po tayong manood sa YouTube. And while you're there po, we also request you to like and subscribe our YouTube channel to be updated po sa iba pa pong mga CapDev activities na provide ng DILG MIMAROPA. So that's it for our overview of the activity. I hope po that all internal and external factors be in our favor. Maraming salamat po and over to you, Ivy.
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Ma'am Sydney. Tunay nga po na magiging puno po yung ating 3 araw na activity for today dahil po sa mga kaalaman na ituturo po sa atin ng mga resource speakers who are known to be the best of the best in the management of the dead and missing persons. And yun nga din po, na-remind din po tayo ni Ma'am Sydney sa ating pong attendance, sa mga hindi pa po nakakapag-attendance, please accomplish our required login forms which can be accessed at the link provided in our Zoom chat box and in the comment section of our YouTube live stream. And nasa participants toolkit na din po natin yung ating pong training manual for our 3-day activity, and nandyan din po, naka-upload din po yung ating virtual background na pwede po ninyong gamitin. Our presentation materials po and other reference materials will be uploaded in the same link po after the training activity. So time check po tayo, 10:12 a.m. Before we start our first topic po for today, bibigyan po muna namin kayo ng 15 minutes po na health break. So my time here is 10:12 in the morning. So magkakaroon po tayo ng health break for 15 minutes and we expect you po to be back at 10:27 o'clock, 10:27 in the morning for our first topic for today.
Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manual. Ang Listo o Operation Listo ay isang malawakang pagkilos na naglalayong ipaalam sa bawat Pilipino, lalo na sa mga lokal na pamahalaan, ang kahalagahan ng tamang paghahanda at mga tamang aksyon sa panahon ng sakuna. Dahil ang mga mayors ang nangunguna sa kanilang mga pamahalaang lokal at inaatasang maging frontliners sa paghahanda ng mga komunidad, nararapat lamang na sa kanila mismo magsimula ang pagiging listo. Kaya naman, noong taong 2014 bilang Lead Agency for Disaster Preparedness, binuo ng Department of the Interior and Local Government sa pamamagitan ng Local Government Academy ang Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manuals. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga ahensya ng National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council o NDRR-MC, ito ay napagtibay bilang bahagi ng National Preparedness Plan at Standards upang magsilbing batayan sa paghahanda ng lahat ng lokal na pamahalaan sa bansa. Sa pagdaan ng panahon, ang Operation Listo ay lumago at napagyaman sa tulong ng iba pang mga ahensya ng pamahalaan at mga civil society organizations o CSOs. Mula sa pagiging manual o checklist, ito ay naging isang komprehensibong plataporma ng lokal na paghahanda. Sa ilalim nito ay sinimulan ang ilang mga programa upang maging listo na rin ang mga pamayanan at ang pamilyang Pilipino. Nakipagtulungan ang DILG-LGA at Philippine Public Safety College, FIVOX at ilang CSOs gaya ng Save the Children Philippines at Philippine Red Cross upang simulan ang listong pamayanan na naglalayong isagawa ang mga drills sa Eastern Seaboard at mga major river basins na magbalangkas ng isang sistema para palakasin ang pagpaplano sa mga barangay at komunidad. Sa kabilang banda, ang DSWD, LGA at DILG ay bumuo rin ng gabay at mapa para sa listong pamilyang Pilipino na naging bahagi ng Family Development Sessions ng 4Ps. Napalawak muli ang pagbabahagi ng mga impormasyon ukol sa pampamilyang kahandaan sa pakikipagtulungan ng mga CSOs tulad ng Save the Children Philippines at World Food Program Philippines. 3 taon ang nakalipas nang simulang gamitin ang naturang checklist. Nararapat lamang na balikan at paunlarin ang mga nilalaman nito dulot na rin ng mas malawak na karanasan ng ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Layunin din na sumabay ito sa mga napapanahong pandaigdigan at pambansang mga batayan gaya ng Sendai Framework for DRR, Paris Climate Agreement, SDGs at Ambisyon 2040. Sa nagdaang mga taon, ipinagpatuloy ng DILG at Local Government Academy ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa hanay ng mga CSOs, pribadong sektor at mga ahensya ng pamahalaan upang mabuo ang pangatlong bersyon ng Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manual for City, Municipal, Local Government Units. Kung dati, ang mga ito ay 3 magkakahiwalay na checklists, sa bagong edisyon ng manual, ito ay nakapaloob na lamang sa iisang reference material. Sa tulong nito, mas makikita ni Mayor, Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Officer, DILG Field Officer, Chief of Police at Fire Marshals ang pagkakaugnay ng kanilang mga gawain, bago, habang at pagkatapos ng kalamidad. Ano nga ba ang mga bago sa pangatlong bersyon ng manual? Ang Checklist of Early Preparedness Actions for Mayors ay ang unang bahagi ng Disaster Preparedness Manual. Hinihikayat nito ang lahat ng lokal na pamahalaan na mamuhunan sa mga proactive actions gaya ng pagtatag ng istruktura, sistema, polisiya at mga plano, pagsasanay at mga kagamitan na isinasagawa habang walang nakaambang panganib sa komunidad. Binibigyang diin sa bagong checklist na nararapat lamang siguraduhin ni Mayor ang pagkakaroon ng Memorandum of Agreement ng lokal na pamahalaan sa pribadong sektor at ibang organisasyon na kanyang nasasakupan upang maging katuwang sa panahon ng kalamidad. Kasama dito ang pagpapalakas sa kakayahan ng mga kawani at mga volunteers ng lokal na pamahalaan at ang kaakibat na listahan ng mga posibleng organisasyon o ahensya na maaaring maging partner ng LGU sa pagsasagawa ng mga trainings.
Bahagi rin nito ang pagtipon at pagtiyak na may pagkukunan ng mga tamang kagamitan sa panahon ng sakuna. Samantala, ang ikalawang bahagi naman ng manual ay ang Checklist of Minimum Critical Preparedness Actions for Mayors. Dahil ang Pilipinas ay madalas na dinaraanan ng bagyo, hindi maiiwasan na habang binubuo ang mga polisiya, pinapalakas ang istruktura sa lokal na pamahalaan at ginagawa ang mga pagsasanay, ay makakaranas na ng mga bagyo, landslide, flooding o storm surge ang ating mga komunidad. Kaya naman, tulad ng dati, ang checklist na ito ay naglalaman ng mga critical preparedness actions na Alpha, Bravo at Charlie na sadyang nagiging gabay ni Mayor sa pagsasagawa ng PDRA o Pre-Disaster Risk Assessment. Ang kaukulang Critical Preparedness Warning ay tinutukoy pa rin ng DOST Pag-asa at NDRR-MC at pinapadala ng DILG Codex sa mga DILG Regional Offices at LGUs na maaapektuhan. Sa bagong Checklist of Minimum Critical Preparedness Actions for Mayors, ang bawat critical preparedness actions ay nahati na sa 4 na time frame upang mas maipakita ang progressive actions. Ang upon alert, before, during, and after actions. Bukod sa time frame, mas ginawang detalyado rin ang set of general progressive actions na dapat desisyonan at pangasiwaan ni Mayor sa Prepare, Respond, and Monitor Report Coordinate. Kung ating susuriin sa mga Critical Preparedness Actions flowcharts, maari na ring ipatupad ni Mayor ang preemptive o mandatory evacuation sa kanyang LGU kung kinakailangan, kahit ito ay nasa Alpha o Bravo alert lamang. Sa ganitong paraan ay mas matitiyak ang kaligtasan ng mga pamilya at kabuhayan ng mga nasa high and medium risk areas. Sa pagtutulungan din ng iba't ibang mga organisasyon at sektor ay mas napalawak at naging komprehensibo ang nilalaman ng mga reference boxes sa checklist. Isa pang naging karagdagan sa manual ay ang pagpapalakas sa monitoring at koordinasyon ni Mayor sa pamamagitan ng LDRRMO sa mga sangay ng LGU at mga kawani ng DILG gaya ng city at municipal LGOOs, hepe ng lokal na kapulisan at fire marshals. Ito naman ang bumubuo sa ikatlong bahagi ng manual o ang checklist for DILG, city or municipal LGOOs, COPs at FMs. Ang mga pangunahing gawain ng Chief of Police at Fire Marshals ay makikita sa flowchart na ito. Ito ay nahati sa 3 kulay na nagsisilbing gabay upang tukuyin ang pagkakaiba at pagkakapareho ng bawat gawain. Ang sumunod naman ay ang flowchart para sa DILG City o Municipal LGOOs na naglalaman ng kanyang mga gawain sa monitoring, reporting, and coordinating. Ito ay may kaakibat ding reference boxes gaya ng sa mayors na naglalaman ng mga reporting template na maaari niyang gamitin. Bilang dagdag na kaalaman at reference, minarapat ng manual na isama ang mga guidelines at mga polisiya ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na maaaring makatulong sa mga gagawing desisyon ng LGUs upang mas paigtingin ang kahandaan. Kasabay pa rin ng bagong bersyon ng manual para sa City Municipal LGUs, binuo rin ng DILG-LGA ang Operation Listo, Preparedness Guide for Governors, na naglalaman ng mga general at minimum actions ng governor. Gayon din ang pagbuo ng DILG National Barangay Operations Office ng Listo Sikap bilang counterpart actions naman ng punong barangay. Dagdag pa rito, ang DILG-NCR sa pakikipagtulungan sa MMDA at NCR DRR-MC ay nagpalabas ng Earthquake Preparedness Checklist upang maging handa ang mga LGUs sa Greater Metro Manila area sa mga nakaambang panganib ng Big One na maaring magdulot ng mga sakuna sa Kalakhang, Maynila at mga lalawigan sa gitnang Luzon at Timog Katagalugan. Kagaya ng naunang bersyon, Ang lahat ng makikita sa Disaster Preparedness Manual ay minimum. Maaring higitan ng LGUs ang mga aksyon na nakasaad dito batay sa pangangailangan at kakayahan ng LGU na nasasakupan. Ang layunin ng DILG sa pamamahagi ng mga Disaster Preparedness Manuals na ito ay upang sanayin ang lokal na pamahalaan. Lalo't higit ang mga taong nasa komunidad nito na laging maging listo. Sa patuloy na paggamit ng manual, inaasahan ang mas maigting na pagtutulungan ng iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan, kagaya ng akadim, NGOs, CSOs, private sectors at media sa pagharap sa mga sakunang darating. Ang ganap na kahandaan sa sakuna tulad ng bagyo ay hindi kailanman makakamit hanggat may isang sektor ang naiiwan, nagigipit o hindi handa. Listo dapat. Listo ikaw at ako. Listo sila at listo tayo. Pinag-isang aksyon. Pinag-isang laban sa iisang hamon. Pagiging listo at pagiging handa. Ngayon.
Ayan, time check po, it's already 10:28 in the morning and we would like to invite everyone to please settle down. Tapos na po ang ating health break for this morning and we would like to invite everyone na po na tayo na po ay mag-settle down. Umupo na po tayo for our first speaker for today. Our first speaker for today is the first female general of the Philippine Coast Guard. This promotion came during her frontline task to swab inbound OFWs at NAIA numbering from 3,000 to 8,000 per day from June 2020 up to present. Having 620 personnel under her command dedicated to do such tasks under the PCG Task Group RT-PCR. She is also a pathologist by profession who was called to contribute in the field of disaster management. Thus, she is a national cadre of 2 national disaster training programs, namely the Incident Command System of the Office of the Civil Defense and the Management of the Dead and Missing Persons of the Department of the Interior and Local Government. She has been part of 125 ICS and 13 MDM training courses nationwide from 2013 up to present, catering to the response clusters at varying levels of the local government units, uniformed services, and non-uniform agencies. She authored a research paper entitled An Integrated Approach to Management on Management of the Dead and Missing Persons from Sea to Land for her master's degree at the Development Academy of the Philippines, and it garnered 2nd place among the best papers. When she was scheduled to present the said paper for other students of the same institution, she was not able to do so because she was part of the courageous MDM core team that handled the sad aftermath of the Marawi siege incident. Being right there at Marawi City during the firefight and implementing the handling of the bodies is the true meaning of the presentation of her paper. Most of what is in her paper is about the vital role of interoperability among different agencies, which will be very evident in the MDM training that you are about to take today and on the following days. Kaya naman po, sama-sama po tayo na matuto at makinig, and let us all welcome and give a virtual round of applause to Commodore Fran Fernandez Eden of the Philippine Coast Guard for her discussion on the overview of the Incident Command System. The virtual floor is now yours, Commodore Fran.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to see most of you. I know I am with very active, one of the most active disaster responders I've known in my lifetime, the group from MIMAROPA. Congratulations for this endeavor to finish or to undergo the MDM training. So, ura po sa inyo. If I may be permitted to share my slides so we could start, I am going to present an overview of the ICS. All right. So most of you would be very familiar with the ICS, I'm sure, both theoretically and probably in practice already. So let me just go through this slides. We have 44 slides, and it would be kind of a review because this is a small part only of your MDM training. Why the ICS? Well, because you have to really be working within the system if we would put in the MDM part of the disaster response. So as a disclaimer, guys, the content of this presentation forms part of the ladderized course on ICS from the DND OCD. So you well know that this is a flagship training program of the OCD at hinihiram din lang natin dito sa MDM training. And you are also familiar with the fact that the full version of the ICS training courses is being offered by the same, the DND and OCD. So, kita na po tayo, overview po tayo of the Incident Command System. Scope of presentation would be lessons from past incidents in the Philippines, overview of ICS, principles and features of it, how to use it, and some pictures of how ICS would say had been successful in its utilization on the ground. So lessons from past incidents in the Philippines. We have Wawawi, Sandy, in February 2006. It was so disastrous. Tropical Storm Undoy, sometime in September 2009. And who can forget the Quirino Grandstand hostage taking August 2010. If we would have used ICS when these three unfortunate incidents, untoward incidents happened, we might do better as a nation. Wawawi, you know what happened with Wawawi. There was no plan as a contingency in case there are untoward incidents that would happen. So nagkaroon ng stampede, nasira, nasira yung mga tinatayuan ng mga tao, and there was this disastrous stampede. Kita niyo naman sa pictures, these are people who died during the incident, and look how they managed the dead. Everybody can come up to the dead and maybe take pictures, probably unauthorized pictures of these dead people. Tropical Storm Undoy, there were a lot of those who died in this incident. Nagpanic na yan, kaya ganyan. They were trying to get out of the place. Thus, may walang management of the borders. Kaya umabot na naandyan sa buti nga matibay yung bridge. And then Quirino Grandstand hostage taking. Pasensya na, may mga pumupukpok dito sa background ko. Alam niyo naman na sumikat ang Pilipinas dahil dyan sa isang araw na insidente na yan. So ICS could have helped in this situation. Ano ba mga issues natin in the past? Probably, pag wala kang or lacking ka of reliable information, if you do not know what you're dealing with, of course, naturally you wouldn't know what to do to control the incident or whatever planned event that you would be applying your ICS to. So sa ICS, there's a way to get as much reliable information. And that would be, for instance, isa lang yun from the RO. Other responders that were ahead of you at the impact site would be another good source of information. But if there's no ICS and you have that problem, hindi tusok yung problema, yung sagot sa yung actions taken to solve the incident. Inadequate communication. Palagay nyo, marami nga kayo doon sa field, impact site, pero nakakapag-usap ba kayo? Malaking problema yan. Too many people reporting to one supervisor. We can only listen to so much amount of people, and so many people under you as a supervisor that would be disastrous, guys. Issue yan. Too many responders. Maski hindi mo naman hinihingi. Dumating ang daming responders. O kaya, inabutan mo na napakadaming responders. Overkill. Tapos yung iba, hindi mo pa magagamit. So, do you think productive yun? To you guys who's gonna manage? Halimbawa, yung patay. Yun naman ang target natin to manage the dead. And daming responders, pakalat-kalat din. Ang hirap na. Too many organization structures. Lalo na sa management of the dead, ang daming interagency na magtutulong-tulungan. At kapag walang magandang struktura na on the ground para yung chain of command ay masunod, ay mag-aaway-away po tayo. Next would be no check-in procedures, guys. Do you think pag dumating na lang, do you think pwedeng diretso na agad? Magtrabaho na sa impact site? Hindi pwede yun. No? That's very unsafe. We cannot account for them. Namiligro na pala buhay nila. Hindi pa natin alam kasi hindi na-check. We do not know they were there. Kung sa Marawi yan, battlefield yun. Maring nabaril ka na. Kasi nagtulo ka. Uncoordinated planning. Yun. May sariling plano bawat ahensya. Ang hirap nun. Kasi hindi tugma-tugma yung mga plano. Unclear lines of authority. Yun. Pag hindi mo alam sino dapat na naglilin, kasi walang sistema, that would be a problem. Terminology differences. May sariling LGU terminology. Iba rin doon sa uniform. At sa bawat uniform service, iba-iba rin yung lengguwahe. So, mahirap yun. Kaya nga dapat nagkakaroon tayo ng pagsasanay sa ICS and implementation para isa lang ang lengguwahe natin, guys. Unclear who is in charge. Yun din. Gusto ko ako in charge. Hindi, gusto ko ako mas in charge ako. Yun, mahirap yun. Kaya nga pag walang system to determine who gets to lead. Tapos, over and above those mentioned, confused pa tayo. Confused. Do you think you'll be effective? I don't think so. And last but not least, the political intervention. Kapag pinasukan na tayo ng politika, At nagdikta na yan na parang incident commander, wala tayong magawa yan. No? Kaya nga, training din natin lahat ng ating mga elected officials so that they would be able to support us immensely. Hindi po biro ang management of the debt and missing person. Ayaw mag-see. Ayun. So, anong definition ng ICS, mga sirs, mga ma'am? ICS is a standard. Makitaan yan. Standard yan. Hindi nagbabago. Pilipinas man o hindi, US man o Australia. Standard po yan. And it is used on scene. All hazard. On scene, maski ano pa yung kinaharap natin. Ang incident management concept po yan that can be used by all response groups. At ginagamit ko po ang ICS sa pag-swab ng OFW. Kung hindi ko gamitin ang ICS, kasi yun yung to-go-to system ko, magulo yun. Biro nyo, how would you be able to know the 3,000 to 8,000 OFWs names na swab tomorrow? Pag walang ICS, labo-labo yung magiging operation. So it also allows user to adopt an integrated, magkakasama po yung dapat na magkakasamang ahensya pagsasama-samahin ng ICS into one organizational structure. So that this is done to match kung how complex yung minamanage natin. Kung 10 patay lang versus 1,000 na patay, malaking diferensya yun. Yun yung complexity na dinitiman ng single or multiple incidents. Ang paggamit ng ICS mula noong 2010 because of Republic Act 10121, I'm sorry. And then nag-end up in 2018 and anytime in between with a issuance of DILC memo 2018-29 that it would be used by the LGUs in all levels. So, ano yung purpose nun? It was for the use of the regional and local government. Ini-institutionalize na po ang paggamit ng ICS in their respective AOR. So, ang purpose ng ICS, kaya gusto namin o gusto ng DILC na gamitin na rin natin sa baba, ay to ensure the safety of responders and others. Primary concern natin yan. It's not worth to die for yung mga patay na. Tandaan niyo rin kayo. We also use ICS to achieve the tactical objectives. Magmula from womb to tomb, sabi nga ni Sir Kainan, magmula sa umpisa na hahanapin sila hanggang sa ihatid sa huling hantungan, hanggang sa i-reunite natin yung patay sa kanyang family. Yun yung mga tactical objectives ng management and missing person response cluster. And we use ICS para efficiently we could use our resources. Maski na yung resources mo, kukonti, mama-maximize mo yan habang hindi pa dumarating yung reinforcement. Hindi lang sa human resources, pati yung logistical resources. Provide dapat ng ICS. So, fully implemented ang ICS sa mga itong bansa, usually mga mayayamang bansa, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Mexico. In transition pa rin ang implementation ng ICS sa mga countries na nandito sa bandang kanan. At isa dyan ang ating mahal na bansa, ang ating bansang Pilipinas. Principles and features of ICS. Wow. Number one, common terminology tayo. We use only clear text, plain language. We do not use, I'm sorry for those who are radio advocates, no? Wala po tayong gigagamit yung radio phone para everybody can communicate even without knowing the intricate terminologies associated with radio use of handheld radio. Walang acronyms, guys. Wala ding jargon. Yung jargon, it means you say something and it means another thing. Okay, so for instance, ang jargon ay you're 10-1. Bawal na yan. Para maging clear text, we would use you are unreadable. Yan ang meaning ng 10-1. Hindi kita marinig, hindi kita makopy. Pati nga copy. Alisin natin yan. Jargon. Offset from division alpha, I have you 10-4. Ano ba 10-4? Gamitin natin yung clear text, guys. Walang acronym, operations, di ba? Hindi pwedeng offset. We would really have to say operation section chief, Noy Ramon, from division alpha. You're coming in clear. So wala nang 10-4. Kasi that is the same as saying you are coming in clear. Maliwanag ang dating mo. Ang ICS principle on modular organization. Form follows function. Only functions, positions necessary for the incident will be activated. Pag hindi mo kailangan, huwag mong i-activate o i-up yung position na yan. Like for instance, itong napakalaking complex na insidente versus dito sa baba na very simple na one vehicle accident ito. So, ang ICS organization mo, malaki yun. Ganito kalaki. Pero kapag ang iyong ICS organization ay para lang dito sa isang sakyan na aksidente, ganito lang kalaki yung organization mo. So, hindi lahat ina-activate mo kasi very simple yung nature ng incident. So again, that would be modular ang organization. Span of control. Ideal span of control for any supervisor ay minimum of 3 and maximum of 7. And anything in between, pwedeng 4, 5, 6, pwedeng ganun karami yung subordinate mo. Pero, paano kung dalawa lang yung subordinate mo? Magandang tanong yan. Under kay IT pa rin yan. Pero pag nagtatlo na yan, i-up mo na dapat yung operation section chief mo. Alright? Ito yung ineffective na span of control. Iisa ka lang, tapos kausap mo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hindi mo kayang gawin yan. Dadalawa nga lang tenga natin, tapos ang dami pang subordinate na kailangang i-guide o pakinggan. Ang effective guide sa span of control ito, mag-isa ka sa taas, may tatlo ka sa ilalim, at may kanya-kanya siyang mga subordinate sa third level. Chain of command and unity of command. Follow chain of command. Kung sino yung supervisor mo, doon ka lang nagre-report. At doon ka rin lang kumukuha ng instruction. Kaya unity of command. In the same manner, pag hindi mo under yung mga tao, wag mong pakialaman. Yan yung kagandahan sa ITS. Very compartmentalized ang yung purpose ng ng strike team mo o ng section mo, hindi yan nagko-cross. Unless you are both occupying two positions. Pero very dangerous din yun kasi baka ma-overwhelm at hindi na rin mag-span of control. Hindi violation na siya ng span of control. If you are holding two positions, hindi natin ini-encourage yun. What I love so much about ICS is the accountability. When on-scene, always check in. When these people check in, yung responders that you have requested check in, you, as an incident management team, you would becoming accountable for them. Yung safety nila, yung kanilang nourishment, yung rest nila, pati yung kanilang work assignment. And the incident action plan, ito lang yung ICS na may mga forms, no? Na naandun yung response goals, nakasulat, objectives, nakasulat, and support activities are indicated in the incident action plan. At saka yung mga forms niya, guys, napaka-simple lang. ICS forms and tools. Fill in the blank siya. So hindi ka kailangang English major para gumamit ng mga forms na ito. How to use ICS, guys? May insidente. Normally, nandyan agad yung mga mag-responde, nandyan din yung mga usyosero, na pwede mong gumagamit yan if you would know how to use them, no? And then, who else? Who owns the incident? Who else would be involved? Ito po, level ng barangay, city, municipal, provincial, regional, saka national. Depende kung sinong may-ari, guys. At kung sino may-ari, coordination ang gagawin na para makatulong doon sa pag-control ng incident. Kung minsan, iisang barangay lang yung affected, so ang mag-coordinate ng doon sa insidente para sa ma-solve yung incident, barangay development council. Paano kung 2 or more barangay? Well, city na yan. City, municipal, DRR-CCA na ang take charge o may-ari ng insidente. How about 2 or more cities and municipalities? Anong next na upper level? That will be the provincial DRR-CCA. 2 or more provinces affected, guys. Again, regional na yan. And more than 2 or more regions. NDRR or the national level of the DRR-CCA will have to take ownership of the incident. And that would be stated under Section 15 of Republic Act 1012. Yung tinatawag na RO or responsible official. Yung mga walang training sa ICS, they would say responsible officer. Oh, ICS, marunong ako yan. Actually, kilala ko yung responsible officer eh. Ikaw, alam mo ba yun? Sasabihin, pa-challenge ka pa eh, no? Pero doon pa lang sa paggamit ng terminology, alam mo kaagad na mukhang hawsyaw yung training na sa ICS. So, who are really the RO or the responsible official, guys? Ito yung mga person vested with overall decision-making authority. They are the ones who provide overall policy direction, guidance, and priorities They serve as links to other higher authorities. And he or she delegates his authority or her authority to somebody called the incident commander. So, under the RO, magtatrabaho po ang incident commander. And what would be the duty of the incident commander or IC, or acronym niya IC? Magre-receive siya ng authority from the RO. Habang hindi mo nare-receive ang authority from the RO, it would be very detrimental to assume you act as the incident commander. Unless may mandate ka na talaga, mandato na ng ahensya mo na you would automatically be the IC in a shooting incident. Sa shooting incident, like, anong agency yun? PNP. Pag sunog, automatic ang IC yung BFP. So, according to mandated function or according to the authority given by the RO, you would have to come up with your incident objectives. What are your objectives for tomorrow's operation? And these are called the incident objectives. Kaya nga, incident commander ka, you come up with incident objectives. Unlike the RO gives you also objectives, but they are called the management objectives. Ito lang ang gastusin natin ngayon. Yan, sabihin niya sa IC yan. Hanggang 5 million muna ang kaya ko to support the... So, according to the management objective, ikaw naman, incident commander, you would use that to support the operation needed for that incident. And then the incident commander also leads the tactical incident response. So sa mga tactical na bagay, kay IC yan, hindi na kay RO yan. Okay? Nare-review po ba kayo? Just looking at this picture, guys, look at how bigger a size yung RO natin compared to your incident commander. So just by looking at this hierarchy, this is the chain of command. From the IC, who gets delegated by the RO, the IC would take command of all the responders under him that he or she will be using to address the incident on the impact side. Can the RO assume the command as the IC? Right? Thumbs up, guys, if you think the RO can assume the command as the IC. Pwede bang mag-IC si RO? Mga sirs, mga ma'am, why or why not? Pwede tayong mag-chat. Ito yung limitation kaya ng Zoom, ang training through Zoom. Hindi ka makarinig o hindi ka makasagot, guys. I'm sorry, but this is better siguro than none at all. So no, somebody said yes and no. Pwede. Walang tama, walang mali dito. So, let's go to the next slide. Yes, IC assigned for tactical. So, no duplication of duty. Hindi ka pwedeng both RO and IC. Yes po, kung may ICS training ang RO, very good. Otherwise, pag walang training ang RO, hindi niya kayang i-implement yung ICS, double jeopardy yun, guys. Lalo na mas mahirap kung na-train na yung responders ninyo, tapos alam nila na wala kang training, RO. Mafu-frustrate in a way ang mga responders mo. So ang sagot dito, yes and no. But you have to remember, RO, that you have equally difficult responsibilities, and that would be talking to the president if it comes to that point. You would be talking to a lot of heads, interagency heads, if you would be requiring their resources or their help. So that alone, Mr. RO, like the elected officials of our local government units, that would be kind of hard to do the same, to tactically manage. If you want mag-IT, you have to delegate also your role as RO. And who would want that? Who would want that? So, yeah. So, unless you really are a good multitasking person, no. Next question first, ma'am. Should we always wait for the RO to delegate authority to an IT? Should we always wait? Kailangan bang antayin? Pag chief of police ka, mag-aantay ka ba na i-delegate pa yung pagka-IC mo? Eh, nandyan na yung putukan. O would our friends in BFP wait for the IC delegation to him or her? Eh, nandyan na ang sunod. Part yun ang mandato na ng mga agencies na mentioned. No? So no, the question is no. We should not always wait for the RO to delegate authority to an IT. For every response operation, there should always be someone in command. And the answer is who? The incident commander. The incident management team, mga sirs, mga ma'am, acronym Incident Management o IMT, is composed of or starts with the incident commander. So ang team is headed by the incident commander. Is the RO part of the incident management team? No. The answer is no. Do not be confused. And this incident commander leads the support of the command and his or her general staff. So, ang command staff, yun yung mga nandun sa ilalim kaagad ng commander, yung public information, liaison, and safety officer. And they're called officers. Pag general staff, guys, o mga sirs, mga ma'am, 4 lang po yan. Yung kay operations, kay planning, kay logistics, and finance admin section chief. If you would note and review na rin as well, they are not called officers, but they are called section chiefs to distinguish them from the terminology of position of the command staff. Okay? So, palagay nyo guys, meron bang span of control yan? 3 dito, 4 dito, 7. Shoot po ba? Tamang-tama lang, di po ba? Okay. I think I'll be finishing very, very early. I think success stories, I'll show you some of them. Sa Typhoon Pablo, This is in Region 11, 2012, year 2012. Ito, Batangas City. Typhoon Ruby, o localized name to Hagupit 2014. Actually, nag-ICS training sila nung on the last day, dumating magla-landfall si Hagupit. Kaya tamang-tama, yung kanilang training, nagamit nila agad noong sa Typhoon Hagupit. Couple visit operations in 2015, nagamit po ang ICS. Ito, ano lang siya, sa Luneta ito eh. Ang office ng incident management team ay nakalagay dito, kaya nakalagay incident command post. So isa yan sa mga facilities na naaral nyo o maaral nyo ay isang facility under na ICS. At kapag management of the dead and missing person, makikita niyo yan, may incident command post or ICP. APEC Operations 2015 also ICS was used in the Panlaon Fire Response 2016 sa Bago City in Mindanao. Sa ASEAN Operations 2017, MIMAROPA. Kayo nga pala ang gumamit nito, MIMAROPA at saka Region 11. Miss Universe pageant 2017, buhay po po si Sir Ryan. Some planning section chief, I believe, during that plan event. Sa incident naman ng Surigao Earthquake 2017, ginamit ng Caraga, OCD Caraga ang ICS. Ito, may sample pa ng incident action plan nila. And this incident action plan is being reviewed every day, and if it needs changing, tweaking of the tactical objective para hindi naging effective yung yesterday. So ito tweak lang para the incident action plan would be apt for tomorrow's operation. Of course, Marawi Crisis 2017, I would not really forget the Marawi siege, because of the implementation of management of the dead and missing thereafter. Mayon volcano eruption 2018. That's in Bicol. And Typhoon Ompong, or localized name Manghut, in 2018. For those who are interested with the ICS training courses of the Office of Civil Defense, there are really different levels of it. The first one would be the basic ICS, and this would last for 3 days. Once you graduated from that, you can qualify to take the level 2 or the integrated planning course on ICS. That's all about what the planning section chief is all about, and that will be a full 5 days. Kung face-to-face meeting face-to-face training. Thereafter, you would have to get the ICS position courses for another 5 days. Ang position courses, all others except planning section chief. Ganun kalupit ang planning section chief. Meron siyang sariling course. That's the level 2 course. Level 4 would be the all-hazard IFT training. So you would be trained to work in a team. and you would have to make decisions based on a lot of scenarios, and that's another 5 days, my friend. And should you still pass level 4 and you are a good resource speaker, or you can really be a teacher, an instructor, you would have to undergo the training for instructors, and that's 5 days. And mind you, that we call that the TFI, training for instructors. It's very challenging, guys. You may think you're good already, but when you do that training, it's as if you feel you have yet a lot to learn. And very humbling yung experience ng lahat ng mga nag-undergo ng training for instructors. So for a total of 23 days. And for those who's very busy talaga, OCD has proposed and is implementing a 1-day crash course. And we call this ICS Executive Course. Just last week, we just had one ICS Executive Course under the OCD. So that's just about it. I wouldn't take too much of your time. I'm supposed to finish up till 12 noon, but I hope that I had adequately delivered the introduction to the incident command system. I'll stop sharing training facilitators.
Thank you so much.
More time for questions.
So thank you so much, Commodore Fran, for that very comprehensive discussion of the overview of incident command system. So ngayon naman po ay open na po natin ang ating floor for questions. So again, we limit po, pero dahil medyo maaga pa naman po, we're supposed to end our module 1 at 12 noon. Pero it's, anong oras ba? 11:14 right now. So maybe we can accommodate up to 5 questions po from our participants. So pwede po tayong mag-raise ng ating hand, ng ating virtual hand, or you can use po our chat box for your questions. And so kanina po, Commodore Fran, marami ring mga inputs from our participants sa ating chat box pertaining din doon sa kanilang mga experiences in the past. And so, sige po, do we have questions? Commodore Fran, we've got an incoming question po. So the question is, are there any circumstances where there are overlapping of functions at the different levels of coordination? Again, the question po is, are there any circumstances where there are overlapping functions at the different levels of coordination?
All right. With ICS, that would be very minimized, guys. Kasi tukoy, kung sino lang yung allowed na focal person to do that at the level of the RO. Kasi walang coordination nangyayari masyado sa baba. Kasi all coordinations are services provided supposedly by the EOC. Again, there is an EOC training by the OCD, and that is very clear na service na ipo-provide. So you don't have to coordinate outside the incident management team. So you can be able to focus doon sa tactics of it all. Thank you.
Well noted po, Commodore Fran. Thank you so much. And any other questions po? Maybe pwede natin silipin yung questions natin from YouTube. So meron din po kasi tayong viewers from our YouTube channel po. We'll see lang po, we'll just check for a while if there are incoming questions po. Ayan, so we encourage din po yung mga participants natin sa YouTube po. If you have questions.
I see one at sa chat box. Do you think the basic IC is important for us, the ILG people, as we are the cluster to head the MDM? Yes, yes, yes. Usually when the MDM cluster response would come in, meron ng response na naandoon na maaabutan kayo. And you are just invited or requested to come in to do one specific DILG mandate, and that is to coordinate for management of the dead and missing person response. Kailangan talaga maintindihan ninyo ang ICS para pag pumasok kayo doon sa impact site, alam nyo yung mga positions na kailangan nyong kausapin tungkol sa logistics, tungkol sa plano bukas, para sa operations bukas, at tungkol sa paano yung gastos. You're coming in with your budget. Paano yun? Kailangan makausap ninyo yung incident management team, particularly the finance and admin section chief. So very, very vital. Pag inabutan kayo ng incident action plan, at kasama na kayo doon as the cluster on MDM, kailangan maintindihan nyo yung linalaman. At alam nyo anong page, yung dapat na trabahuin yung area bukas. Dito pala tayo. Dapat alam nyo rin paano magbasa ng map. Kasi yung mapa, yun yung mag-guide kung saan yung mga barangay. Kung maraming barangay ang pagpupulutan ng mga patay, no? So, kailangan nyo rin yung ICS dahil ang ICS ang mag-provide ng retrieval. Kung hindi man galing sa inyo, may mga naandunan na nauna like AFP. Sila yung search and retrieval na malaking bagay na kapag may na-retrieve sila, may trabaho o may ipoprocess ang mga MDM na responders. Thank you. Yun lang po.
So thank you for that answer po, Commodore Fran. So again, there's an interlink between the ICS po and our performance of our function in the management of the dead and missing cluster. So for po, Commodore Fran, wala po tayong questions sa YouTube channel natin. So again, we encourage our participants to type in your questions. Kung meron po kayong in the past, mga experiences nga pagdating sa ICS, maybe you can confirm nga rin po sa ating pong resource person kung naging tama po ba or naayon sa principles ng ICS yung mga naging actions natin. And so we have ano yung coming question po, Commodore Fran? Yan. So may authority as IC at San Vicente Palawan came from the mayor at the time we organized the ICS or IMT. Does it mean we still need authority from the regional level? So ito po is a question from one of our MLGOs in the province of Palawan.
No, independent, very independent mayor. Very independent si mayor to come up with his or her own incident management team kasi merong level siya na MD Municipal Dream C. So it is the job of the mayor to coordinate with the provincial government if there is matters to like reporting of what's happening on the ground. I think that's very important. That would be the part of the RO o si mayor sa mga ganitong klaseng sitwasyon. Not even at the level of the region, sir. Pero meron sila nakahandang regional IMT in case na yun yung level na may-ari ng insidente as yung na-discuss kanina. Kung bakit pumapasok ang regional IMT kung ilan ang involved na cities and municipalities o ilang provinces yung involved? Region eh. 2 to 3 provinces ang involved. So siya na ang may-ari ng insidente. And each of these provinces would also own it, pero may overall na RO at that time that would be at the level of the region. There's a question here, I believe. Good morning. I hope I will not be preempting topics for later. My question is, in this ongoing pandemic response, where does the MDM cluster checks in? This is to clarify some confusion at the municipal level, where some operations like MDM are still under the EOC level. Thank you. I think somebody from I wouldn't know the situation at the level of the LGUs where COVID-19 MDM response cluster is. Pang ano lang po tayo, pang swabbing lang ng OFW. Unless some of the students themselves can help with this question. So ang sinasabi niya, under pa rin ng EOC yung pagmamanage ng cremation. Is that a question? Kung para sa akin, kung kaya ng EOC level na i-coordinate at kasi konti lang. Hindi, ang guys, you have to remember, management of the dead and missing persons. We are dealing with hundreds and thousands of dead bodies. If COVID-19 is giving us 2 dead bodies every day in a municipality, I think that could be manageable nga at the level of the EOC. Not unlike if we are like in India. Ang India, ang patay nila is 5,000 a day. And I think the MDM should be activated in that case.
Copying on that, Captain Fran, and we'll also have a discussion po nitong, sabi nga ni Ma'am Sheila, maybe preemption po dun sa mga susunod po natin na topic. We'll have a discussion on MDM po itself, overview of the MDM and emerging infectious diseases kung saan po makikita natin where is MDM cluster situated. Ayan, so thank you so much po, Captain Fran, Commodore Fran, and Ma'am Sheila. And also we have po a comment, I guess, from MDRIM Orizal. May we request the DILG region to require all municipal mayors na dapat maka-attend ng kahit ICS crash course and representative should not be allowed. So actually po, sa pagkakaalam ko, meron pong pa-training for executive course sa ating mga LCEs and vice LCEs po ang OCD. And we've also extended po the same invitation to all our LCEs po sa region. So ang alam ko po ay Thursday and Friday meron pong nakaschedule, and every Friday, I guess, ngayon pong buwan ng June. So meron po tayong schedule na through our partners po from OCD, magkakandak po ng executive course on ICS for our LCEs and vice LCEs. Ayan. So thank you so much po for that comment.
May comment.
Ayan,
Kaya
sir.
lang sending their useless things.
Noted po ito, Sir Lorenzo from Rizal, Palawan, and we'll coordinate din po with our partners from the OCD regarding the matter. Thank you. Ayan, so meron po atang clarification. Kanina meron nag-raise po ng hand from DLG Balabak, Mamayra. Opo, Mamayra Michelle Colby. Isa po sa ating mga trained DILG personnel pagdating po sa MDM. Would you like to, Mamayra, unmute your mic?
Hello, Ma'am C. Good morning. Hello po, Commodore Fran.
Hi, Ma'am Myra. Can I help, ma'am?
Captain Fran, regarding po ito doon sa role ng mga DILG officer, gusto ko lang po sanang ma-reiterate kung ano ba yung role talaga ng DILG officer as to this, ma'am. Kasi marami na tayong exhausted na mga personnel. Some of those are taking positions or a responsibility na hindi na sa kanila dapat. Pwede po ba sanang ma-reiterate sa DILG officer, ano ang pinaka-role namin dito?
MDM. Sa MDM. Tama po ba?
Both, ma'am, sa ICS muna tayo sana, ma'am.
Okay. Though I am not anywhere associated with the ILG, but looking at several incidents that I've been part of, I think the DILG LGOO would best be an advisor of the RO. Kasama niya yung sa DRR-MO o yung officer for DRRM. You cannot be delegated to assume any other ICS position or MDM cluster position if there will be one that would be established. But the best thing that the ILG, LGOO can do is be the best advisor where management of the dead would be for your responsible officials from regions down to barangays even.
Duly noted, ma'am. Thank you po.
Thank you din, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Myra, and thank you so much for that answer, Commodore Fran. So do we have any pending questions sa ating pong chat box? Sige po, I'll just browse po yung ating chat box. Baka po may mga nakaligtaan po tayong questions.
And LGOO coordinators to you supervisor.
Yan. So may incoming question po tayo. Maybe po we can use MLGOOs as coordinators through POs. A suggestion from Rizal Palawan.
One of the important modules that is being handled by Mr. Robin Lim would really give you an idea of how you would be very useful at the level of the LGOs where coordination is concerned. Kasi all the information from the impact site, lalo of the details of the dead, would have to be reaching the level of the national and even the table of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. So there you go. That would be one very busy LGOO on MDM.
I agree po, Commodore Fran. So in one of our trainings sa Emergency Operations Center, yung ating po mga regional line agencies, particularly yung mga non-technical agencies po, can be best situated doon sa EOC rather than as part of the IC or sa ating pong ICS. And thank you so much po again, Commodore Fran, and to the suggestion from our good MD Rimo from Rizal, Palawan. Another question po ito naman po ay galing sa aming pong Regional Director, Commodore Fran. Is it practical that relief distribution not to be within the functions of the ICS? There are some ICS where relief operations are also given to ICS. What's your comment on that po, Commodore Fran?
Parang DSWD question ito, no, sir? Ma'am. For me, anything that would happen, like including relief distribution, would be better handled under the cooperation with the incident management team, kasi they would be able to support those who would be coming in to distribute. They will not probably get that function from you or from the distributing agency, but they would support you in terms of making sure that these relief goods will not be looted. They would also provide you with a specific place in the impact site where it is safe to park vehicles containing huge valuable commodities. Otherwise, you would be ending up with a disastrous mission to distribute at all these relief operations. They could also provide you with the muscles that would help you guys to transfer from the vehicle to the barangay level or barangay hall. There's so many assistance that the incident management team can provide. So I would really, to make your life better, easier, even distribution of relief goods can be helped by the incident management team. Iwasan lang natin yung pag-relabel, no? Hindi may mga ganun na mga problema kasi alam ko po yun.
Alright, thank you so much po sa sagot, Commodore Fran. RD, meron po ba tayong follow-up question regarding on our initial question po?
Wala na, Sydney. Thank you, Commodore.
Alright, thank you so much
Thank you din, sir.
So meron po tayong sharing from our colleagues po sa DILG Codex. So to comment on this, like what we have done in APEC 2015 under naman siya ng Incident Command System. From Sir Herbert of DILG Codex. Alright, meron po ba tayong questions po? Ayan, so kakapasok lang po na tanong, is ICS necessary in the final decision, especially financial matters, lies with the LCE, especially financial matters lies with the LCE. In most complicated incidents, it requires financial support, which basically and primarily comes from the LGU's fund. Over to you, Commodore Fran.
Yes, a very nice question. All the more that EURO, ang Finance Admin Section Chief, para mabantayan talaga yung paggamit sa allocated na funds, lalo na pati yun ay subject to COA requirements at hindi yung mapapakialaman ng ninuman kung ang pondo ay galing sa munisipyo o sa city level. I agree with you. But remember, this can be people from your office that can function as the Finance and Admin Section Chief, sir, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Commodore Fran. Any follow-up questions po from LGU ba po? Ayan, so thank you daw po, Commodore Fran. Last call po siguro for questions. Maybe you can, Commodore Fran, is it okay for you to accommodate 2 more questions po?
Sure.
Thank you so much po. Thank you po, Commodore Fran. Any other questions po from our participants? Sige po, let's check din po sa YouTube channel natin kung may engagement po ang ating mga live viewers po from our YouTube channel. Ayan. So far po, wala tayong questions from YouTube channel. And I guess wala na rin po tayong questions dito po sa ating po participants from our Zoom. And with that po, again, maraming salamat po, Commodore Fran. And we'll see you po again tomorrow for the discussion naman noong reporting missing persons.
Reporting.
Module 6. Yeah, for our 6th module. And With that po again, maraming salamat po. Pwede po ba natin bigyan si Commodore Fran ng virtual clap? Ayan, so click nyo lang po yung reaction sa baba and for our virtual clap. Ito po, Commodore Fran, may pahabol po na question. Last po for this session, can we require all LGUs to activate ICS during this time of pandemic for uniform coordination?
If you have not, I would really advocate that you would, mga sirs, mga ma'am, because naka-up rin yung sa level ng lalo na sa probinsya, para sa mga madugo na nga yung strict border control, para hindi kayo mapasukan ng Indian variant. The Indian variant, we have so far 12 identified people who carry the Indian variant. And imagine if we, at the level of the regions or provinces, up yung ICS down to the municipios and cities, hindi magkakaroon ng magandang coordination kasi. I would really encourage to use ICS if you have not yet. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Ayan, muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyo, Commodore Fran Fernandez Eden of the Philippine Coast Guard, for your discussion of the overview of the Incident Command System. So sama-sama po tayo, bigyan po natin ng virtual round of applause si Commodore Fran for a very comprehensive discussion po ng ating pong first topic or ng ating pong Module 1 for today. So bago po tayo mag-take ng ating lunch, we would like to acknowledge po the presence of our local chief executives from the municipalities of Sofronio, Española, Palawan. So nandito po ngayon si Mayor Marcito Acoy. Magandang umaga po, Mayor Acoy. At nandito rin po ngayon, kasama rin po natin ang Mayor ng Santa Cruz Occidental Mindoro. Magandang umaga po, Mayor Miriam Lecano Quejano. Welcome po sa ating pong webinar series. And we would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Municipal Mayor of Cuyo, Palawan. Welcome po, Mayor Mark de los Reyes. And magandang umaga po. So ayan. Before we take our lunch, ayan, sobrang aga po natin yan, ano? Early po tayo makakapag-lunch for today. So para po dun sa mga participants natin na meron pa pong mga pahabol na questions, feel free lang po na i-chat po yan sa ating chat box, sa ating Zoom chat box. And para po doon sa ating mga viewers from our YouTube channel, feel free din po to comment it in our comment section ng ating pong live stream. Yan. At yan po ay i-collect or i-compile ng ating pong training secretariat para po masagot natin during our open forum on the third day of our activity kung saan present po yung lahat ng ating mga resource speakers. So before we... Yes po, RD. Yes po.
Pinapasalamatan po natin sila Mayors Acoy, Kiano at de los Reyes sa kanilang interes at pag-attend itong ating training. Good morning, sirs. Ma'am. Yeah. Salamat po sa pag-attend.
Ayan, maraming salamat po kay Mayor Acoy and kay Mayor Quijano and Mayor de los Reyes po ng mga different LGUs po sa MIMAROPA for attending this webinar series. So tunay nga po talaga na kapag nakasuporta ang ating pong mga local chief executives ay magiging maayos din po yung magiging ating operations. So before we take our lunch po, we would like to remind everyone to please accomplish po our required login forms. Naka-chat na po yan sa ating Zoom chat box at sa ating pong mga YouTube viewers. Yan po ay naka-comment din sa comment section ng ating live stream. So please time in po as a participant para po ma-count po namin yung inyong attendance. So, katulad nga po ng sinabi ni Ma'am Sydney kanina, yung mga participants po na magiging eligible for the certificate of completion ay yun lamang po mga participants na may kompletong time in and time out as a participant during our 3-day activity. So time check po natin, it's already 11:41 in the morning. Our afternoon session po will start at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So please make sure that you are already on board or you are already back at least 5 minutes before the start of our activity. So for our YouTube viewers po, parehong link po yung gagamitin natin. So stay lang po kayo dyan. Hindi po kami magbabago po ng ating link for our afternoon session. So yun lamang po. And happy lunch everyone and keep safe.
Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manual. Ang Listo o Operation Listo ay isang malawakang pagkilos na naglalayong ipaalam sa bawat Pilipino, lalo na sa mga lokal na pamahalaan, ang kahalagahan ng tamang paghahanda at mga tamang aksyon sa panahon ng sakuna. Dahil ang mga mayors ang nangunguna sa kanilang mga pamahalaang lokal at inaatasang maging frontliners sa paghahanda ng mga komunidad, nararapat lamang na sa kanila mismo magsimula ang pagiging listo. Kaya naman, noong taong 2014 bilang Lead Agency for Disaster Preparedness, binuo ng Department of the Interior and Local Government sa pamamagitan ng Local Government Academy ang Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manuals. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga ahensya ng National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council o NDRR-CCA, ito ay napagtibay bilang bahagi ng National Preparedness Plan at Standards upang magsilbing batayan sa paghahanda ng lahat ng lokal na pamahalaan sa bansa. Sa pagdaan ng panahon, ang Operation Listo ay lumago at napagyaman sa tulong ng iba pang mga ahensya ng pamahalaan at mga civil society organizations o CSOs. Mula sa pagiging manual o checklist, ito ay naging isang komprehensibong plataporma ng lokal na paghahanda. Sa ilalim nito ay sinimulan ang ilang mga programa upang maging listo na rin ang mga pamayanan at ang pamilyang Pilipino. Nakipagtulungan ang DILG-LGA at Philippine Public Safety College, PHIVOLCS at ilang CSOs gaya ng Save the Children Philippines at Philippine Red Cross upang simulan ang listong pamayanan na naglalayong isagawa ang mga drills sa Eastern Seaboard at mga major river basins na magbalangkas ng isang sistema para palakasin ang pagpaplano sa mga barangay at komunidad. Sa kabilang banda, ang DSWD, LGA at DILG ay bumuo rin ng gabay at mapa para sa listong pamilyang Pilipino na naging bahagi ng Family Development Sessions ng 4Ps. Napalawak muli ang pagbabahagi ng mga impormasyon ukol sa pampamilyang kahandaan sa pakikipagtulungan ng mga CSOs tulad ng Save the Children Philippines at World Food Program Philippines. 3 taon ang nakalipas nang simulang gamitin ang naturang checklist. Nararapat lamang na balikan at paunlarin ang mga nilalaman nito dulot na rin ng mas malawak na karanasan ng ating mga lokal na pamahalaan. Layunin din na sumabay ito sa mga napapanahong pandaigdigan at pambansang mga batayan gaya ng Sendai Framework for DRR, Paris Climate Agreement, SDGs at Ambisyon 2040. Sa nagdaang mga taon, ipinagpatuloy ng DILG at Local Government Academy ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa hanay ng mga CSOs, pribadong sektor at mga ahensya ng pamahalaan upang mabuo ang pangatlong bersyon ng Operation Listo Disaster Preparedness Manual for City, Municipal, Local Government Units. Kung dati, ang mga ito ay 3 magkakahiwalay na checklists, sa bagong edisyon ng manual, ito ay nakapaloob na lamang sa iisang reference material. Sa tulong nito, mas makikita ni Mayor, Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Officer, DILG Field Officer, Chief of Police at Fire Marshals ang pagkakaugnay ng kanilang mga gawain, bago, habang at pagkatapos ng kalamidad. Ano nga ba ang mga bago sa pangatlong bersyon ng manual? Ang Checklist of Early Preparedness Actions for Mayors ay ang unang bahagi ng Disaster Preparedness Manual. Hinihikayat nito ang lahat ng lokal na pamahalaan na mamuhunan sa mga proactive actions gaya ng pagtatag ng istruktura, sistema, polisiya at mga plano, pagsasanay at mga kagamitan na isinasagawa habang walang nakaambang panganib sa komunidad. Binibigyang diin sa bagong checklist na nararapat lamang siguraduhin ni Mayor ang pagkakaroon ng Memorandum of Agreement ng lokal na pamahalaan sa pribadong sektor at ibang organisasyon na kanyang nasasakupan upang maging katuwang sa panahon ng kalamidad. Kasama dito ang pagpapalakas sa kakayahan ng mga kawani at mga volunteers ng lokal na pamahalaan at ang kaakibat na listahan ng mga posibleng organisasyon o ahensya na maaaring maging partner ng LGU sa pagsasagawa ng mga trainings. Bahagi rin nito ang pagtipon at pagtiyak na may pagkukunan ng mga tamang kagamitan sa panahon ng sakuna. Samantala, ang ikalawang bahagi naman ng manual ay ang Checklist of Minimum Critical Preparedness Actions for Mayors. Dahil ang Pilipinas ay madalas na dinaraanan ng bagyo, hindi maiiwasan na habang binubuo ang mga polisiya, pinapalakas ang istruktura sa lokal na pamahalaan at ginagawa ang mga pagsasanay, ay makakaranas na ng mga bagyo, landslide, flooding o storm surge ang ating mga komunidad. Kaya naman, tulad ng dati, ang checklist na ito ay naglalaman ng mga critical preparedness actions na Alpha, Bravo at Charlie na sadyang nagiging gabay ni Mayor sa pagsasagawa ng PDRA o Pre-Disaster Risk Assessment. Ang kaukulang Critical Preparedness Warning ay tinutukoy pa rin ng DOST Pag-asa at NDRR-MC at pinapadala ng DILG Codex sa mga DILG Regional Offices at LGUs na maaapektuhan. Sa bagong Checklist of Minimum Critical Preparedness Actions for Mayors, ang bawat critical preparedness actions ay nahati na sa 4 na time frame upang mas maipakita ang progressive actions. Ang upon alert, before, during, and after actions. Bukod sa time frame, mas ginawang detalyado rin ang set of general progressive actions na dapat desisyonan at pangasiwaan ni Mayor sa Prepare, Respond, and Monitor Report Coordinate. Kung ating susuriin sa mga Critical Preparedness Actions flowcharts, maari na ring ipatupad ni Mayor ang preemptive o mandatory evacuation sa kanyang LGU kung kinakailangan, kahit ito ay nasa Alpha o Bravo alert lamang. Sa ganitong paraan ay mas matitiyak ang kaligtasan ng mga pamilya at kabuhayan ng mga nasa high and medium risk areas. Sa pagtutulungan din ng iba't ibang mga organisasyon at sektor ay mas napalawak at naging komprehensibo ang nilalaman ng mga reference boxes sa checklist. Isa pang naging karagdagan sa manual ay ang pagpapalakas sa monitoring at koordinasyon ni Mayor sa pamamagitan ng LDRRMO sa mga sangay ng LGU at mga kawani ng DILG gaya ng city at municipal LGOOs, hepe ng lokal na kapulisan at fire marshals. Ito naman ang bumubuo sa ikatlong bahagi ng manual o ang checklist for DILG, city or municipal LGOOs, COPs at FMs. Ang mga pangunahing gawain ng Chief of Police at Fire Marshals ay makikita sa flowchart na ito. Ito ay nahati sa 3 kulay na nagsisilbing gabay upang tukuyin ang pagkakaiba at pagkakapareho ng bawat gawain. Ang sumunod naman ay ang flowchart para sa DILG City o Municipal LGOOs na naglalaman ng kanyang mga gawain sa monitoring, reporting, and coordinating. Ito ay may kaakibat ding reference boxes gaya ng sa mayors na naglalaman ng mga reporting template na maaari niyang gamitin. Bilang dagdag na kaalaman at reference, minarapat ng manual na isama ang mga guidelines at mga polisiya ng iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na maaaring makatulong sa mga gagawing desisyon ng LGUs upang mas paigtingin ang kahandaan. Kasabay pa rin ng bagong bersyon ng manual para sa City Municipal LGUs, binuo rin ng DILG-LGA ang Operation Listo, Preparedness Guide for Governors, na naglalaman ng mga general at minimum actions ng governor. Gayon din ang pagbuo ng DILG National Barangay Operations Office ng Listo si CAP bilang counterpart actions naman ng punong barangay. Dagdag pa rito, ang DILG-NCR sa pakikipagtulungan sa MMDA at NCR DRR-MC ay nagpalabas ng Earthquake Preparedness Checklist upang maging handa ang mga LGUs sa Greater Metro Manila area sa mga nakaambang panganib ng Big One na maaring magdulot ng mga sakuna sa Kalakhang, Maynila at mga lalawigan sa gitnang Luzon at Timog Katagalugan. Kagaya ng naunang bersyon, Ang lahat ng makikita sa Disaster Preparedness Manual ay minimum. Maaring higitan ng LGUs ang mga aksyon na nakasaad dito batay sa pangangailangan at kakayahan ng LGU na nasasakupan. Ang layunin ng DILG sa pamamahagi ng mga Disaster Preparedness Manuals na ito ay upang sanayin ang lokal na pamahalaan. Lalo't higit ang mga taong nasa komunidad nito na laging maging listo. Sa patuloy na paggamit ng manual, inaasahan ang mas maigting na pagtutulungan ng iba't ibang sektor ng lipunan, kagaya ng akadem, NGOs, CSOs, private sectors at media sa pagharap sa mga sakunang darating. Ang ganap na kahandaan sa sakuna tulad ng bagyo ay hindi kailanman makakamit hanggat may isang sektor ang naiiwan, nagigipit
Alright, so magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Time check po, it's already 12:49. May we request po yung ating po mga participants, kung meron pa po kayong mga kasamahan na hindi pa po on board, kindly inform din po that we are about to start in 10 minutes. Also, we'll just be performing an audio and presentation check with our next speaker, Dr. Alan.
Yes, evening, good afternoon.
Audio is clear, sir.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audio is clear po.
Okay, audio is clear, video is clear.
Yes po, sir. Video as well, sir.
Presentation, let me share. Can you see my screen now?
But hindi pa lang po siya naka-presenter view.
Yeah.
And now, sir, it's good, sir.
Okay, it's good.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you so much po.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sydney.
o hindi handa. Listo dapat. Listo ikaw at ako. Listo sila. Listo tayo. Pinag-isang aksyon. Pinag-isang laban sa iisang hamon. Pagiging listo at pagiging handa. Ngayon.
Ayan, muli po magandang hapon sa ating lahat at muli po ay welcome sa PM session ng Day 1 of the DRR-CCA Webinar Series Part 2, Enhancing Capacities of the MIMAROPA Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. So ilan lamang pong training reminders bago po tayo magpatuloy sa ating pong PM session ay pinapaalalahanan po ang ating mga participants to sign in po sa ating attendance kaninang umaga po supposedly. Kung hindi pa po kayo nakapag-sign in, ay ilalagay po ng ating secretariat yung link po, yung attendance link para po kayo ay makapag-log in. So again po, daily, ang ating pong time in ay sa umaga at yung time out po natin ay mamaya pong hapon. Alright, so time check, it's already 12:56. Kung may mga kasamahan pa po kayo sa inyo pong particularly mga naka-group viewing, ayan, so please, pwede po natin silang tawagan at anyayahan. Dahil sa ilang minuto lamang po ay magpapatuloy na po muli ang ating discussion. We are currently live din po sa aming DILG MIMAROPA LGCDD YouTube channel. So kung meron po kayong nagiging problema sa inyong pong internet connection, maaari rin po kayong mag-join sa ating pong YouTube channel for the discussion. Also, again, we would like to remind our participants to sign in po sa ating attendance, yung mga hindi pa po nakapag-attendance, and take po yung ating preliminary examination. So kanina po, ito pong meeting link po ay naka-chat na rin po sa ating chat box. Ayan, so time check po, 1:00 ng hapon. At muli po magandang hapon sa ating lahat and welcome sa PM session ng Day 1 ng DRR-CCA Webinar Series Part 2, Enhancing Capacities of the MIMAROPA Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. So for this afternoon session po, magki-kick off tayo sa ating second module entitled Introduction to Management of the Dead and Missing Persons. We are actually fortunate to have our next speaker, who is currently the Chief of the DILG Central Office Disaster Information Coordinating Center, also known as CODIX, the Disaster Information Coordination and Operations Office of the DILG. He is also the national lead coordinator of the NDRR-MC's Management of the Dead and Missing, or the MDM cluster. He served as the executive director of the Patrol 117 Commission from 2013 to 2016 and the National 911 Emergency Services from 2016 to 2018. He obtained his education and trainings in DRRM, CBRNE, Crisis Management and Security Studies in the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Japan, and United States. Let us all give a warm round of virtual applause to our next speaker, our DILG Codex Chief, Director Edgar Alan Tabel. Director Tabel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sydney. Good afternoon, everyone. Kumusta na po kayo? Sana naman okay kayong lahat. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Gusto ko yung very short introduction, so let's keep it that way. Ladies and gentlemen of the DILG, the LGUs, the various agencies, partners ng DILG in the management of the dead and missing, magandang hapon pong muli sa inyong lahat. My task today is to give you an overview of the management of the dead and missing. But before that, please allow me to share my screen para okay. So can you see my screen now?
Director.
Yes, thank you. And so hopefully with this brief 80-slide introduction to MDM, I hope I will be able to inspire you. Okay, at the end of this session, lahat kayo, you're expected to know and understand the basic concept of MDM and the MDM cluster. Lahat kayo should be able to explain the MDM policy statements, or at least yung mga paborito ninyo out of the 19 MDM policy statements. Then you should also be able to explain already the MDM operational flow, understand the MDM structure, some understanding of the interface between ICS and the management of the dead and missing. And lahat kayo are expected to learn something about how MDM is practiced or implemented in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is the scope of my presentation. Now, lahat tayo alam natin that the Philippines is a land of beauty. Hindi na yan may pagkakaila, di ba? But hindi rin natin pwedeng ipagkaila that the Philippines is also a laboratory of disasters, especially natural disasters. Kasi alam natin, ang bansa natin lies along the Pacific Typhoon Belt and the Pacific Ring of Fire. So forgive the data here. I know it needs updating. But as you can see here, between 1970 to 2014, there were a total of 707 tropical cyclones which entered the Philippine area of responsibility. And 707 of those tropical cyclones were considered destructive. Diba? So halos kalahati ng mga bagyong tumama between that period ay destructive. And that's an average of about 7 every year. From this chart, hindi kasama si Yolanda, or ang Typhoon Yolanda, you can see that we suffered the most number of deaths in 2011 during the aftermath of Tropical Storm Sendong, and the second highest number of missing persons in 2012 in the aftermath of Tropical Storm Pablo. Kung isasama natin ang Typhoon Yolanda, then definitely, okay, there, the most number of disaster deaths are attributable to Yolanda in 2013. Our experience during Typhoon Yolanda was the turning point. The disaster response clusters were improved, and the management of the dead and missing persons cluster was born. The NDRR-MC improved the humanitarian response cluster system and added 3 new clusters, among them the management of the dead and missing persons cluster, or simply the MDM cluster. These are contained in the National Disaster Response Plans, of which today we have 3. The NDRP for hydromet hazards, the NDRP for geologic and tsunami hazards, or earthquake and tsunami, and the NDRP for terrorism-related incidents or the consequence management of human-induced disasters. So these are the humanitarian clusters today, also called disaster response clusters. Yung tatlong NDRP ay nagbibigay ng mandates sa iba't ibang ahensya at organisasyon. Among them, of course, is the MDM cluster led by the DILG as the lead convener. It is important to understand that DILG is only the coordinator of the cluster. DILG assists the LGUs in organizing their own MDM teams and orchestrate the MDM operations on the ground. And to see to it that every subcluster is working or capable. The other tasks of the cluster shall be fulfilled by the partner agencies. These are the laws and policies governing the MDM. It is worthy noting that after several years of extensive researches and consultative meetings, NDRMC Memorandum Circular Number 19 series of 2016 was finally approved last May 13, 2016. Mahabang panahon po ito. Imagine, numpisahan tong buuin or i-develop yung MC19 or yung rules and regulations governing the implementation of management of the dead and missing persons in the Philippines in, I think, February of 2014. And this was approved finally on May 13, 2016. So this MC, which is now the Bible, I always call this the MDM Bible, provides the clear definitions of the roles and responsibilities of every agency and LGU in MDM, which they must undertake, and provides for a common system for implementing agencies. So itong mga laws and policies na nakalista dito can provide concrete and concise references if there should be any queries or problems raised during MDM operations. MC 19, series of 2016. That's the rules and regulations governing the implementation of MDM. Section 4 of RA 10121, or yung Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. We also have Section 102 of Republic Act 7160, or the Local Government Code, Chapter 21 of PD 856. That's the IRR of PD 856. Ang PD 856 po, yan ang Sanitation Code of the Philippines. Chapter 21 specific sa disposal of dead bodies or dead persons. And we are guided by the Department of Health Administrative Order 2007-0018, or the National Policy on the Management of the Dead and Missing Persons during Disasters and Emergencies, and including yung new Civil Code of the Philippines. Also, yung provision on the petition for declaration of presumptive death, yung OGCR, Office of the Office of the General Civil Registrar, Administrative Order Number 1, Series of 93. That is the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act 3753 and other laws on civil registration. We also have the ILG MC 2016-139, issued on October 3, 2016, which updates the specification of cadaver bags for the management of the dead and missing persons. And of course, the National Disaster Response Plans, yung tatlo. The Department of Health Administrative Order Number 2007-0018, or the National Policy on the Management of the Dead and Missing Persons during Emergencies and Disasters, became the backbone for the NDRMC MC19 series of 2016. So parang doon nag-umpisa ang lahat after the NDRMC revamped the humanitarian cluster system in 2014 following Yolanda. Ang aming unang nahanap na dokumento which became the basis of the MDM today is yung DOH-AO 2007-18. So most of the AO's policy directives were adopted, and this AO provided a clearer perspective on how MDM should be approached. So ano nga ba ang MDM at bakit siya mahalaga? Okay, in times of disasters and emergencies, the dignified and proper management of the dead in disasters is basic, is fundamental to help the families know the fate of their relatives and mourn their dead. Management of dead bodies and body parts is a key element of disaster response. The proper management of dead bodies and body parts is a core component of disaster response, together with rescue and care of survivors and the provision of essential services. Dati kasi last priority, di ba? Unahin mo na yung mga survivors, which is okay naman. Yun naman talaga yung, if you're doing humanitarian work, yun ang una mong iisipin. But before we have formally organized the MDM cluster, parang inaabot ng 2-3 araw, especially if you look back to what happened during Typhoon Yolanda, weeks, 2 weeks, marami pang mga patay na nagkalat. So we realized that it should not be so. We know that MDM, or the management of the dead bodies and body parts, is a core component of disaster response. So kailangan sabay. Hindi siya pwedeng mahuli. So this practice will also pave the way towards early recovery and rehabilitation. We took note of what happened during the Marawi crisis, and nakita namin na kung hindi kaagad na-retrieve yung mga human remains, mahihirapan mag-umpisa yung early recovery and rehabilitation. Now, yung NDRR-CCA Memorandum Circular Number 19 Series of 2016, as I always call it, the Bible of MDM. Meron siyang 19 policy statements. But to me, 2 lang ang pinaka-importante, which I call the core policy statements. Number 1, dead persons have the right to be found, retrieved, identified, and buried according to their religious and culturally acceptable norms. So hindi lang yung pag-retrieve ng bangkay ng dead disaster victim, but merong karapatan ang patay. Prior to this, before Yolanda, actually, I did not believe the dead have rights. Siyempre, hindi niya makiklaim yung rights na yon. But after having seen what happened to the thousands of dead bodies littered all over Tacloban and in other places in Samar and Leyte after Yolanda, and after seeing the agony of the surviving relatives, families of the dead, I accepted the fact na the dead victims of disasters have rights. And so this is one of the 19 policy statements of MC19 series of 2016. This is the most important to me. But of course, you have to read all 19 policy statements, get a copy of NDR-MC MC19. And then the second most important policy statement is the inherent dignity of the dead shall be observed at all times. And you will see in many other documents of MDM a reiteration of these 2 policy statements. And siguro mamaya meron kayong mapapansin in the course of our discussions how these 2 policies will come out in every few other documents that are related to the practice of MDM. Also, the policy aims to strengthen the coordination and collaboration among partner agencies and stakeholders. Also to ensure efficient, timely, and well-coordinated action in the management of the dead and missing persons. And establish resource sharing mechanism among the key players in MDM sa lahat ng level, from the national down to the barangay level. Itong MC na ito, we are very proud to say and announce that this MC was signed by all the 4 vice chairpersons and the chairperson of the NDR-MC. Yeah. Now, the MDM cluster has 4 subclusters. So yung columns na nasa color blue, there are 4 of them, starting with disaster victim identification, disposition of the dead, that's the final disposition and arrangements for the dead, and management of missing persons, and management of bereaved families. So each subcluster is being led by a specific office or agency with the support of various other DRRM agencies at the national level and even also at the LGU level. It is also worth to note that the MDM cluster has an interface mechanism with the search, rescue, and retrieval cluster. Yung column na nasa pinaka-left in white, that's the search and retrieval subcluster of the SRR cluster, which is led by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. So, nakalagay yan dyan sa slide na yan because when there is a disaster, every time that there is a disaster, the search and retrieval subcluster of SRR works very closely with the DVI subcluster of MDM. So parang ano yan sila, kambal tuko yan sila. They have to work together to be able to both accomplish their respective missions. So this slide shows the MDM operational flow where SRR and MDM are interfaced. So it is understood that DVI starts or commence, then the management of missing persons, kasabay ng DVI on the assumption na merong mga reported missing persons. You have to understand, maybe it can be explained more later, that you will not succeed in performing disaster victim identification if on the assumption na hindi identified, no? Unidentified yung mga disaster victims na namatay, if you don't look for the reported missing persons, if you are not successful in searching for or managing missing persons. So, halos pagkasabayan sila kapag yung DVI at saka management of missing persons kapag merong reported missing persons. And then, kapag positive ang nangyayari dyan, then we are able to move on to the disposition of the dead or the final arrangements for the dead. Makikita nyo, yung lahat ng ginagawa on the left, when we do MDM, we're not doing it for the sake of the dead alone. In fact, when we do management of the dead and missing, we're actually doing it for the bereaved families. Okay, siyempre yung patay-patay na yun eh. Hindi na yun makakaramdam ng pagod, hirap, sakripisyo. Ngayon pa lang, when you're attending this training, you're already beginning to empower yourselves to help future bereaved families. Diba? Hindi nyo alam. Hindi natin alam. Baka tayo yung magiging future bereaved families. Ayaw naman natin magkaganon, di ba? But it's better to be anticipatory, better to prepare ourselves for this eventuality. Kasi nga, we have already accepted that the Philippines is a laboratory of natural disasters. So, DVI. Ano ba ang DVI? DVI is the method used to identify victims of mass casualty incidents, either man-made or natural. So, it is very rare to identify a victim of a major disaster by visual recognition. Usually, yung visual recognition or yung namumukha, nakikilala sa pamamagitan ng mukha, nangyayari lang yan during the first few hours. If the assumption is hindi nasira yung facial features. But usually in the Philippines, and we're a tropical country, in 2 or 3 days, even more, nadideform na, nagkakaroon na ng advanced decomposition, and it will no longer be possible or very difficult to identify a dead person using visual recognition. So it's important to use fingerprints, dental records, or even DNA samples for a conclusive identification. So mga forensic pathologists at iba pang related technical experts ang kailangan to perform DVI. So in the process of performing DVI, nag-uumpisa yan when all retrieved bodies and body parts are turned over ng mga search and rescue units to the NBI in the case of a natural disaster, or to the PNP in the case of man-made or even induced disasters for identification and accounting. Itong proseso na to, hindi lang ito basta na-retrieve o sa inyo na yan. Hindi ganon. There's a strict chain of custody mechanism which will identify and clearly track the flow of not only the human remains or the dead body, but also all the evidences, all the physical and material evidences that are part of the dead body or human remains that were retrieved. No? And all such other related information. Medyo complicated yan. We will not be discussing that so much here kasi nasa overview pa lang tayo. But in the course of this, of your training, I'm sure you will be going into the details of each of these stages as the experts which we have requested to provide their lectures will be able to describe all of these to you. Okay? So, and then yung medical legal officers naman ng NBI or ng PNP, whichever is the lead agency in whatever type of disaster, will be the ones issuing the certificate of identification kapag successful naman yung identification process and na-identify yung mga dead bodies. So yung final disposition or final arrangements for the dead, ito ay ginagawa with the LGU in charge of the concerned LGU, in charge of burying identified and also unidentified processed dead bodies. Processed bodies means na-retrieve, na-ilag or na-record na, so nasa chain of custody na yung kung sino man yung pagpapasapasahan ng specimen na yon, dead body or human remains, and dumaan sa tamang proseso. So yun ang tinatawag nating processed bodies. So this is in coordination. The LGU will always be in coordination with the NBI or the PNP or both actually. Kasi may mga maraming cases na rin na pareho. Yung dalawa ay nagtatandem. The LGU is responsible for the final disposition or final arrangements of unclaimed identified dead bodies. Identified, pero hindi ma-locate yung next of kin or rightful claimants or for whatever reasons hindi na-claim but kailangan ng ilibing. So it's the responsibility of the concerned LGU to handle the final arrangements or disposition. The LGU is also responsible for the final disposition of unidentified bodies. So unidentified, so walang claimant talaga kasi unidentified, pero kailangan ng ilibing in the collective graves or individual graves. Let me emphasize this. Yung mass grave at saka collective grave ay hindi ho magkapareho yon. Yung dating palaging sinasabi ng media na mass grave, ang actual na nangyayari doon ay magkakaroon ng isang malaking hukay at ilalagay na lang doon sa isang hukay yung maraming bangkay and then tatabunan. That is what is not commonly known as mass grave. We don't do that. Bawal po yan sa MDM. Ang tinatawag nating collective grave ay yung isang area, isang site, pero bawat bangkay or even a single body part ay magkakaroon ng iisang libingan, sariling libingan. But it's in a same area, isang lugar lang. And so that's in the practice of MDM, ang tawag diyan ay collective grave. Or kung isa lang yon, so individual grave. A collective grave is composed of several individual graves with markings. Kung unidentified yan, ang ginagamit natin ay yung mga unique case numbers or mga label. Your DVI instructor maybe tomorrow will be able to explain and provide more details on that. And of course, all identified body parts and corpses or dead bodies shall be turned over to the rightful claimant or legitimate claimants. I'm sure meron kaming partner, meron tayong partner na practitioner sa legal profession during your webinar. So I'm hoping that you will complete. This is a 3-day webinar, I understand. So sana makompleto nyo to because there's a lot to be learned about this. And a lawyer partner will be able to explain to you ano yung kaibahan ng rightful claimant at saka legitimate claimant. Okay, so merong mga ganong kaso, I can provide several examples, but just to be brief about this, may mga pagkakataon na po na nangyari na isang bangkay ng isang disaster victim ay pinag-agawan ng 3 pamilya. You know, and all three claimants claim that they are the rightful or the legitimate claimant. So the courts had to decide. So there will be several examples about this. And on the matter of exhumation of dead bodies, the exhumation should be done in the presence of local health officials using or applying proper disinfection on the disinterment area. So may sistema yan. Pag pinayagan ng korte or ng proper office yung exhumation, dapat when the exhumation of the dead bodies are performed, hindi yung mga pamilya ang gagawa noon. Dapat kasama ang local health official kasi sila yung maniniguro na ma-apply yung infection prevention and control or proper disinfection doon sa area kung saan kukunin yung bangkay at kung saan dadalhin yung bangkay after it is exhumed. And last, the LGUs shall acquire adequate supply of cadaver bags that are compliant to the specifications set by the Department of Health. Alam ko merong DILG issuance dito. I just forgot the MC, but maybe in the course of this webinar as well, we'll be able to look for the document and masi-share din yan sa inyo ng secretary. So, management of missing persons. Hindi lahat ng sinasabing missing can be reported as missing. I remember this very well when we were trying to document the effects or impact of Super Typhoon Yolanda. Yung isang na-interview namin, sinasabi niya, bago kami na-wash out ng tubig, so storm surge, katabi ko pa po siya. Pero nung mamaya, tumaas bigla yung tubig, nung nahimaspasan na ako, nagising na ako, wala na ho yung katabi ko. So, i-report ko po siya na missing. Hindi po ganon yung pangyayari. So, anyway, a person can only be considered missing
Director Tabel?
Sorry. Yeah.
Ayan. Akin na po.
Na-mute ba?
Yes,
Sorry.
sir. Thank you po.
Okay. A person can only be considered missing kapag merong report, no, official report, yung any relatives or concerned persons to the local police station. Okay, hindi sa kung saan-saan nire-report. Dapat sa local police station, kapaliwanag ko, dahil ang PNP, lalo na yung local PNP station, ang lead agency sa management of missing persons. Okay, so sila yung, sa kanila dapat magre-report tayo kapag mayroong missing persons. Anyway, kahit palang disaster naman, di ba? Kapag mayroong nawawalang kamag-anak natin or yung isa sa mga anak natin ay hindi umuwi, hindi, nawawala. So, sa police tayo pumupunta. Ganun pa rin kahit may disaster, lalo na kung may disaster. Pero ang DSWD, upon report of a missing person, dapat mag-conduct ng verification ang DSWD among the records of their centers. Di ba? May mga iba't ibang centers sila. If there is an evacuation center or several evacuation centers in the vicinity or in the LGU, yung DSWD or yung local SWDO should conduct a verification first. Kasi marami na rin cases yan na i-report na kamag-anak, nawawala yung kanyang kamag-anak. Yun pala, nandun lang sa kabilang evacuation center or sa evacuation center ng kabilang bayan. So, maraming ganung mga kaso. So, yun yung proseso natin, i-report sa police, then the police will know what to do, the DSWD will verify. And like I said, at the tactical level or at the ground level, the local PNP is the lead agency in the management of missing persons. At the national level naman, ang PNP is represented by the PNP Directorate for Police Community Relations. Ang mga local social welfare offices sa probinsya, sa city, sa municipality, they are also required after a major disaster to establish local or within their jurisdiction missing persons and social welfare inquiry desks. Okay, so doon magre-report yung mga tao, may nawawala kaming kamag-anak. Dapat may police doon para comply yung requirement ng policy na dapat PNP ang lead sa missing persons cluster, and the SWD should be able to verify its records or the occupants of the different centers that they are running. And the DSWD or the local SWDO should also ensure available or alternative sources of information, hindi lang yung nasa evacuation center. So, mas alam kasi ng LGU kung ano yung gagawin para mahanap agad yung isang missing person. So, lahat ng available methods or sources of information ay dapat i-exhaust ng LGU. In this case, through the local Social Welfare and Development Office. And they're also required or mandated to validate and process documents of missing persons presumed to be dead. There will be a discussions on this more, if not later in this presentation, maybe in the next modules when you talk about the legal aspects of MDM. And then the validated list of missing persons presumed to be dead shall be submitted from the local SWDO to the local chief executive for approval and endorsement to the regional DRM council. Si regional DRM council naman, kapag in-approve na nila, kapag na-verify na nila kompleto yung dokumento at wala nang problema sa pag-approve, aprubahan niya ng regional DRM council, and they will issue a certificate of missing person presumed to be dead during disaster. So there's very little legal basis for doing this, but our DRM system would really exhaust all that it can to be able to help the bereaved families move on and provide closure after the disaster. So kung kinakailangan kung wala namang malinaw naman na walang legal na harang or pwedeng i-approve, no? Then the RDRIMCs, they are given that mandate to approve or to issue the certificate of missing persons. Ito kasi yung certificate na to, kapag magkaroon na ang isang pamilya, no, isang taong nawawala, entitles them to several benefits. So kaya marami ang naghahabol nito, at ang gobyerno naman through our regional DRM councils ay gagawin ng lahat para mai-provide ito sa mga bereaved families. So like I said, we're doing MDM not only for the benefit of recovering, retrieving, and providing final arrangements for the dead, but more importantly to bereaved families. Kasi sila yung mga buhay, sila yung survivors, sila yung karapat-dapat bigyan ng tulong. So the concerned LGU shall provide for the physiological needs of the bereaved, which includes food assistance, financial assistance, livelihood assistance, clothing assistance, shelter assistance, management of orphans, and food or cash for work. Marami, di ba? But you know, the key, ang susi dito, and I know there are many LGUs listening or joining us, ang susi ng lahat ng ito ay ilagay lahat yan sa local dream plan. And kung ano yung kayang gawin this year, next year, ilagay lahat yan sa annual investment program. Okay? Para siguradong ma-implement. Now, it needs careful planning, but unless you have it in your local dream plan and your AIP, then you will not be able to provide that for bereaved families. Sasabihin niya lang, sorry, walang perang gobyerno. When in fact, you have money. You're not even able to spend all of your local dream fund. No? Ang problema usually ay hindi na ilalagay sa plano at hindi na bibigyan ng tamang planning. Okay, then the social needs of bereaved families includes yung family support or peer support system. Marami kasi, lalo na kung nag-iisa na lang siya. We have also seen this a number of times. Lahat ng mga anak niya namatay. Yung tatay, yung nanay at mga anak namatay lahat sa disasters. Yung tatay na lang mag-isang naiwan. Ayaw niya nang lumabas ng bahay, ayaw niya nang kumain, ayaw rin niyang uminom. I mean, most people would drink to death, di ba? Maglalasing. But this person, parang ayaw niya na rin mabuhay. Kulang na lang talaga, magsusuicide siya. Pero it's clear that kailangan niya ng psychological and social assistance. So these are just some of the things that pwedeng gawin. No? Like, yun na nga, yung peer support, yung providing educational assistance and providing for the legal needs And also yung psychological needs, including psychological first aid, and other special needs such as psychiatric or mental services. Okay, parang segue tayo ng konti. The Philippines, matagal-tagal na rin. I cannot remember exactly kung ilang taon na. But since I started in DRRM in 2011, ang unang-unang training na nakuha ko sa pag-join ko sa DRRM is yung incident command system. I think I got my training in June of 2012. So I started in August 2011. My level 1 ICS training was in June 2012. So hanggang ngayon, hindi lang sa crisis, emergency, disaster management, ginagamit natin ang incident command system, kahit sa mga planned events, concerts, malalaking activities sa simbahan like the translasyon ng Black Nazarene and so on and so forth. So the incident command system has been proven as a very important and effective on-scene, on-the-ground tool for incident management. And the MDM tactical operations, tactical level ng MDM, works because it follows the ICS protocols and procedures. I think earlier today, if I'm not mistaken, you had your introduction to ICS, and I'm sure many of you have already undergone MDM trainings. So ito, I think this was also presented in Module 1. Hindi na natin ulitin yan. I think ito rin, kasama sa Module 1. I think ito rin. So you have seen this already earlier. So at the tactical level, the resources of response clusters will work under the command of the IMT following ICS principles. Specifically, the response clusters provide resources to the IMT following the check-in procedures during through the planning section. So itong mga resources na to, na dala-dala ng bawat response cluster, will be placed under the operational control of the incident management team. But yung administrative control ng mga clusters na yon, or yung mga agents or mga unit na yon, or even the personnel are still under the administrative control of the sending agency or organization. Halimbawa, kung DILG, yung mga members no, kasi MDM, no? When they deploy and report to the ICS or the IMT, check-in sila doon, they will be placed under the operational control of the IMT. So ang IMT na ang incident commander na lalo ang bahala kung paano gagamitin yung resources na yon. Pero yung administrative control ay mananatili doon sa mga sending agency like DILG in this example. So also at tactical level, yung resources ng response clusters operate as units under the operations and planning sections of the IMT, whichever is appropriate. Okay, so kasi hindi naman lahat ilalagay sa operations section. May mga ibang resources na mas appropriate sa planning section. But they all have to abide by the principles of ICS under the tactical supervision of the assigned incident commander. So here we have the 3 levels of response. Policy, nasa pinakaitaas, that's the highest element, the policy level, where the overall decisions are made. So yung priorities, yung strategic decisions, these are being decided and made by the responsible official at this level, sa policy level or the strategic level if you belong to the corporate world. As you have learned in ICS, yung responsible official is the person vested with decision-making authority. Usually, ito yung head of the agency. Under the policy level, the responsible official is expected to, number 1, make policy decisions, number 2, establish priorities, and number 3, to resolve critical issues. And yung nasa gitna, yun yung coordination level. So coordination is where the Emergency Operations Center plays a very important role together with the response clusters. Doon sa EOC or the coordination level, nagkikita-kita yung mga clusters at yung EOC. And the EOC and the clusters operate by, number 1, mobilizing and tracking resources, yung availability and yung use, no, or employment of resources. And then collecting, analyzing, and disseminating situation reports and information. So yun yung nangyayari. EOC is the one specifically collecting, analyzing, and disseminating SIP reps and various types of information, even intelligence. And yung clusters naman, they're the ones mobilizing, generating resources, stacking resources, and then as they are told kung saan dadalhin yung resources by the EOC, by the incident management teams through the EOC, then they will facilitate the movement of these resources, including tracking the utilizations of these resources. Now, to make the dynamics of ICS and the response clusters effective, yung EOC ay kailangan, di ba? Nasa gitna siya, siya yung coordinator, siya yung repository of information, and serves as the main coordination hub. The EOC serves as the link between the ICS and the clusters. The cluster shall ensure availability. Sorry, nawawala ba? Okay, I'll just repeat. Coordination is where the EOC and the response clusters meet to mobilize and track resources for the response clusters, and for the EOC to collect, analyze, and disseminate information or situational reports. So doon nangyayari yung coordination and the tracking and even most of the planning of the tactical, or the operational planning rather, nangyayari sa coordination level. And on the ground, you have command and control. So ito yung tactical level, usually on scene or on site. And this is where ICS is applied. So, di ba, ang ICS is a on-scene incident management tool. So, under the command and control, yung IMT undertakes the implementation of tactical response by, number one, commanding responders for on-scene operations. Number two, controlling and managing the resources deployed tactically on the ground. So, sila yung IMT ang nag-identify ng needs, requests support from the operational level. And kapag dumating na yon, ang IMT sa command and control or tactical level deploys and manages the resources. And of course, number three, reporting the progress and updates on the operations papunta sa pinakamataas na official, which is the responsible official, through the Emergency Operations Center. Sorry. The EOC works for coordination, hindi policy, hindi command and control ang EOC. Coordination ang EOC. Decisions are made by the responsible official at the policy level, and at the tactical level, this is usually the call of the incident commander. Okay, so this slide shows how the MDM functions. Nasa green boxes, if you can see that. Makikita dyan how the MDM works within the three levels of response. So take note that although yung search and retrieval, nasa left side, is not part of the MDM cluster, we place them in green boxes just to emphasize its importance to MDM. Kung ako lang masusunod, dapat ang search and retrieval kasama yan sa MDM cluster. But of course, there are good reasons why it is made part of the SRR cluster instead. So the core operational principle in the MDM action plan is coordination and reporting. This binds all phases of the action plan and ensures flexibility and interoperability. So itong principle na to na natutunan natin sa MDM, this was first tested in battle during the Marawi crisis, and this was proven effective. Yan. Okay. So the following slides will show you on the different, will show you the different phases of actions. Phase 1 is retrieval of dead bodies and human remains. Phase 2, disaster victim identification. Phase 2 also, di ba? Sabi ko kasabay siya ng DVI, yung management of missing persons. Usually these are done simultaneously kapag merong reported missing persons. Phase 3, management of bereaved families. Sorry, phase 3, final disposition pala, o final disposition and final arrangements for the dead. And Phase 4, management of bereaved families. So, and at the core, or the core actions of coordination and report. Okay. Ngayon, briefly lang, this is another shift. Pag-usapan natin ng konti, mga 35 slides lang. Ang tungkol sa mga batas, policy at protocol when managing dead victims of the COVID-19 pandemic, including our experience in repatriating OFWs who died abroad. In our previous webinars and trainings prior to this one, hindi kasama itong portion na to sa module. But dahil Region 4B ito, at special yan sa Codex, and siyempre nandito sa Sydney, and of course my partner RD Willie Suico, we are including this para maging comprehensive na itong module na ito for all the participants this afternoon. Okay, so ano bang pandemic? Ang daming, so many people have written about pandemics. So many people have described the situation as a medical health emergency, a public health emergency, and so on. Sa atin, sa DRRM, ang pandemic ay isang uri ng biological disaster. So a biological disaster is a natural disaster involving disease, disability, or death on a large scale among human beings, among animals and plants, due to either bacteria, virus, or toxins. So as of June 4, 2021, ano ba ngayon? June 7, so 3 days ago, DOH reported a total of 21,537 deaths. Sa Pilipinas lang yan, 21,537 ang namatay out of the 1,255,337 confirmed COVID cases. That's a fatality ratio of 1.7 deaths for every 100 confirmed cases. So on the same day, June 4, there were 60,794 active cases. So you get 1.7% out of 60,794 by multiplying that 60,794 by 0.017, that's 1,033, 1033. So it's possible that 1,033 out of the 60,794 active cases ay pwedeng mamatay based on statistics. That's based on the CFR of 1.7 deaths per 100 cases. So those are huge numbers, man. Nakakatakot isipin. Out of the 60,000, statistics are telling us 1,000 could die. Ooh. Diba? So definitely, during this pandemic, hindi natin dapat i-neglect yung management of the dead. Especially because worldwide, more than 3 million people already died because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And in the Philippines, more than 21,000 people have already died. Actually, the number is higher. Hindi lang 21,000 in reality. But I will explain later on, marami kasi mga cases na hindi confirmed. Cases under investigation, persons under investigation. So, hindi confirmed, so hindi kasama sa na-report sa confirmed. But there are statistics that will show, if we add it up, it's going to be a much higher number than what is daily presented by DOH. So, kailangan all of us must know how to do this. It's been more than a year, di ba? And dapat by now, more than a year na, experts na tayong lahat. Pero, ewan ko, for many of us, mukhang ngayon lang natin narinig paano itong MDM, at lalo na paano ba ang MDM sa pandemic sa COVID-19. So, meron pong National Task Force Against COVID-19. Ito po yung National Task Force chaired by the SND, Secretary Delphine Lorenzana, co-chaired by the DILG Secretary, Ed Año, and the Chief Implementer, Secretary Galvez, who is the Chief Implementer of the National Action Plan Against COVID-19. This morning kasi, narinig ko sa media, sa TV report, dinescribe si Secretary Galvez during an interview na siya ang chief implementer ng NTF, the National Task Force for COVID-19. So there's a mix-up of all these titles and all of these descriptions. I just wanted to clarify that the NTF, the National Task Force Against COVID-19, is chaired by the Secretary of National Defense and co-chaired by the DILG. Okay, so meron tayong ganyan. And in the NTF against COVID, there is a subtask unit for management of the dead. At yung nakasulat dyan, that's 2, 4, 6, 8 bullets. Ayan ang critical tasks na binigay sa subtask unit on the management of the dead. So it's don't be confused of the subtask unit. Marami kasing layers yan eh. But it's just the same as pagdating mo sa level ng STU na yan, it's really the same MDM cluster that you have at the DILG region, at the municipal, at the provincial or city levels. So hindi nagbabago except for new protocols which are related to infection prevention and control. Hopefully we'll be able to touch on that shortly. So hindi ko na babasahin, mahaba yan. Anyway, you can ask for a copy of this presentation from the Secretariat. But these are the critical tasks given to the subtask unit on management of the dead. So all of the actions, whether national or local, are guided by these policies, guidelines, and recommendations. Una, yung DOH Department Memorandum 2020-0067 dated February 3, 2020, or the guidelines on the disposal and shipment of the remains of confirmed cases of 2019 nCoV ARD. From the name of the disease itself, malalaman mo na napakaaga pa nitong document na ito. But even so, up to now, this has not been changed. So ibig sabihin, marami sa mga recommendations dito sa guidelines na pinalabas ng DOH are still effective. In fact, all of the items in these guidelines are still effective or are still useful even up to this day. Number 2, yung IATF Resolution Number 15 dated March 24, 2020. Yung DILG Memorandum Circular 2020-063 dated March 27, 2020. Or the interim guidelines on the management of human remains for persons under investigation and confirmed COVID-19 cases. And DOH and DILG Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1 dated April 16, 2020. Or the supplementary guidelines to DILG MC 2020-063, which is largely based on existing laws, rules, and regulations, including the Sanitation Code. Parang ni-reiterate lang, pinagsama lang into one issuance, and then nag-provide lang ng link, no? para malinaw yung flow. So in practice, tayo sa MDM cluster, we follow the WHO's interim guidance on infection prevention and control for the safe management of a dead body in the context of COVID-19. We are also guided and supported by our partners from the International Committee of the Red Cross and of course, yung ating sariling Philippine Red Cross. Since the day the MDM cluster was activated last year for COVID-19 response, so far we have only activated dalawang subclusters, the disposition of the dead and the management of bereaved families subclusters. At pareho ito led by concerned local government units. Okay, let's talk about the DILG MC 2020-063. So maraming importanteng features itong MC 2020-63 na ito. For example, in the handling of human remains, standard and transmission-based precautions, and all DOH recommended guidelines and procedures must be strictly observed. Standard precautions and transmission-based precautions pertain to sets of infection prevention and control practices used to prevent the transmission of diseases that can be acquired by contact with blood, body fluids, and mucous membranes. Dito din ini-emphasize ang proper practice ng donning and doffing ng PPE, yung pagsusuot at pagtatanggal ng mga PPE, and disposing of infectious wastes, katulad ng syringe, cotton balls, linen, face masks, at marami pa, mga infectious wastes. And MC 2020-63 also reiterates the recommendations of the WHO and the Pan American Health Organization, or PAHO, that the remains of COVID-19 cases can be buried or cremated. Pwedeng ilibing or pwedeng i-cremate. Nung bago pa lang ang pandemic last year, there was confusion kasi among LGUs on the burial of Muslim COVID-19 victims in the Muslim cemetery within their jurisdiction. The lack of knowledge and understanding of this situation led to this, yung MC 2020-63, and yung supplementary guidelines para ma-clarify yung mga issues na lumabas. It also provides that burial, but preferably cremation, should be done within 12 hours from the time of death. This is a reiteration of the provisions of the Sanitation Code of the Philippines. So nasa batas na yan na kapag ang isang tao ay namatay sa isang communicable disease or infectious disease, kailangan mailibing kaagad, whether burial, pero preferably cremation, within 12 hours from the time of death. Again, 2020-063 also requires the local government units to designate and commission reputable funeral service providers to handle the remains of COVID-19 victims. Hindi kasi lahat ng LGUs sa Pilipinas ay merong crematorium, di ba? Especially in the provinces. So talagang doon, wala silang option to cremate, but they really have to bury. Pero yung paglilibing, maraming kailangang i-consider. You know, dapat during the burial itself, walang gathering ng maraming tao. Pero hindi naman na nakakahawa as long as tama yung pagka-handle, pagbalot ng dead confirmed case ng COVID. Sorry. So, walang option yung ibang mga LGUs, ng maraming LGUs, except to really bury and not to cremate. But for areas like in Metro Manila and other metropolitan centers na merong mga crematoriums, it is the preferred method of final disposition. So again, meron pang mga key provisions, details, and specifics ang MC 2020-063, which will help guide the local government units, disaster response personnel, funeral service staff, health professionals, and bereaved families. So mahaba yan, hindi na natin babasahin isa-isa, but I hope you'll have your copy so you can go through it one by one. Sa DILG, meron kaming kultura, or mindset. So itong mindset na to, this kind of sticks with us whenever we develop a system, lalo na itong system to address the proper management of dead bodies sa panahon ng COVID-19. Ginawa ng DILG together with our partners ang isang interim manual which contains the policies, protocols, and procedures, or 3Ps. No? So if you are familiar with the Operation Listo manuals, itong interim manual na to is easy to use and will be very useful for planning and implementing the proper management of the remains of PUIs and confirmed COVID-19 cases. This manual has been disseminated to all LGUs through the DILG field offices. Kung wala pa kayo, or even the DILG office, lalo na yung mga nag-attend dito ngayong hapon, wala pa kayong kopya nito, hindi nyo pa ito nakita, you can also visit the LGA website and download this manual for free. Can you believe that? For free? So, on March 31, 2020, nag-issue ang DILG ng memorandum sa lahat ng mga DILG regional directors, including the BARM, Minister of the Interior and Local Government, asking them to monitor compliance by the LGUs to DILG MC 2020-063. Kailangan ma-monitor kung talaga bang nakarating yung MC na yan, naintindihan ng LGU at nai-implement ba nila ng tama. And kung hindi naman nila nagagawa or hindi nila kayang isagawa, then i-facilitate na matulungan sila para ma-implement ng tama yung MC 2020-063. The Interagency Technical Working Group, which reviewed the DILG MC 2020-063 at merong DOH Department Memorandum 2020-067, So itong TWG na ito, kasama tayo, recognized that several provisions of these two policies needed to be clarified, updated, or enhanced. So after these two issuances were released or policies were released, nagkaroon ng feedback agad at maraming mga tanong, maraming mga nagsasabing hindi nila maintindihan, naguguluhan sila. So this interagency TWG was immediately formed so that on April 16, barely 3 weeks after DILG-MC 2020-63 was issued, ang DILG at ang DOH came out with a joint memorandum circular on the suppletory guidelines to DILG-MC 2020-063. So some of its key features are the adoption of the new COVID-19 case classifications. It clarifies which agencies or who are the persons charged with the duty of burial, the process of disposition of the remains of COVID-19 cases, the cost of burial, the transfer of human remains from one LGU to another, and also emphasizes a lot on coordination. So these are the new case classifications according to DOH: suspect, probable, and confirmed COVID-19 case. Wala na yung persons under monitoring, PUM, persons under investigation, PUI. Ang tawag na sa kanila ngayon, suspect, probable, or confirmed. And this is following an international standard. So iisa na lang yung ina-adapt na case classification ng COVID sa buong mundo. Ito yon. So itong joint memorandum circular na to defines and explains clearly, halimbawa ito, persons charged with the duty of burial. If the deceased has left no spouse or relatives, na merong, so walang kamag-anak or mga relatives na may kakayahan to shoulder the necessary expenses, then the duty of burial devolves to the LGU. Batas po ito na ni-reiterate lang dito sa joint MC na ito. In the disposition of human remains, if walang claimant or yung relatives refuse to or are unable to claim, refuse to, just simply refuse, but it has to be in writing, and or unable kasi malayo sila or wala din sila kakayahan. So ito ho yung order of priority of disposal. So government takes over, the LGU takes over. So walang, yung relatives, they have no say about it because they have already waived their rights to claim, di ba? They refuse. So ito na yung priority. Kapag tinake over na ng LGU, dahil sila na ngayon yung by default, sa kanila made-devolve yung responsibility, their order priority first is to either cremate or to use double-sealed casket and then ililibing, or to use double bag and then ililibing. Or temporarily i-freeze muna kasi merong mga reasons like continuing disaster victim identification and so on. So the decisions will have to be made by the concerned LGU na. If merong identified deceased persons na namatay doon sa isang city or municipality kung saan siya nakatira, okay, the concerned punong barangay shall exert all efforts to determine the identity and whereabouts of the next of kin or the legitimate or rightful claimants. So trabaho ng barangay captain, kung yung namatay ay residente ng munisipyo o syudad na yon, dapat hanapin ng barangay captain kung sino yung mga next of kin at ipaalam sa kanila, no? Inform them of the situation and determine from them whether the deceased shall be buried or cremated. So yung next of kin dapat ang magkaroon ng desisyon kung ililibing ba o i-cremate. Remember, these are confirmed or PUI or probable, no? Or suspect. Then the local MDM cluster shall then provide transportation and facilitate through identified funeral service providers either the burial or the cremation. Okay, remember earlier we discussed about the LGU's responsibility to commission reputable funeral service providers to do all of these things. Ito na yung mga detalye nun. So, if an identified deceased person expired or died in a city or municipality other than where he or she resided, so namatay siya doon sa ibang lugar, pwedeng ganun eh. Merong isang residente sa Cavite pero sa Quezon City siya na ospital, because of COVID, and then sa Quezon City Hospital siya namatay. Diba? So nag-expire siya in a city where hindi siya nakatira doon. So the local MDM cluster of that city where the person died should coordinate with the local MDM cluster of the municipality or city where the dead person formerly resided nung nabubuhay pa siya. So cluster to cluster na yung nagko-coordinate, which is important, which will necessitate that the local MDM cluster should monitor all hospitals, all TTMF facilities, all referral facilities of the status, and immediately kapag merong namatay, suspect, probable, or confirmed COVID-19 case, dapat malaman agad yan ng local DRRM office through the Emergency Operations Center na nandun din ang local MDM cluster, di ba? Remember? Sa operational level, si EOC at saka yung response cluster, dapat sila nagkasama doon. So the moment the EOC is advised, then dapat malaman din agad ng MDM cluster yung pangyayari, and the MDM cluster should start working on the details, like getting information from the hospital or from the facility about the identity and other related information of the deceased. And yun, kung hindi nakatira doon sa city na yon yung namatay, then coordinate ng local MDM cluster sa city na yon, yung MDM cluster kung taga saan nakatira yung namatay, and then the local MDM cluster doon sa lugar na yon kung saan nakatira yung namatay will coordinate with the punong barangay para maipaalam sa mga relatives ng namatay. Right? And the local MDM cluster of the LGU where the deceased used to reside nung buhay pa siya, yung MDM cluster na yon must provide transportation or to facilitate through a commissioned funeral service provider yung burial or cremation, and ensure that the burial or cremation are done within 12 hours from the time of death. If the deceased person's next of kin, yung kamag-anak nung namatay, pamilya, refuse to claim the dead body due to fear of the deceased, marami nang nangyaring ganito, or on the grounds of other reasonable circumstances, kailangan nilang mag-file ng release waiver and quit claim, which has to be executed by the next of kin. Itanong nyo to doon sa resource person ninyo when you start discussing the legal aspects of MDM, kung sino ba yung dapat mag-issue nito. Kasi if you are from the DILG, if you are from the LGU, so baka kayo din yung kabado na yung taong papipirmahin ninyo ng release waiver is not the right person to issue that or to sign that. So I suggest you ask these questions, sulat niyo, take note niyo dyan. Tanong niyo to doon sa inyong resource person who will be discussing the legal aspects of MDM, I think by tomorrow. So the claimants, meaning yung next of kin, they have to execute a special power of attorney. And this has to be assisted by the LGU kung saan nakatira yung namatay, in order to delegate the obligation of the final disposition of the cadaver to the concerned LGU. Pero pwede lang ito when the claimants are under quarantine. So hindi talaga sila pwedeng lumawas to claim, di ba? Or when the claimants will not be able to reach the deceased body within 12 hours. So may mga conditions kung bakit allowed silang i-refuse yung pag-claim dahil natatakot sila, or baka yung situation nila because they are under quarantine, they are not allowed to move out or move about. So in the disposition naman of cadavers of Muslim COVID-19 victims, if the person died inside a hospital or a referral facility, yung issuance of the death certificate and yung burial mismo must be done within 12 hours. So sa Muslim, ewan ko, mas madaling ipatupad to. Pero sa mga Kristiyano, Katoliko, gusto pang paglamayan. Diba? When the law requires, the law mandates, provides na dapat 12 hours from the time of death. Dapat ay either mailibing na or makremate na. But in practice, and I have seen this on several occasions, mas madaling maipatupad ito, yung pag-issue ng death certificate at yung paglibing. Remember sa Muslim burial, sa Muslim rites, bawal sa kanila yung cremation, no? So libing. And in the burial rites of Muslims, may mga pinagbabawal din. I will explain. So yung hygiene preparations sa Muslims, such as cleaning the body or yung gugupitan o yung trimming of nails, shaving, embalming, they are not allowed. In fact, hindi na pwedeng buksan kasi yung bangkay kapag paglabas na sa hospital, nakabalot na yan eh. Inalis na lahat yung body fluids, disinfect na lahat, babalutin ng linen, several layers, ilalagay sa isang body bag, sometimes double bag. So pag nandun na sa ganong estado at itaturn over sa next of kin, hindi na yan pwedeng buksan kahit Muslim pa yung next of kin. Diba? Bawal. So this is already provided for in several issuances and by law. So hindi na to pwedeng baliwalain. At wala naman kaming problema nakikita in so many cases ng mga Muslims na biktima ng COVID-19. Now, after the proper disinfection, the cadaver must be placed in a double bag. So usually this happens at the hospital or the referral facility. And immediately within 12 hours, the cadaver must be transported to the nearest Muslim cemetery. Doon, sa cemetery ng mga Muslim, merong imam who will perform the traditional Islamic burial rites, minus some of those practices na kailangang hawakan or buksan or the ones I mentioned, yung katawan nung namatay. If the Muslim COVID-19 victim died outside of the hospital or referral facility, remember, many of those who died outside hospitals are not yet confirmed COVID-19 cases. Diba? So, dapat ipaalam natin sa publiko at if your community, if your LGU has a significant number of Muslim residents, dapat regular at continuing yung inyong coordination with them. Hindi lang kapag meron ng cases ng COVID, no? Dapat ngayon pa lang, wala pang mga cases, meron ng dialogues, meron ng ugnayan, because they also need to understand bakit hindi na pwede. Diba? And all of these references are provided in this supplementary guidelines and in other issuances. And sinasite naman doon yung mga resources kung saan ito kinuha, no? The batas, the department issuances of the different agencies and so on. So hindi na kayo mahirapan. This is like another Bible or another piece of reference material. So bawal yung the same, no? Hygiene preparations as cleaning the body, trimming the nails, or cutting the hair. Bawal pa rin yan. Embalming, bawal na bawal yan. Yung representatives ng LGU should proceed to the location where the cadaver is located and conduct the necessary procedures. Okay, the cadaver must be wrapped in a tightly sealed cloth with double bag. And similarly, within 12 hours, the cadaver must be brought to the nearest Muslim cemetery, kasama yung with the assistance of an imam who will perform the Islamic burial rites. Itong sunod, importante ito. Maraming mga tanong dito. On the cost of burial. So as a general rule, the cost of the burial of any dead person must be borne by the nearest kin. Siyempre, diba? Kapag namatayan tayo, yung gastos ng punerarya hanggang sa paglibing or pag-cremate, sagot ng kamag-anak, ng pamilya, diba? But if the next of kin is not financially capable, marami kasing kaso ng COVID, na hospital yung pasyente, 3 linggo, 1 buwan, meron pang 3 buwan, gumaling na, lumala ulit, and then namatay. Yung pamilya spent millions of pesos in the hospital, lalo na kapag dumating sa severe na ICU yung pasyente, napakamahal po ng gastusin sa hospital at hindi po kayang ipagmalaki ng PhilHealth na meron silang pambaya dyan kasi hindi kaya ng PhilHealth din sa dami at sa mahal ng mga bayarin sa hospital. So, many of these families, next of kin, nung namatay na confirmed COVID cases, wala na rin. Kahit mayaman sila nung umpisa, but eventually, dapa na rin sila. And hindi na nila kayang i-handle yung expenses for burial and so on. So, and or, kung ang namatay ay walang kamag-anak, so wala din sasagot sa gastos. Diba? Then the cost of burial must be borne by the city or the municipal government kung saan namatay yung tao na yon. Remember, pwedeng taga ibang lugar siya, taga Cavite, pero namatay siya sa Quezon City. Nung namatay siya, ang gobyerno ng Quezon City muna ang gagastos, subject to reimbursement by the LGU where the dead person held permanent residence. So again, kapag sinunod yung sistema, yung MDM cluster ng Quezon City will coordinate with the MDM cluster of that Cavite municipality, then nag-uusap ng dalawang LGU So mafa-facilitate na ngayon yung, okay, sagot muna ng QC yung gastos pero i-reimburse later ng munisipyo ng Cavite, di ba? So coordination is the key. Again, this is to be emphasized over and over again. So during this pandemic, deaths are occurring in places where the victim is not a permanent resident. Again, yung mga malalaking syudad, yun lang may mga magagandang hospital, malalaking hospital. So yung mga nakatira sa probinsya, sa mga sulok-sulok, kapag nagkasakit, dinadala doon sa syudad. At doon inaabot ng pagkamatay, di ba? So hindi sila namatay doon sa kanilang place of permanent residence. So inaabutan sila ng kamatayan doon, kaya meron tayong ganitong sistema para hindi magtatagal yung pag-manage ng human remains. And because of that special provision in the law, Presidential Decree 856, the Code of Sanitation of the Philippines, na dapat within 12 hours from the time of death ay dapat mai-dispose na, living or cremate, yung infectious dead body. Diba? So, napaka-tight nung schedule, nung time frame in which we have to move. Kaya kailangan mabilis din yung sistema ay magpo-provide ng mabilis na action. Now, if the deceased person was indigent, walang-wala talaga siya to begin with, di ba? But this has to be determined by the local SWDO or the DSWD. Yung cost of burial, syempre, has to be borne by the LGU. Or if the cost of burial exceeds the cap set by the concerned LGU, the DSWD will provide augmentation. So ito na makikita natin dito yung augmentation na pinaprovide ng national government sa local government units. Hindi pwedeng lahat i-charge ng local government sa national. Walang kakayahang ganong kalaki ang national. So, and besides, the law, the local government code, and other relevant laws require LGUs to be the first responder and the first to attend to the general welfare of its constituents. So, yung mga ganong gastusin, dapat nakaplano yan, nakapaloob sa mga plano ng LGU, napupunduhan. But syempre, nasasagad yon. And kapag may ganong kaso, kapag yung cost ng burial ay sumobra doon sa ceiling na sinet ng LGU, pwede silang humingi ng tulong sa DSWD. This is in accordance to Section 7.2.1 ng DBM, DILG, DOLE, DSWD, DA, DTI, DOF, Joint Memorandum Circular No. 1, or yung tinatawag na Special Guidelines on the Provision of Social Amelioration Measures. On the case of a dead person, hindi naman siya classified as indigent. Pero yung next of kin is not financially capable of defraying the expenses, but is classified as vulnerable or disadvantaged or otherwise in crisis situation based on the assessment of the Local Social Welfare Development Office or DSWD. Yung provisions pa din ng Section 7.2.1 at 7.2.2 ng Joint Memorandum Circular na nabanggit ko, yung DILG, DBM, DOLE, etc., shall be applied. So nandun na yon, naka-explain na yon. May legal basis na ang LGU para gumastos at may legal basis na rin yung national agencies such as the DSWD na gumastos because there is that document which provides the authority. So hindi na matatakot yung ahensya o yung LGU na gumastos kasi baka ma-disallow sila or what, no? Dahil meron ng dokumentong pagbabatayan. And we have monitored several, three, in my case, 3 LGUs na ginamit ito at wala naman silang problema. Last year pa yon. So by now, siguro na-audit na sila. Wala naman silang naging issue. But the Commission on Appointment, the Commission on Audit was also consulted in the development of this joint MC by DILG, DBM, DOLE, DSWD, DA, DTI, DOF. And wala naman silang objection. There were a few questions during the TWG deliberations, but it was all of those questions were answered and satisfied naman ang COA in the consultation. So this is a basis, and LGUs and our LG national government agency partners take note of this. Now, any excess cost shall be defrayed by the next of kin. Kapag merong ceiling, pwedeng ang sabihin ng LGU, ang sasagot niyan, okay, yung next of kin. Pwedeng, kumbaga, isa-subsidize na lang ng LGU or ng national government agency yung cost. Kasi meron naman pangyayari talaga na gusto ng next of kin napakamahal yung casket. Diba? So hindi naman yun ang kayang punduhan ng gobyerno. So okay, bakas na lang tayo. Itong cost ng lawaan na casket, ito lang yung aming issue-shoulder. Yung excess niyan, sasagutin na ho ninyo next of kin. Pwedeng may mga ganong arrangement, pero lahat yan ifa-facilitate ng LGU. At saka malinaw dapat yung terms of payment on the part especially of the funeral service provider para hindi siya magrereklamo o para tanggapin niya yung kontrata na yon, di ba? So wala dapat gray area in the discussions. And the LGU should lead in facilitating these discussions between the next of kin and the funeral service provider. There are times kung ang next of kin, yun na nga, chooses an expensive coffin or mas mahal na funeral service provider, di bahala siya sa excess cost. Sagot niya yan. There are also situations where the next of kin, upon assessment, is not capable to defray the funeral expenses. So in such cases, the LGU must augment to support such payments. On the cost of burial, again, the LGU may augment as necessary the cost of burial in order to supplement the burial assistance from DSWD. So pwedeng may DSWD na, may LGU pa, and then ang LGU will be providing it on the basis of Section 7.2.1 of the JMC. Now, in case the dead person was not a resident of the LGU nung mamatay siya, or if the next of kin is not financially capable of defraying the expenses, or if not warranted for transfer, hindi pwedeng ilipat to the place of the deceased origin kasi pwedeng kailangan pa isakay ng eroplano or barko, pero hindi pa pwede at the moment kasi may mga border control or quarantine na nangyayari between those two places. Then kailangan ng bigyan ng final disposition and final arrangement yung namatay. So the burial or the cremation expenses must be borne by the LGU kung saan siya namatay. Subject to be reimbursed by the LGU kung saan permanent resident yung taong namatay. On the shipment of human remains naman, as a general rule, the remains of a person who died because of a dangerous communicable disease shall not be transferred from one place to another. As a general rule, hindi dapat i-transfer from one place to another. Okay. Pero may mga exemptions yan. So, yung remains ng persons na namatay because of COVID, hindi nga pwedeng i-dalhin from place to place except for the purpose of burial. Pero ang vigil ay hindi pinapayagan. Okay. Confirmed COVID case, pwede siyang ilipat from Quezon City kung saan siya namatay, dadalhin sa Cavite kung saan siya nakatira for purposes of burial or cremation. Pero hindi allowed ang vigil. And it is the duty of the local health authorities to ensure na yung remains na yon, yung bangkay na yon, is thoroughly disinfected. So iti-check nila with the hospital or with the referral facility kung saan namatay or the funeral service provider. And yung bahay, furniture, apparels, or everything that is capable of spreading infection are also properly disinfected. Now, the issuance of a permit to transfer shall be granted only when absolutely necessary. Remember, not allowed, pero may exception. So when absolutely necessary, pwedeng bigyan ng permit to transfer provided that the transfer shall strictly comply with standard and transmission-based precautions in handling and transfer of the remains. Dapat walang stopover during the transport unless merong emergency or when requested at checkpoints. So hindi pwedeng huminto, pero pag emergency, di ba, may nagkasakit doon sa kasama sa pagtransport at kailangan huminto sa hospital or kapag may checkpoint, then that's the time na pwedeng huminto. And the person in charge of the transport of the convoy shall ensure that all documents for travel are secured before inumpisahan yung travel. And copies of those documents, dapat may kopya ang driver, may kopya ang documenter, in case kailangan yung mga documents na yon sa checkpoints or by the authorities along the way. Okay, so naka-ready lahat. Friends, lahat ng mga sinasabi ko hindi kayang gawin ora-orada. Dapat pinaplano ang lahat ng ito bago pa man mangyari. Kapag may nangyari na, dapat lahat ng ito ay nakahanda na, di ba? Para hindi na mali-mali yung diskarte natin. Now, prior coordination should be done. So ito na yung sinasabi ko, dapat hindi pa man nangyari, nagko-coordinate na yung mga concerned LGUs. So within the province, lahat ng munisipyo at syudad within the province, dapat nag-uusap-usap na tungkol dito sa DILG-MC 2020-063 at yung joint DOH-DILG Joint Memorandum Circular Supplementary Guidelines. Pinag-uusapan na to, gumawa na ng sistema, plano, para kapag may pangyayari na covered nito mga dokumentong ito, ay agad ay ma-aksyonan ng tama. And dapat may prior coordination with the Joint Task Force COVID Shield, yung Joint PNP, AFP, BFP Task Force, including Coast Guard, doon sa JTF-CG Shield, para yung paggalaw, no, yung movement ng transfer ng human remains, whether on land, by air, or by sea, ay hindi haharangin ng mga authorities, lalo na ng mga elements ng JTF-CG Shield. Dapat merong certified true copy ng death certificate, merong transfer permit galing sa local health office ng point of origin, and dapat makakuha din ng parang clearance or authority to sa mga LGUs na dadaanan kung ang mga ordinance nila ay nagre-require, di ba? And other documents na kailangang or maaring i-require ng ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. So, this one is very important. Ulit-ulit, di ba? Coordination. So, hindi ko na babasahin yan, but I think I have already emphasized so much how important it is to coordinate, to plan, kasi hindi natin kayang gawin to given the urgency of the situation, given the possibility of infection. Dapat na may social distancing, pero in cases like this, baka hindi na possible yung social distancing, but hindi dapat pa-sacrifice yung ibang minimum health standards katulad ng wearing of face mask and face shield, and the hand washing, no, or hand hygiene. So again, I'd like to request you to get a copy from your secretariat of these presentations para mapag-aralan nyo isa-isa yung mga detalye. All LGUs are enjoined to provide a hotline. So whether it's a COVID-19 hotline or it's a hotline like 911 that will, take all emergency or urgent calls from the public, or simply to request for advice or guidance from the public, dapat merong ganong hotline ang mga LGUs. At hindi lang ito dapat minaman. Natatawa kami kasi we tested a few LGUs, no? Nag-publish sila ng 2 cellphone number, isang Globe, isang Smart. Tapos isang tao lang pala yung tagasagot dun sa 2 telepono na yun at hindi pa siya trained na sagutin yung mga tanong. So we have to call the attention of the mayor. Dapat kung hindi, huwag kang magbadaling maglagay ng hotline kung wala ka namang trained na personnel at sapat na dami ng personnel to handle the hotline. But the hotline is important because lalo na election next year, Mayor, dapat nararamdaman ng mga constituent mo na pinahahalagahan mo ang buhay nila at kapag sila ay nangangailangan, isang tawag ka lang, Mayor. So the Mayor should have, the LGU should have a hotline to provide the residents, the constituents, the avenue or the means to communicate with their local government unit, their concerns, especially concerns nila sa COVID-19. Or kung may namatay sa kanila, nag-manifest ng symptoms ng COVID pero hindi pa naman na-test. Diba? Hindi na alam anong gagawin, syempre. Diba? So the government should be just one call or one text away. Now, there have been queries about next of kin na nag-i-inquire, pwede bang i-exhume yung remains ng kanilang relatives na namatay pero hindi pa siya confirmed COVID case. So either suspect or probable. So there were several cases that I think I have read 2 reports on this. Umihingi ng nagdi-demand na i-exhume nila kasi hindi daw COVID yung kinamatay. Diba? So they wanted it tested again so on and so forth. So nag-issue ang DILG ng advisory last year, May 2, 2020, clarifying the issue. Ni-reiterate lang natin yung IRR ng Sanitation Code na nagsasabi na ang exhumation ng human remains shall be allowed only after 3 years. 3 years. If due to non-communicable diseases. Diba? And a lapse of 5 years if the deceased died to communicable diseases. Which means na kung hindi naman confirmed COVID case yun, babagsak siya doon sa at least 3 years. Pero may exemption din yung IRR ng PD 856. Exemptions are permitted with a shorter time than the prescribed period in special cases. So ito yon. When requested by the court, so the person, the next of kin na gustong o mag-initiate ng request to exhume a dead body of a relative, dapat pumunta sa korte at explain yung kanyang circumstances at dahilan kung bakit gusto niyang i-exhume. And if the court issues an order, then it has to be respected. Pero may procedure. So request ng court, ng police, or an agent of the NBI. Usually this agent is a medical legal officer. Subject, itong tatlo, yung request ng court, ng police, or ng NBI medical legal, subject to the approval of the concerned regional director of the Department of Health. So yung mga requests na yon, dadaan sa RD ng DOH and maaprubahan. Again, going back to an earlier presentation or discussion, during the exhumation, dapat present ang local health office dahil sila ang magpapatupad ng disinfection procedures. So during this pandemic, unfortunately, hundreds of our citizens, mostly overseas Filipino workers, died while working or living abroad. Last year, I think in June, DOLE, DFA, DILG, DND, at iba pang national government agencies at mga private entities, we worked together to repatriate over 300 human remains from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, those who died from different reasons or circumstances. Karamihan COVID-19, but there were some who died of natural causes, some who died of accidents, pero hindi agad maiuwi sa Pilipinas because of the COVID pandemic. Many of those who died are also practicing Muslims. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia implements the requirements nila na within 12 hours or hindi dapat abutan ng sunset ay mailibing na. So dahil napakahigpit na sitwasyon, marami daw sa mga nailibing mga Muslim Filipinos na namatay sa Saudi Arabia ay nailibing. Okay, so when our attention was called last year by the Department of Foreign Affairs, so these agencies came together to work on the 3 Ps, the policies, procedures, and protocols. So noong July 1, the Bureau of Quarantine issued BOQ Memorandum Circular 2020-023, or yung tinatawag na interim guidelines for the admission of human remains into the Philippines during the time of COVID-19 pandemic. Itong MC na to provides that the admission of parang general guidelines niya, no? That the remains of overseas Filipinos who died of various causes, especially COVID-19, are allowed on certain conditions. It is notable also in this circular, yung mandatory 12-hour from the time of death requirement ng PD 856 has been adjusted to conform to the needs of the time without compromising any of the infection prevention and control procedures. So meron ng cut-off yung provision do sa IRR ng PD 856 na 12 hours from the time of death. In-adjust ito ng Bureau of Quarantine. Actually, this is a big technical working group which conducted several deliberations on the request na palawigin yung 12 hours kasi yung biyahe pa lang, no, yung pag-asikaso pa lang ng bangkay doon sa ibang bansa, maaaring naubos na yung 12 hours, and then yung pag-transport pa, and because there was no regular flights at the time, even now, no? So hindi talaga kakayanin yung 12 hours. So nagkaroon ng bagong adjustment. So after all the requirements are completed, all the documents are available, are provided, are approved, yung BOQ clearance, lalagyan nila ng date and time And yung time na nakalagay doon sa BOQ clearance, Bureau of Quarantine clearance, serves as the benchmark time. So kailangan within 12 hours from that time ay makremate na or mailibing na. But usually, when this happened last year, may mga bangkay na 2 buwan na nasa freezer doon sa Saudi Arabia. And then, pero hindi naman COVID. There were also several cases na COVID confirmed. Pero maayos naman yung infection control, maayos naman yung pag-handle at frozen din. And they were flown to the Philippines. At ganon din yung proseso. So, hindi naman nagkaroon ng any problem, hindi nagkaroon ng kahit isang spread or infection from among those cadavers that were brought in from abroad. So, the BOQ-MC also provides for the methods of transport in arrangement by order of the highest to the lowest level of public health safety. So, ayan, cremation, embalming, wherever allowed, kung hindi COVID, and for instances where cremation or embalming is not allowed or possible. So, nandyan. It also emphasizes yung BOQ-MC that cremation is the preferred method of handling the remains upon its arrival in the Philippines. Lalo na, yung 12 hours na yon, mag-uumpisa doon sa time, date and time, doon sa stamp ng BOQ. So kung taga-probinsya yung namatay, and it will take, let's say, 12, 15 hours by land from here to, let's say, Ilocos, northern Philippines, di ba? Abutin ng more than 12 hours yung land travel. So, hindi nakakayaning ilibing or iproseso pa o idaan pa sa punerarya. So, may mga pangyayaring ganon. Mula dito, nung dinala doon, diretso na sa sementeryo. Nag-aabang na lang yung pare, yung ilang miyembro ng pamilya, and then burial rights na lang kaagad. So, itong sistema na to, pwede, pero required ng BOQ-MC yung informed consent ng next of kin. At saka, nire-require din ito ng OWA dahil karamihan dito sa mga namatay na to na nirepatriate natin last year ay mga overseas Filipino workers. And kapag registered sila sa OWA, they are active members of OWA, their families are entitled to a lot of benefits. A lot of benefits. So, there are requirements para hindi magkaroon ng problema between the next of kin, the family, and the government. And all of these have to be complied with at sinisiguro ng Bureau of Quarantine na naaayon doon sa mga requirements, yung kanilang also ng mga requirement din ng BOQ. So yung 12 hours, sorry, it's no longer 12 hours, that's 24 hours from the timestamp ng BOQ. Okay, yung 12 hours na provision ng IRR ng Sanitation Code, I'm sorry, 24 hours na pala. Kapag tinataka ng BOQ, itong oras na to, let's say 10 a.m. July 8, July 7, so dapat 10 a.m. before 10 a.m. July 8, the following day ay either na ilibing na or na i-cremate na yung bangkay. So yun yung provision na yun. So the same BOQ-MC also provides that burial is allowed provided the human remains shall be buried within 24 hours from the issuance of the quarantine clearance. Manipulation of the human remains and public viewing are not allowed. Public viewing kasi pointless naman na kasi nakabalot na ng linen yung mga bangkay. No? And if it is because of COVID, lalong hindi pwedeng buksan. Only adult members of the family of the deceased overseas Filipino shall be permitted to attend the funeral. The transfer of human remains is allowed, provided that it shall adhere to the provisions of the supplementary guidelines to the DRR-CCA. However, no permit shall be granted for the further transfer of the human remains from the stated place of burial. So, halimbawa, yung nangyari last year from the airport, from the NAIA airport, papunta sa place of burial sa probinsya. Yun lang yung permit na inalaw. So, direkta na. You know, hindi na siya pwedeng, halimbawa, dadalhin sa bahay and then overnight and then dadalhin na naman the following day or 2 days later sa cementerio or sa another funeral parlor. So, yun yung mga higpit na practice. We have also to take note na may mga cases kami, a few lang naman na na-encounter na hindi confirmed COVID case yung nakasulat na cause of death. Pero nakalagay sa manifesto na na-hospital siya manifesting influenza-like illness symptoms or parang flu symptoms. So, and earlier last year, di ba, we were guided by international health authorities na ang possibility ay nakikita kung hindi ka pa na-confirm na COVID case, ang possibility na COVID yan ay through the symptoms manifested by the victim. So, may possibility na may mga namatay doon na nakasulat lang iba yung cause of death, but actually parang PUI na yon or suspect COVID case. So the MC also provides further that OWA shall directly and properly turn over the remains or the cremains to the next of kin. Cremains, ito na yung ashes nung tao after na cremate. Ang OWA ang directly and properly ang responsible to properly and directly turn over the remains to the next of kin. The further handling of the remains or cremains or the implementation and the implementation of the minimum public health standard, including the proper management of the bereaved families, shall be guided by relevant issuances and protocols of the DILG, the MDMC, and the MDM cluster. So, ayan, malinaw na kahit sa kaso ng COVID, kahit yung mga namatay na mga Filipinos nanggaling sa ibang bansa, kapag inuwi sa Pilipinas, yung ating mga issuances, yung ating batas, yung ating mga polisiya, yung ating mga circulars at protocols, ay siya pa rin dapat masunod. So, malinaw sa BOQMC, mga procedure before arrival ng mga repatriated remains, yung mga transport procedure upon arrival, at kapag nakarating na sa nakatakdang destinasyon ang human remains. So these are all listed, and the LGUs are properly advised, the concerned LGUs are properly advised at least a few days before the arrival of the remains of the repatriated Filipino from abroad. In the planning and implementation of MDM, or management of the dead, coordination is the energy that connects all of the other functions of management. Kaya ang sabi natin, coordination is key. Ang susi ng lahat ng ginagawa natin sa MDM, remember, we're doing management. Ang susi nito is coordination. Kapag hindi nagko-coordinate, malabo. And I have to say this, a special mention, pag sinabi mong coordination, ang ibig sabihin nito, communicate, cooperate. Yun yung formula ng coordination. Communicate plus cooperate. Makikipag-usap ka at makipagtulungan ka. Yun ang coordination. Kapag nakikipag-usap ka, hindi ka naman nakikipagtulungan, hindi mo pa rin masasabing coordination. Kapag nakikipagtulungan ka, pero minsan lang, dahil hindi naman kayo nag-uusap, hindi pa rin masasabing coordination. Coordination is equal to communication plus cooperation. Any questions? May mga tanong? Sydney, am I allowed to entertain questions?
Yes, sir. Opo. Ayan. So maraming salamat, Director Tabel, for that very clear and detailed overview po ng introduction natin to MDM. So may bonus pa tayong management of human remains for PUIs and confirmed COVID-19 cases. We would also like to express, Director Tabel, our appreciation to you for always extending your expertise po sa MIMAROPA region. So kung maaalala po nyo, last year, kasama rin natin po si Director Tabel during our MDM EOC orientation. So now, sir, with your indulgence, we will be asking our participants to raise questions related to your presentation. I'll start off by rehashing a part question a while ago from our partners from OCD MIMAROPA. The question goes, in this ongoing pandemic response, where does the MDM cluster checks in? This is to clarify some confusions at the municipal level, where some operations like MDM are still under the EOC level. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Sydney. A very important question, very relevant, especially at the LGUs, among the LGUs. Again, ang practice ng MDM, especially sa baba, sa operational at saka sa tactical levels, ay ang ating sinusunod ang incident command system. And if we do that, the clusters are located at the operational level. So nasa EOC. Okay? Ang cluster ay hindi siya ang nagpo-provide ng services. Ang nagpo-provide ng services yung nasa tactical level. If you are doing the MDM or usually at the tactical level, ito yung search and retrieval. Ito yung medical health workers kung sa case ng COVID, no? Ito yung BHERTs. Ito yung contact tracers. That's a tactical level. Ang MDM cluster is a resource provider. So, nangangailangan ng tauhan, nangangailangan ng PPEs, nangangailangan ng pera, nangangailangan ng whatever. The cluster is the one coordinating with other clusters, other agencies, the national government agencies, to obtain the resources that are necessary para doon sa tactical level operation. Okay, so I'd like to clarify that. Ang cluster, wala siya sa barangay. Walang cluster, walang MDM cluster sa barangay. Dahil tactical level yon. So usually ang tactical, ang clusters ay nasa municipal level, sa operational level. Kung nasaan yung EOC ng munisipyo, or ng probinsya, or ng region, nandun yung clusters, kasama yung MDM. Saan siya nagre-report? At the tactical level, merong incident management team. So doon siya nagre-report sa IMT through the either operations section or the planning section. Depende kung saan siya, kung ano yung dala niyang resources. Kung tao yung dala niyang resources, malamang sa operations siya ilalagay. Kung mag-isa lang siya, dalawa, pero ang kanilang expertise is planning, then baka sa planning section sila ilagay. But simply, ang sagot doon is magre-report sila, mag-check-in sila sa IMT. If they are the tactical level, pero kung nasa operational level sila, magre-report sila sa EOC. And together with the other clusters, di ba, the SRR, the health, logistics, doon sila sa level ng Emergency Operation Center, nagkikita-kita. Ang EOC ang kumukuha ng information, di ba? At nagbibigay, nagpapasa ng information. Kung ano yung pangangailangan sa baba, nakukuha ng EOC. Napag-uusapan ng mga clusters at kung meron na, ang cluster sasabihin sa EOC, o inform yung tactical level, meron na tayong ganito. So, again, I'd like to clarify, ang cluster ay nasa operational level, wala sa tactical level. Sydney?
That is very well noted po, Director Tabel. We also have another question po from our MLGOO in San Vicente, Palawan. As per his statement, family of Arimes requested transfer from the city of Puerto Princesa to San Vicente. Following the management manual on MDM, is the Bureau of Quarantine permit for the transfer of remains required together with the transfer of remains clearance from the City Health, affecting National Sanitation Code. The manual says the quarantine permit is required for country outside the Philippines to other country. Sir Tito, baka gusto niyo rin po na i-clarify po itong inyong statement and at the same time question. Will request you po to unmute.
Okay, sige po, ma'am. Salamat. 2 days ago, yun po, meron pong gano'n, may request galing sa bereaved family na i-transfer ang remains, yung cadaver, from Puerto Princesa to San Vicente for burial purposes. So, na-acquire po yung death certificate, but syempre, yung transfer permit, magagaling po yan sa sanidad, i-issue ng City Health. But meron pong binabanggit pa rin po yung sa Bureau of Quarantine. I understand dito sa last presentation ninyo, nabanggit na po yan, na yung Bureau of Quarantine permit or clearance is being required yung for international transport. But may binabanggit po na domestic. So itong domestic food ba na ito po yung still may requirement po. Katulad ng instance na yan ng Puerto Princesa City to San Vicente. Will the Bureau of Quarantine permit or clearance be required para sa transfer ng kanyang cadaver?
Sir Tabel?
Yes, thank you. Naka-unmute ako. Hindi ako maka-unmute. Sorry. Thank you, Sir Tito, for the question. Okay, sir, ganito. Ang understanding ko sa situation na binanggit ninyo, ang LGU Puerto Princesa ang nagre-require na dapat...
Sir, ano po, yung bereaved family lamang po. I understand kasi pagka ganyan, di ba? Basing sa manual din naman natin, kung saan namatay, doon na po diretso yan. But yun nga, granting na sabihin natin, may consideration ibibigay doon sa pamilya, will it be feasible or pwede bang ano po yun, gamitin po yung ganun o whatever action na dapat magagawa, sir? Please advise it.
Okay, sir. Ang understanding ko is ganito. Ang situation na sinasabi mo, namatay sa Puerto Princesa, nag-request ang family na i-transfer sa San Vicente. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
So merong requirement ng permit to transfer. So ang tanong mo, kailangan ba kumuha ng BOQ clearance before maaprubahan yung permit to transfer? Tama ba?
Yes, sir. Ganun po.
Hindi po kailangan yung BOQ clearance kapag hindi requirement ng LGU. Okay? So, ang ating nabanggit kanina sa discussion, yung BOQ Memorandum Circular 2020-023, mga requirements yon ng mga bangkay, yung pagpasok, no? Yung pag-accept ng mga bangkay ng mga Filipino, overseas Filipinos na namatay abroad, papasok sa Pilipinas. So yun yung BOQ MC 2020-023. Yung sinabi po ninyo, ang understanding ko, hindi naman nanggaling sa abroad yung patay, no? Namatay siya sa Puerto Princesa, nag-request ang family na i-transfer sa San Vicente. So the only requirement that I can remember is the permit to transfer. Diba? So ang LGU ng Puerto Princesa ang mag-issue niyan, and I'm not familiar with the geography from Puerto Princesa kung ilang LGUs ang dadaanan. Yung mga LGUs na dadaanan, kung meron din silang requirement, meron silang ordinance na dapat pag may dumaan dito sa ating highway, sa ating port of entrance and exits ng mga confirmed COVID cases na namatay, dapat magbigay din, ipapaalam din sa munisipyo natin or dapat mag-issue din yung munisipyo na dadaanan lang. Dapat mag-issue din sila ng permit. Pero kung wala namang ganong requirement sa ganong LGU, sapat na yung ma-inform ang GATF COVID Shield na siyang namamahala sa lahat ng checkpoints for COVID para ma-facilitate din nila yung unhampered or unimpeded flow. Wala pong kinalaman yung BOQ MC 2020-023 sa situation na banggit ninyo because sa pagkakaintindi ko doon sa situation, yung namatay dito, namatay sa Pilipinas at dadalhin din siya sa ibang bayan sa Palawan. So hindi po kailangan ng BOQ clearance.
Medyo ano lang po ako, nagulan lang po ako ng tinitingnan ko kasi meron po nakabuntot na domestic transfer yung BOQ clearance is talagang intended yan sa international transfer.
Hindi po. Yung bangkay, yung Pilipino na matay abroad, on the basis of MC 2020-023 ng BOQ, following certain requirements na ibalik sa Pilipinas o na-repatriate sa Pilipinas yung bangkay. And kapag halimbawang sa Manila, kasi ang port of entry, most cases, Manila, NAIA, kailangan siyang dalhin sa San Vicente. Yung domestic transfer na sinasabi mo, ito yung from NAIA to San Vicente. Pero yung bangkay, nanggaling pa sa abroad.
Yes,
so
sir.
the BOQ-MC requires na dapat dapat kumuha ng permit for domestic transfer.
Yes, sir. That clarifies my question.
Kung galing sa abroad. Pero kung sa Pilipinas lang namatay at itatransfer sa another lugar sa Pilipinas, hindi na po kailangan ng BOQ clearance.
Yes, sir. Salamat po. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po.
Thank you so much, Sir Tito, and thank you so much, Director Tabel, for clarifying yung naging concern po ni Sir Tito. Sir, for our last question, dito po sa Module 2, rest assured po sa mga hindi po natin ito-throw in po na questions ay inonote po ito ng training management team at we will request Director Tabel and the rest of our instructors to provide their answers po dun sa mga questions na nailagay po ninyo sa ating pong chat box. So for our last question po, this is from DILG Nara. Sir, we have experienced na ayaw ng family na ilibing agad yung deceased, lalo na kung antigen reactive lang. Because of this po, tumatagal ng more than 12 hours bago mailibing kasi need pa i-convince si family. Can the MDM cluster go ahead with the interment kahit ayaw ng family?
I will not advise that. Unnecessary na i-take natin yung legal repercussion. I mean, the ILG, LGU, national government agency officials. It is unnecessary for us to take the possible legal repercussions for such actions. Ang talagang kailangan natin gawin, ipaliwanag sa pamilya na dahil nag-manifests ng symptoms, because there are a lot of bases, but we need the support or the help of medical officials, no? City Health, di ba yung mga health officials natin sa LGU, sa Department of Health, para gawin to. Dahil hindi naman tayo sa DILG competent, di ba? Na ipaliwanag na, hindi ho, kasi mukhang COVID ho kasi symptoms. No, we're not equipped, or we are not an authority to explain that to the next of kin. So dapat hingin natin yung tulong ng health office ng LGU or ng DOH to help explain to the family na although hindi pa po siya confirmed case, pero yung pong lahat ng manifestasyon na pinakita, the symptoms, are indicating probable COVID case. So, hindi ko po ina-advise, inuulit ko, hindi ko po ina-advise na tayo sa DILG, sa LGU ang magde-decide at pilitin ang pamilya na ilibing na or i-cremate na. You know, our job is to make sure na yung bangkay ay hindi makakapanghawa kung suspected case yon. Ibig sabihin, nakikita natin na properly handled naman yung dead body. So merong infection prevention methods kasi, merong standard precaution at transmission-based precaution na lahat ng doktor, lalo na yung nasa mga ospital ay trained to do or to at least supervise, no? Na makikita nila. Kapag nakita ninyo na yung bangkay ay may tumutulong liquid, definitely that's not safe. Okay, by whatever explanation, hindi ho yan dugo, hindi ho yan, you know, kung mismong yung kabaong ay kapag nagbabasa na sa ilalim, it's a cause for concern and dapat tawagan yung health authorities to check, okay? So, but if it's clearly naman safe, at yung kung halimbawa kung saan nakalagay yung bangkay, whether at home or in the funeraria or wherever, ay hindi naman nag-iipon-ipon yung maraming tao, which will create a super spreader situation, then we just have to do our best to convince the family to bury the dead. Marami na ho kaming na-experience na ganun last year, April, May last year dito sa NCR. Kasi ang dami talaga mga namatay na hindi naman confirmed. But with the proper advice naman and with the doctors helping out in explaining, maganda ho yung intention nyo, pero gusto nyo ho bang kung sakaling positive yan at kung ipipilit ninyong iburol yan o kung ipipilit nyo hindi mo na ilibing yan, baka magising na lang kayo sa susunod na araw, lahat kayo may COVID na rin. Diba? Hindi nga ho nag-positive yung inyong kamag-anak, pero hindi ho natin alam. Ayun ang ating iniiwasan na kayo after a few days ay maging positive COVID. So alin ho ba ang choice? I think usually the sane, family member would say, sige, ipalibing na lang natin si Papa. Total, wala naman na siya, di ba? So it's really just a matter of convincing them. And it will not take siguro 3 hours at the most if you have the right approach and the right people to talk to the family. So hindi ko ina-advise na tayo ang magpupumilit na ilibing na yan. Hindi po.
Maraming salamat po, Director Tabel, for that clarification. And that ends po our second module for this webinar series part 2. Bigyan po natin si Director Tabel ng a big warm round of virtual applause. Yan. So
Thank you, Director Alan.
Thank you, RD Willie, sir.
Yan, nakikinig ako sa iyo buong hapon.
Kaya ikaw yung unang hinanap ko na mag-check-in ako eh. So,
Thank you, thank you. Okay.
bayad na ako sa lahat ng utang ko sa'yo, ha?
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Ayan, so as always po, maraming salamat Director Alan for extending your expertise to the MIMAROPA region. And so let us proceed naman po sa next part ng ating pong training. Essentially po ito is an icebreaker po to be facilitated ng aming pong kasamahan, Miss Cheryl Martinez. Miss Che, are you on board?
Sid. Good afternoon po. Okay na, Ma'am Sid?
Yes, Miss Che.
Okay, so after po ng very interesting, very enlightening discussion about the introduction of the dead and missing persons.
Nag-echo ata po.
Wait lang po. Okay na, Ma'am Sid?
For fixing po yung ating audio problems po, as mentioned kanina sa ating chat box po, naka-upload na yung presentations po ng ating modules 1 and 2 sa ating pong MDM2 underscore toolkit. So pwede niyo na po i-download at balikan po yung ating pong mga naging presentation. Likewise po, as mentioned din kanina, ay tayo po ay streaming live on our YouTube channel. So yung discussion po kanina ni Commodore Fran at saka ni Director Tabel, pwede po natin doon i-revisit. So, ang ating pong YouTube channel is DILG MIMAROPA LGCDD. So, you can check out our channel po and konting request na rin po, please do not forget to like and subscribe our YouTube channel. Alright? Over to you, Ms. Che.
Audio check lang po, Ma'am Sid. Okay na po. Hello, Ma'am Sid. Okay na, naririnig niyo po ako.
Loud and clear this time.
Okay, so ito pong icebreaker natin, tinatawag namin MDM text twist. So this is a very probably easy game for everyone para medyo ma-relax naman tayo ng konti. The mechanics of the game po is we will just show you a jumbled letters which corresponds to a word or a phrase na has something to do with MDM. So we have 5 questions po, and the person who gets the most number of correct answers will win. And ang ating pong premyo ay tumataginting na 95 peso load. Yon. So to start, siguro po, i-try muna natin. Pwede po pa thumbs up, everyone. So, kung ready na po tayo, can I see some thumbs up po sa ating mga participants? Okay, so thank you very much po. You just have to type in sa ating chat box po yung inyong guess. Or if you know the answer, you just have to type in po yung answer, and the first one to get the answer. Okay, so ready na po for the first word, Ma'am Sid? Okay, so yan po. Ang ating clue ay nasa picture. So ano po kaya yan? Okay, so meron na po tayong winner. Ang ating pong winner, ang word po natin ay so, ang word po natin ay, next slide, it's a disaster. So, ang nakakuha po ng tamang sagot is from DILG Gasan. Si Ma'am Marilyn. Okay, so from DILG Gasan. Congratulations po. So, may 1 point na po tayo. Next word, Ma'am Sid. Ayan, ano po kaya yan? So, sa training management team po, pwede pong pa-identify kung sino po yung ating winner. So, ang word po natin is cadaver bag. So, ang winner po natin ay
DILG Codex po, Sir Herbert.
okay, from DILG Codex. So 1 point. For 1 point for DILG Gasan and 1 point for DILG Codex. So next word po. Ayan, medyo mahaba. 2 words. Pero ang bilis nila magtayo. So. Okay, so meron po ulit nakakuha ng sagot. No, mabilis. The answer is bereaved families. Tama ba spelling? Tama.
DILG
So,
Gasan po.
again, so 2 points for DILG Gasan. Next word. Ayan. Medyo madali. So, sino po yung nakakuha ng first? The first one to get the answer correct is from Very good. Pwede po pa-help? Training management. Sino po unang nakakuha sa
From MIMAROPA po, Oxy for a while po.
Pa-OCN, Miss Che.
Sarah Jane.
Ma'am
Sarah
Sarah.
Jane Lara.
Ma'am, Oxy pala. Oxy.
So at this point, ang ating pong leading is from DILG Gasan with 2 points. So we come to our last question po. Ayan. Okay, so probably we all know kung ano bang typhoon yan. So ang sagot ay Yolanda. So ang una po nakakuha ng sagot ay from
Oriental Mindoro, PDRMO po.
Thank you, Ma'am Ray. So, ang ating pong winner is from DILG Gasan. So, congratulations po. Kayo ay nanalo ng 95 peso load. So, pa-direct message na lang po siguro ng number niyo, ma'am, sa amin. And, smart lang po. So, 95 pesos smart load. Congratulations po, DILG Gasan. Thank you. So, that ends po our very short icebreaker. Over to you, Ma'am Sid.
So thank you so much, Ma'am Che, and congratulations po sa DILG Gasan. So pwede niyo po i-PM kahit sino po sa members po ng training management team to claim po yung inyong prize. Time check po, it's 3:08 in the afternoon. So pwede po tayong magkaroon ng 22-minute health break and be back po at 3:30 for the continuation of our training at para po sa discussion naman ng ating Module 3. Ayan, so pwede po tayong mag-health break muna po, mag-refresh at mag-merienda. See you in a while po. Maraming salamat.
Audio check. How copy?
Although itong big boss wala siyang
Sir Jake,
stage, wala siyang radio.
loud
Okay
and
na?
clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ako na lang mag-share ng presentation.
Yung aming
Sir,
campus
gusto niyo ba i-test?
dito ito sir.
Oo.
Every Wednesday
Okay,
sir.
sige, standby.
100 to sir, 1000 sir. Okay. So, okay na yun. Basta lilipad natin yung up. Next, Cherry. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much po. Next naman po
Ayan,
natin yung
nakikita na po.
Yes, Sir Jake. Ayan, akin na po. Naka-presenter view. Sir Jake, para lang po may background noise
Oo.
po.
Ongoing yung BTC ko sa kabila. Anyway, patapos na ito. Sakto mag-start na tayo.
I see. Copy po, Sir Jake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so time check po, it's already 3:29, 1 minute po before 3:30. As ano po, training reminders po. Again, our attendance link po ay makikita po niyo sa ating pong chat box. Ipipaste po ng ating secretariat. Para po sa mga hindi pa nakapag-attendance, kindly do so po kasi yung issuance po natin ng certificate of completion ay nakadepende rin po sa submission po ng ating training requirements. And of course, as mentioned, yung ating pong discussion ngayon, lahat po ng proceedings ay streamed on our YouTube channel. So please visit po our YouTube channel, DILG MIMAROPA LGCDD, para mabalikan yung ating discussions and at the same time, makita rin nyo po yung iba pa po nating mga CapDev activities po na nakastream po sa YouTube channel. Alright, so for our next module po, our resource speaker has been in the active military service for over 18 years now and is currently serving as the tactical sergeant of the Philippine Air Force, an accredited instructor of Incident Command System, Emergency Operations Center, and Management of the Dead and Missing Persons. He is also awarded last 2019 po ng Gawad Kalasag Special Recognition. So without further ado, let us all welcome Tactical Sergeant Jake Jake P. Bellino of the Philippine Air Force. Sir Jake, magandang hapon po.
Yes, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Again, isang mapagpalang hapon, okay, sa atin lahat. Welcome to our MDM training po. Ngayon ang pag-uusapan natin for my module is about facilities. Ano po ba yung mga kailangan nating ipaghanda para sa ating pasilidad na pag-manage po natin ng MDM when we are at the tactical level. Kagaya ng napag-discussionan po natin kanina with Director Tabel. So once again, I'm Technical Sergeant Jake P. Bellino po, Philippine Air Force, a member of your ICS cadre, at the same time your DRRM, series of DRRM courses instructor. So kasama na po dyan ang ating MDM. So again, sit back and enjoy po natin at intindihin natin kung ano ang meron mga pasilidad sa MDM. Alright. I will just share my presentation. Okay. Yan, nakikita na po ba ang ating presentation? Isang naglalakihang palakpak po kung nakikita na. Alright. Yan. Ang dami. Okay, so let's proceed. For this afternoon, a disclaimer lang po that our lecture is crafted from the lectures also from the ICS facilities and as shown, the full version of ICS training courses is offered by TND UCD. However, in-expound na po natin doon sa other facilities. So let's have a little review on these facilities na meron po sa ating incident command system. All right, Module 3, the MDM facilities. Now, at the end of this session, our module objectives would be to describe the facilities used in ICS and MDM, their purposes and appropriate map symbols. So ito, para hindi po maraming sinusulat sa mapa at nagiging madumi ang ating mapa, pwede pong symbols lang ang ginagamit. Okay, symbols. Describe how the MDM facilities are used to manage the incident. Okay, so likewise. Intindihin po natin kasi dito sa lecture natin, pag naintindihan nyo po yung gamit ng pasilidad, well, you know what to do doon sa tactical level. Okay, alam na po ninyo kung anong trabaho ninyo sa tactical level. So again, welcome to the world of MDM. Okay, for the scope of my presentation, I will be reviewing you on the ICS facilities. And second is to discuss on the MDM facility component. Okay, we have the collection area, temporary morgue, processing and documentation area. So ano po ang mga ito? Okay, so isa-isahin po natin. So let's start with the ICS facilities. Okay. Factors to consider when establishing ICS facilities. Of course, una-una, needs of the incident. Kailangan ba ito or dahil nandoon sa manual? Okay, so yun po ang tinitignan natin. Remember, pag nag-establish po tayo nito, kailangan malaman natin kung gaano katagal natin siya i-utilize. Alright? Kasi baka ito ay inupahan or baka ito ay hiniram. Okay? So, kagaya po nung ginamit natin noong Typhoon Umpong, yun po ay hiniram kasi yung ginamit po nating MDM facility ay yung under construction na evacuation area ng Itugon. Right, so hiram. Okay, hiram. Cost to establish the facility. Well, if you are establishing, if you are spending on establishing a certain facility, well, you need to reconsider. Kailangan ba talaga ito? Okay, so another, kung hindi mo man pinatayo yung building or structure na yan, still gagastusan mo pa rin siya in terms of electricity and other requirements, kagaya ng tubig. Kung walang CR, maglalagay ka portalets and you need to maintain the portalets. Okay? So, Environmental consideration. Ito po ang naging challenge natin nung mga nakaraan na nag-operate tayo sa Marawi. And likewise, doon sa nag-operate din tayo dito sa Typhoon Umpong, dito sa Itugon. And ganun din po doon sa Natunin. Okay? The environmental considerations. Kasi hindi po pwede na yung pinaghuhugasan natin ng mga human remains ay nagpo-flow doon po sa ating main canals. Okay? So maganda yung ginawa natin doon sa Marawi kasi naghukay tayo ng sarili niyang pit para doon po mag-spill over lahat ng mga pinaglinisan natin. Hindi po siya pwedeng ihalo doon sa dadaanan ng mga canals. However, in doing so, yung mga pits natin, siguraduhin po natin na malayo siya sa water table or kung saan may mga bukal. Okay? So yun po yung iniwasan natin, environmental consideration. Another consideration is yung environment nyo is it safe? Okay? Is it safe po yung ating environment? Is it away from the hazard? Okay? So gaya po yung mga pinag-operatan natin, akala natin safe. Okay? Matibay, malaki man yung lupa. Pero na nagpalipad kami ng drone, doon na namin nakita na yung lupa pala nagpipitak na. Okay? Pending for secondary slide. So sana, as lessons learned, yung mga facilities natin will be established, okay? Should be established in a safe ground. Safe ground. Okay? So let's start with this, what you call the incident command post. Okay, incident command post, ito po nandito ang ating mga IMT or the incident management team. It is the location for primary command function of the IMT. Okay, it is the facility dedicated for the incident commander. Okay, nandoon po ang ating incident commander, the command, and the general staff. Dito sila nagpaplano at dito sila gumagawa ng kanilang mga strategies, tactics, and objectives. Okay. In a certain incident, there is only one ICP for every incident. As sabi nga nila, the symbol is white and blue, okay, which signifies the white collars and the blue collars. White collars on the management and the blue collars on the tactical or the technical aspect. Okay, kagaya po ng ating mga responders on the ground. The managers would be the IMT. Okay, so they have equal delineation kasi sabi nga natin, ang ICS is expandable. Okay, expandable and collapsible organization depending on the needs or requirements of a certain incident. Okay, so dapat equal yan. Okay, hindi po siya overpower, hindi naman po siya na-overwhelm doon sa resources. Okay, overpower meaning to say marami kang command staff, kukunti naman ang resources. Okay, o yung overpower naman doon sa resources, marami kang resources, kukunti naman ang iyong managerial positions. Okay, so dapat equal siya lagi. It commensurates the response. So ganyan po yung symbol niya, square dapat. Okay, square. Okay, next symbol, next picture. This is your sample of an incident command post. An example of an incident command post. It should be away from the crowd. It should be away from media kasi meron po silang press briefing area dapat na separate. Kasi ano po yung nakikita nyo, ano yung na-observe natin dyan sa incident command post are all the tactical planning. Okay, nandyan ang mga objective, nandyan yung mga mapa, tactical maps, and others. Yan, pag nakita yan at napicturan ng iba, iba ang lumalabas sa kwento compared sa totoong nangyayari. Kaya iniiwasan natin ito. Okay, so that is your ICP for ASEAN 2017. Okay, this is also our ICP in Marawi crisis. Okay, so nagbo-briefing po tayo way back doon kay dito po kay Yusek Panadero and with the SOCO and the provincial, okay, provincial PPO ng Cagayan. Okay, so binibriefing natin sila on how we will enter or how we will manage the collection ng mga ating mga human remains doon sa battleground or the ground zero. Okay, so dito rin meron tayong facility also, what we call the staging area. Okay? The location of resources waiting for assignment and ready for mobilization. Okay? Ito po yung holding area for all resources readily available and ready to respond within 15 minutes. Okay? Hinuhold natin sila. Okay? Usually malapit po ito sa ground zero, mga 15 minutes drive or 5 to 10 minutes drive. Okay? Yan po ang ating staging area kasi hindi po pwede na ang mga resources natin ay pumunta sa ground at doon sila lahat. Kasi magkakaroon po ito ng pending secondary hazard. Okay? Or the operational hazard. Nangyari po ito, as an example, doon sa Itugon, landslide, kung saan, habang nag-uukay po sila, yung isang impact ng barita, gumagalaw ang lupa. Would you just imagine 500 people doing that, plus backhoe and other machineries? Okay? So, gumagalaw yung lupa. Kaya nung pinalipad namin yung drone, nakita namin yung bitak. So, what we did is, nag-limit kami. 300 at any one time lang ang pwedeng magtrabaho sa ground zero. Hindi pwedeng pumunta lahat yung 500. So, ang mangyayari niyan, si staging area mag-accommodate sa kanila to be on standby prior to specific deployment. So, staging area, the symbol is below. Okay? Staging area. Now, ito po yung staging area for Typhoon Ruby. In your staging area, dapat meron kang area for equipment, vehicles, and meron ka din yung gasing station doon sa iyong staging area kasi dyan sila magagas. Or meron ka rin pahingaan para sa personnel para habang naghihintay sila, at least nakakapagpahinga pa sila. Okay? Especially when you are doing the, what you call this, the relieving or the rotation method ng response. Okay? So yan po. This is one example of your staging area in Batangas in Typhoon Ruby 2014. This is also a staging area for APEC, wherein tao naman yung kanilang ini-stage. Mag-ipon-ipon dito and bago sila ma-deploy sa specific na deployment. So dito nagkakaroon na rin ng briefing kung ano yung mga changes of the response. Okay? Base. Base is the location for out-of-service equipment and personnel for medication. Okay? And there is only one base for every incident. Meaning, ang base natin is isa at nasa isang malaking pasilidad kung saan kaya niyang i-accommodate yung ating mga out-of-service equipment. Pwede kang dito mag-repair ng inyong mga truck, pwede kang dito mag-repair ng inyong other machineries or equipment, at dito rin nagpapagamot o nagpapahinga ang ating mga personnel na nagkaroon ng injury or mga napagod galing sa impact site na nagtrabaho. Dito po nagpapahinga sila sa base. Okay, they can now unsuit and they can dress appropriately para makarelax. Dito sila matutulog, magpapahinga, and others. And those who are needing medications, dito rin po in-entertain unless kailangan niya ng hospital or further medical treatment. Dadalhin siya sa isang medical treatment facility. Okay? So, ang symbol po natin for the base is B below. Okay, this is an example for base in the US. Dito, makikita nyo in the base, nandito rin ang ating mga supplies. Dito kumukolekta lahat ng ating mga supplies, mga logistics. Then, it will be distributed accordingly kung ano ang pangangailangan at saan istasyon dadalhin. So, dito lahat iniipon sa base. Okay? Next, camp. Camp is a temporary location to provide services for responders. So for accommodation, food, water, sanitary services, etc. And may have several camps. Depende kung ilang impact site meron ka. So dito, ang camp is just a duplication of your base. However, it is multiple in nature. And in the camp, you cannot do major repairs of your equipment. You can just have maintenance repairs, just like magpapalit ka lang ng gulong, mga ganyan, dito sa camp. Okay? Parehas din, dito ka magpapahinga. However, you are not injured and you are ready for deployment at any one time. So ito po yung trabaho ng camp. So usually makikita nyo ang camp, depende kung gaano karami yung impact site ninyo. Sometimes, depende sa strategy ng IMT, one camp, one ground zero. Okay? Kung say for example, marami tayong ground zero, okay? Ganon din karami ang kampo. Doon sila nag-iipon-ipon, magpahinga, kakain, okay? Bago sila pumunta sa kanilang deployment. Alright. Ito po yung sample ng ating camp. So nandito yung palikuran, nandito yung inyong kainan, nandyan din naka-station yung inyong relay station ng inyong signals or communication. Okay? Nandito rin yung inyong temporary housing, which is your yung mga tent ninyo. Okay? Nandito na. So meron ka ring supposed to be established din yung inyong hygiene and sanitation dito sa camp. Alright, helibase. Helibase is a location where helicopters and air assets may be parked, maintained, and fueled and loaded. So ang helibase natin usually pwede kang mag-shutdown engine and you can do refueling and maintenance ng iyong helicopter. So helibase po ang tawag dyan. Ang symbol is H bilog. Okay? Ano po naman ang itsura nito? So ito usually ay mga airport. Okay? Airport. Pwede ka mag-maintain, mag-repair, mag-refueling, and you do some loading and unloading of equipment. Okay? Pwede ka po dito sa base o helibase. Okay? So lahat po nakikita nyo dyan na helicopter is available in our inventory. At kamakailan lang po, nag-conduct po tayo ng exercise and training together with the DRRMs ng Cordillera Region 1 and Region 2 and Region 3 para dito. Gamit po ang mga helicopter na ito. Practice po tayo ng ating relief operations, nag-practice po tayo ng rescue. Okay? So, dyan po kung paano natin i-insert kagaya ng ginawa po natin doon sa responde ng Natunin landslide. Okay? Kung saan na i-deploy natin ang ating mga sophisticated equipment para mahukay po yung mga human remains doon sa natabunan. Okay? So, all of this is readily available in our inventory and ready to be deployed. Okay, so ano naman ang helispot? Helispot are temporary location where helicopters and air assets can safely land and take off. Walang shut-off engine. Hindi po sila mag-shut off engine sa helispot. Not unless sa bingit ng emergency. Kagaya po ng nangyari dito sa atin sa Itugon Benguet, wherein nag-malfunction po yung ating helicopter at lumanding siya sa isang helispot, suitable helispot, at doon po siya nag-change engine. Okay? So, unless it is emergency, doon lang po siya nag-shut off engine. However, helispots, hindi po siya nag-shut off engine. Ang gagawin lang po niya, dadalhin yung load, drop off, kung may sasakay, backload, sakay pabalik papunta sa ating helibase. Alright? So, used to load or offload personnel, equipment, and supplies, and may have several helispots. So, you may have multiple helispots as needed. Okay? So, papangalanan po natin siya, H-1, then below. Ngayon, yung H-1 represents how many helispot you have. So, we have helispot 1, helispot 2, helispot 3. So, H-1, -2, -3. Depende kung gaano karami. So that when we go into planning, you deliver these goods in helispot 2, at least madali siyang intindihin. Alright? So that is the helispot. So these are some example of your helispot. That is why hindi sila pwedeng mag-shutdown. Sabihin natin, semento naman, patad naman. Pero bakit hindi siya pwedeng helibase? Again, ang sabi natin sa helibase, pwede siyang mag-shut off engine, and pwede siyang mag-conduct ng repairs and maintenance. Pero dyan po sa nakikita ninyo is just an open field at wala po siyang protection yung ating helicopter para doon sa mga yon. Okay? So, isa pong helispot sa Pilipinas ay yung nakikita nyo yung grassy portion dito sa may ibabang picture. Yan po ang mga example nitong helispot natin. Usually ganyan ang namimit natin dito sa mga kabundukan, no? Pag nag-conduct tayo ng operations dito sa kabundukan. Okay? So we just choose the best helispot, then pwede pong ipaland dyan ng ating mga helicopters for the provisions of supplies, personnel, and others. Okay. Other facilities, we have other facilities like camps for displaced person, warehouse for inventory donations of supplies, and security and safety facilities, and others. Okay, so ito po yung other facilities natin. However, ang tututukan po natin this time is our MDM facility component. Saan po nag-start ang pasilidad ng MDM? Okay, so ito po siya. Pakinggan po natin maigi at intindihin natin kung ano ito. First facility that you can see there in the MDM facility is the temporary collection area. Your temporary collection area is the temporary relocation where recovered bodies or retrieved bodies from ground zero, okay, may be collected, okay, may be collected, and may have several as necessary, depende. Kasi kahit isang ground zero ka, kaya lang yung access mo ng daan ay medyo challenging. Sabi nga natin sa ICS, safety of the responders. Then you may have to reconsider establishing another temporary collection area, okay, for the safety. Okay, so yun po yung ating first facility. Okay, our first facility. Temporary location where recovered, retrieved bodies, human remains are collected from impact site. And yon, yung ating temporary collection area, kailangan sarado po siya at hindi po ito open to public. Okay, open to public. Kasi minsan, iniiwasan po natin dito yung mga looters, iniiwasan po natin dito yung napicturan, tapos mamaya nakita mo na doon sa social media. So iniiwasan po natin yun. Kasi itong mga ito, lalong-lalo na kung ilang araw ang nakalipas, hindi mo siya makilala. So they need to undergo the process of MDM or DVI. Okay? Next facility. From your collection area, kukolektahin ngayon ito ng ating transport group. Dadalhin ngayon siya sa mortuary or the disaster mortuary na tinatawag. Your disaster mortuary symbol is ito, paa na may tag. This is a place where retrieved bodies and body parts are collected for identification and documentation and disposition. Okay? Ngayon, merong dadaanan ang ating bangkay doon sa disaster mortuary facility. Ito po siya. Our disaster mortuary plan. Unang dadaanan ng ating human remains ay sa holding area unprocessed. Okay? So doon po iko-kolekta muna sa may bukana, no? Holding area for unprocessed bodies or human remains. Doon muna. The next, from that holding area unprocessed, dadalhin po siya sa DVI, kung saan dito nangyayari ngayon yung identification, hugasan, kukolektahan yung specimen, kukuha ng specimen ng ating mga DVI specialist. Okay? Usually they come from SOCO or the NBI. Okay? I-DVI nila yon, identify, titignan kung ano ang meron, mga secondary and primary identifiers na tatawag, which will be discussed to you later. Pag nakuha nila yon, kukuhanan din nila ito ng DNA samples para ma-match later on doon sa mga claimant. Then after that, pag na-process na, nalinisan na, ipapackage siya ng maayos. Okay? Pero hindi po siya nilalagyan ng apo. Okay? Mamaya, may di-discuss po kung bakit. Okay? Ipapackage po siya, kukumutan, and ibabag siya ulit, dadalhin po siya sa holding area for processed bodies or human remains. Dito sa holding area for processed human remains, dalawa po ang pupuntahan niya. Dalawang pintuan. One is doon sa identified. So, ang karatulan niya dapat is holding area PI, processed identified. Okay? Holding area processed identified. Ibig sabihin, may claimants na yan kasi identified na nga. And holding area processed unidentified. Ibig sabihin, need to match the evidences muna. Okay? Gathered specimens. Okay? So doon po siya. I-hold yan sa dalawa. Hindi po siya pinagmimix. Okay? Hindi po siya pinagmimix. Inihiwalay po natin siya kasi yung isa i-release mo na. Napakasakit naman na nakikita pa ng mga relative na may naiiwan pang bangkay doon. Or napakasakit din tignan itong mga ating bereaved families kung nakikita nila na parang hindi napapansin yun, lalo na pag processed unidentified. Yun ang akala kasi, yun ang nagre-register na notions sa mga sa mga bereaved families. Or in fact, processed na yan, naghihintay na lang ng match. Okay? So lahat, pag may nag-match na sa loob sa inyong documentation area for their dinala lahat ng mga ebidensya, then saka mo ililipat yung tao na yon or yung human remains na yon to the process identified kung nag-match. So you need to identify. Okay, you need to identify. Next. Papasok naman tayo. So doon po yung yun yung last stand nung nung ating human remains. So from again ulitin ko from ground zero, na-recover siya, ibabag siya, body bag, and then dadalhin muna siya sa collection area. And from the temporary collection area, ita-travel siya ulit papunta ngayon dito sa ating disaster mortuary. Okay? First facility na papasukan niya is the holding area. Holding area for unprocessed. Then pag ipo-process na siya, papasok na siya sa facility ng DBI. Okay? Pagkatapos na siyang nakuhanan ng mga evidences or nakuhanan ng mga specimens, dadalhin na rin po siya sa holding area processed. Okay? Dalawang room, holding area processed identified at saka processed unidentified. All right? So let's proceed naman po sa ating documentation. Okay? Dito sa facility na ito, puro papeles ang gumagana rito. Okay? Kasama na rin dito yung ating missing persons desk. Okay? Our first facility dito is your missing persons desk. Kagaya ngayon nung mga na-discuss kanina, diniscuss ni Director Tabel, ang responsible po dito sa missing persons desk ang ating mga PNP. O rin dito nagre-report sila ng kanilang missing loved ones. Okay? Dito nire-report. Okay? So magka-tandem po dito si PNP at saka si DSWD. Okay. Next is the DBI or Document Processing and Clearance Desk. Dito sa DBI na ito, dito dino-document yung isang claimant. Pumipirma siya ng form. Mamaya, i-discuss po sa inyo yung antemortem at saka postmortem form. Alin ang para sa buhay, alin ang para sa patay. Dito sa DBI Document Processing and Clearance Desk, dito po finifill upan yon, yung form na yon. Para i-match po yung pagkakakilanlan mo doon sa nakita ng DBI team. Okay, i-match yan. Okay, so that is your DBI and processing of clearance. Okay, dito pag nag-match naman, pag nag-match, bibigyan kayo ng clearance of identification. So bibigyan kayo ng clearance of identification dito sa may desk na ito. Okay? Then you will proceed to the next. Now, pagka hindi pa identified, wala kang match doon sa iyong claim, dadalhin ka ngayon sa DNA collection desk. Kukuhanan ka ngayon ng DNA sample at i-match nila doon sa DNA sample na nakukuha nila doon sa body. Tanong, paano yan magtatagal? Ay magtatagal. Ay talaga po magtatagal kasi ang DNA will depend on the availability of the serum at ipoprocess pa ito sa Manila. Okay, sa Manila. Ngayon, paano pag natagalan? Well, nandun naman yung tinatawag nating temporary burial site. Mamaya, may discuss po natin. Okay? Next facility na papasukin niya after the DNA collection ay ang ating DOH clearance desk. Dito may nagtanong kanina, ita-travel mo from point to point. Okay? Nangyari po yan dito sa Cordillera, ano po? Nangyari po yan. Nung nag-responde kami doon sa landslide, tapos lahat ng mga trabahador doon, taga-Ifugao. Nun naman lahat, karamihan, okay, is from Ifugao. Okay? So they will travel from point to point. Marami silang dadaanan na mga munisipyo and others. So nasunod po 'yon. Ang requirement po ng mga munisipyo na ito is the DOH clearance or the health clearance from the DOH. Na wala siyang contagious disease para may travel mo. Well, pag may contagious disease, may additional requirement ito. Okay? So yun po yung sinusunod. So tama po yung sabi ulit ni reiterate ko lang po yung sabi ni Director Tabel that you need to coordinate with the mga karatig bayan na dadaanan ng bangkay. Kung ano ang mga requirements nila, and you will produce kung saan yung origin. You will produce that document. All right? So we just hope na itong COVID natin ay hindi na ganito magtagal kasi talagang mahirap mag-travel ng ating bangkay lalo na pag COVID case. Next is the local civil registrar desk. Okay, dito sa local civil registrar desk, dito pag na-identify na, ini-issuehan na siya ng civil registry of death. Okay? So meaning, magkakaroon na siya ng death certificate. Pirmado na ng DOH or pirmado ng DBI team. Depende kung sino yung doktor na available doon. Is either the DBI, kasi sila nagbigay ng certificate of identification, or depende naman kung si DOH naman na magbibigay. So mag-usap lang silang dalawa para hindi conflicting doon sa ano. Kasi parehas man sila pwedeng mag-release, mga doctors. Mamaya may katanungan yan, hinihintay ko lang. Lalabas din yan. Okay? So, next is, katandem niya lagi si LCR. Siyempre, i-rehistro mo sa lugar mo. Okay? Again, kung saan namatay, i-rehistro mo kung sa iyo na ganun yun. Na yung cause of death and others. Anyway, bibigay naman sa iyo yung pangalan nito, yung documents ni DOH or ni DBI. Okay? So, after the local civil registrar, papasok ka ngayon sa claim and assistance desk. Nandoon si DSWD. So meron silang assistance. It varies yung amount. However, last time na nag-operate kami, that's 20,000 assistance. Pero depende. Depende sa availability of funds at source of funds. Baka hindi lang 20. Baka may karagdagan. And to include the logistical requirements, kagaya ng baka kailangan ng sasakyan. So ipoproduce po ito ni DSWD to assist the bereaved family. Okay? So, nandoon siya to document assistance. Okay? After that, okay, pag nakita na or nakita man o hindi, but still nandoon sila waiting for their loved ones, kailangan mo magkaroon ng desk na ito. The bereaved families in assistance desk. Okay? Number one, ito na mahirap i-counter po, lalo na pagka bereaved family ang pinag-uusapan. Lahat ng emosyon nandoon. Pag hindi po ito na-control, it will really create chaos doon sa operations mo. Pag hindi mo ito nabigyan ng pansin. Lahat emotional, lahat galit. Minsan may narinig pa kami, hindi po ganyan ang kaugalihan namin. Ay, pinagpipilitan ganyan kasi meron ngang mga cultural considerations, cultural practices na kailangan mong intindihin. Okay, hindi po natin binabiolate yon, but we should meet halfway. Kung saan, kagaya ng diniscuss kanina ng Director Tabel, kausapin yung family, na sundin yung protocol, kung COVID man ito, at kung ito may mga nagpupumilit. Okay, say what happened doon sa ating isang insidente na pinuntahan natin, minanage natin. Nung nakita niya, may natatanggap ngayon yung isang kasama niya na bereaved family kasi nahanapan yung sa kanya. Sabi naman nitong isang bereaved family na nagka-claim, naghihintay ng kanyang loved one. May naiwan kasing human remain doon, paalang. Di nung nakita niya, inip na siya. Pumunta siya, kiniklaim na niya yung isang paa para lang makaklaim din siya ng kanyang mga assistants. Okay? We do not do that in MDM. We always confirm with the scientific base which is i-discuss po sa atin mamaya ng ating BVI. Okay? We do not do that na i-release mo na lang na walang basihan. Magpa-fireback po sa atin yan. Okay? So we also have the disposition of the dead and missing person. Dito sa DDMP, the disposition of the dead and missing person, dito mo na i-release yung ating human remain. Kasama po ng kanyang gamit na na-recover on the ground. Now, dito, bago pa man ma-identify yung katawan, ang ginagawa namin dati nung as an example, no, nung nag-operate tayo doon sa MDM. Okay? Unang pinapakita namin kung kilala nung bereaved family yung gamit. Yung gamit. Hindi namin dinidirekta doon sa katawan. Kasi pag hindi niya kilala yung gamit or wala siyang natatandaan sa mga gamit na yon, possibilities baka hindi nga kanila. So hindi na natin papahirapan yung pakiramdam. Add man out lang. Okay, next naman na nagka-claim na malapit doon sa claimant na yon. Hanggat sa mayroon tayong match doon sa gamit pa lang. Pag nag-match doon sa description doon sa gamit, next na pupuntahan ng ating bereaved family or the claimant will be yung katawan. Pero bago mo buklatin yung katawan, tanungin mo muna kung anong natatandaan niya. Birthmark, tattoo, baka meron siyang previous operation. Kagaya nung isang ni-release natin, no? Ni-release natin. At siya lang talaga nag-iisang ganun. Sinabi nung nanay na yung anak ko, wala siyang ari kasi nagkaroon ng aksidente nung bata pa. So may operasyon. Lalaki po siya. Hinanap namin yung lalaki na yun, meron siyang old suture doon sa kanyang ari. Okay? Tagal na, peklat na matagal. So hindi mo iisipin na yun ay cost ng landslide. Okay? So nagmatch. So ano pa po ang ano pa natatandaan natin sa katawan niya? So sabi, may tattoo sa ganito, may tattoo sa ganyan. Then nung nagmatch na, madali lang siya i-release. Kasi nagmatch lahat yung description mula sa items, sa garments, or sa artifacts niya, hanggat doon sa kanyang body marks and other peculiarities, madali lang siya i-release kasi nakilala. Okay? However, the best identifying method is the DNA and your fingerprint. Okay? DNA, fingerprint. Yun pong mahalaga. Marami po tayong na-release dahil lang sa fingerprint. Okay? Dala-dala nila kahit na lumang document pala, na kinakain na nag-ipis yung dokumento, basta't buo yung kanyang fingerprint na imamatch namin doon sa actual na human remain. So marami tayong na-release na ganon during our actual operation. So dito sa DDMP, dito sa disposition of the dead and the missing person desk, dito po siya nire-release. Pag clear na lahat ng document, i-release na. Ngayon, dito kay DDMP C28 na nakadaan na siya sa ilang process ng ating MDM facility sa documentation. So kailangan dumaan din siya kay bereaved family at saka dumaan din siya kay DSWD for the assistance. Okay? So next is the consolidation and reconciliation desk. Ito ang pinakamadugo sa lahat. Okay? Dito nagre-rely ang reportorial ng buong MDM. Dito, nire-reconcile niya yung nai-release na katawan or nai-release na human remain, nire-reconcile niya yung nare-recover doon sa ground, nire-reconcile niya yung pagkakakilanlan at documentation ng bawat nare-recover, ganun din doon sa hindi pa nare-recover. So lahat yan kino-consolidate ngayon ni MDM through his reconciliation and consolidation desk. Okay? So ito po yung ating reportorial. Ngayon, pag wala si reconciliation and consolidation desk, kahit buwis buhay pa yung ginawa mo, ang tingin sa atin, wala tayong ginawa. Okay? Dito, pinagmamatch lahat ng data kay reconciliation and consolidation desk. pinagmamatch lahat ng data, pinagmamatch, kinukuha lahat ng mga document ng ating mga nare-recover na human remains. Okay? And then binibigay ito as a report papunta ngayon sa ating EOC or the IMT. From the IMT, then EOC, papunta doon sa ating mga MDM lead convener para sila ang mag-report doon sa higher echelon of command hanggang sa nakakaabot ito sa President's table. Nasampulan na po tayo niyan. Ang akala namin hanggang region lang yung report, yung pala nakarating kay Presidente. To the mere fact na pumunta na siya, siya mismo ang bumaba just to check. Okay? Bumaba siya dito sa Cordillera, pumunta siya sa La Trinidad, nag-convince siya ng kanyang briefing at inalam kung ano ang nangyayari. Kasi nakakarating sa kanya yung report. So remember, yung atin sa MDM, hindi tayo nagre-report ng hula-hula kasi meron tayong scientific base. Meron tayong scientific base na ginagawa ni DVI. At minamatch natin ang mga data. Lahat ng mga papers na dala-dala ng ating mga bereaved family, minamatch natin doon sa nare-recover. So again, for the MDM practitioners sa atin po, MDM operators, tandaan po lagi to document at wag na wag kayong pumayag doon sa sistema na nangyari sa amin one time, which is pinagpipilitan nila. Okay? Ang nangyari, nag-report sila, kunwari lang kasi ganito nangyari. 4 yung na-report nila. 4. Pero ang na-recover na document ni MDM ay 6. Ngayon, itong agency na ito, sabi, pwede bang mag-reconcile tayo pag nakahanap tayo ng 2 paa, 2 kamay, 1 tao na yon? Sa tingin po ninyo, please type in the chat box, payag ba kayo doon sa sistema na gano'n? Makabuo kayo ng 2 paa, kaliwa kanan, tapos kamay, kaliwa kanan, ibibilang mo na 1 tao yon. Payag ba tayo doon? Let me see it in the chat box. Please participate. Yes. Okay. Sa mga nagsabing no, ano po ang dapat nating gawin? Sa mga nagsabing no, ano po ang dapat nating gawin? O para sa mga hindi po nakasagot, ano po ang dapat nating gawin? Okay. So karamihan sa inyo nagsabi ng no. Okay? Not unless 100% sure na na-identify kung kanino yung human remain. Validate po yan. Okay. The body part should be properly identified. Okay. Correct. Thank you very much po sa inyong participation, mga kaibigan, serbisyo. Ganito po yan. Sa ating MDM, MDM, at ganun din po sa other operatives kagaya ng NBI, ng PNP, ng Bureau of Fire. 1:1 ang bilangan. So 1 human remains, okay? 1 human remains is 1 count. Kahit isang daliri yan, 1 count po yan. Pag isang kamay, 1 count po yan. Pag isang paa, 1 count po yan. Okay? Kasi ang tao po hindi naman po jigsaw puzzle na pagbubuuin mo lang ay nakabuo ka na ng isang tao. Okay? So, usually, ang makikita nyo doon sa site, karumal-dumal talaga. Hiwa-hiwalay. Hiwa-hiwalay ang piyesa ng katawan. Okay? So, ganyan po kabrutal. Okay? So, doon sa body parts, no, let me give you an example. May nag-claim na yung paa is may anklet, may tattoo. Paa lang yung dinadescribe niya. Ngayon, paa lang din ang nandun nakahiwalay. The same description. Okay, same description. Tapos yung may isang paa din doon, gutay-gutay din. Ay, yung isang katawan, gutay-gutay din. Ngayon, nung imamatch na nila, doon nila napansin na iba. Okay, iba. Doon kung titignan mo, kaliwa kanan yung natira. Pero iba. Kasi babae, yung kutis babae, yung isa kutis lalaki. So hindi rin pwede pala ng ganun na pag nakabuo ka, Yun na yun. So properly identified, tama po yung comment dito sa ating chat box. Properly identified through DNA sampling. Okay, doon po tayo nagmamatch sa DNA sampling. Okay? So, salamat po sa inyong participation. Okay? So, DNA, yan, tama po. DNA sampling, yan po ang kasagutan dito. Okay. So, after your recon, okay, we have also a separate facility for the MDM. Ito ang tinatawag nating temporary grave or burial site. Your temporary facility where unclaimed or unidentified body or human remains are stored or kept. Remember, stored or kept. Hindi po ito yung permanent na libingan. Okay, hindi po ito permanent na libingan. So ang measurement niya is 2 meters in length, 2.5 feet in width yung lapad, and nasa 4 feet lang po ang lalim. Ilan po ba talaga ang ilang feet po ba talaga ang standard pagdating sa standard ng ating DOH or the sanitation law? Ilan po, gaano po kalalim ang ating libingan? So let me see it again on the chat box. 6. All right. Okay, so 6 feet under the ground. It's supposed to be 6 feet. However, dito 4 feet lang po. A temporary burial site. Para lang ma-store natin yung ating human remains until sa time na may mag-match. Saka natin i-exhume ulit, saka natin i-release doon sa proper and identified bereaved family or claimant. Okay? So, again, kasi pagka naka-surface lang po yung ating human remains, ang bilis ng decomposition niya. Okay? Proven and tested po yan kasi meron kaming nag-match na ganyan. Nung hinukay namin, pagka labas namin ulit, pagka exhume namin, nakita namin dried na yung balat para siyang na-mummified. So, na-preserve siya. Tumagal siya. Okay? Tumagal. So, nung tinignan ngayon yung dental profile niya, yung sa ngipin, nag-match doon sa dental records na dala-dala ng claimant, doon namin siya na-release. Okay? So, tatlo na ang inyong primary identifier. So, you have your dental, you have your DNA, and you have your fingerprint. Yan yung primary identifier na tinatawag, which will be discussed to you later. No? I-discuss po sa atin yan. So, those are the facilities that are present in the MDM facility. Okay? So, yan po. Ang ating symbol po dito is X square. Ay parang treasure hunting, ano. Pero yan po ang nakikita namin appropriate symbol for temporary burial site. Okay? These are your sample of your temporary grave or burial site. So, dito, kung bakit kabaong, usually ang nililibing natin yan, naka-body bag lang. Dito naman kung bakit nakakabaong. Okay, nakakabaong. Kasi request ito ng bereaved family nung nagkaroon sila ng psychosocial intervention sa mga bereaved family. So sabi nila, bakit naman ganun? Baka pwedeng kabaong. So ginastusan po ito ng DSWD. Bumili sila ng maraming casket para lang mai-casket yung ating mga human remains. So makikita nyo dyan, mayroon siyang proper tagging. Okay? And then hinuhukay po siya. So identified car 18-13. Ito yung head part. Hindi yan head lang, ano? Head part yan para hindi po magbaliktad yung sa paa at saka sa ulo. So head. Ibig sabihin, nandyan yung head part. Hindi ma-misinterpret yan, pwede naman ninyong i-innovate. Pag kung saan yung ulo, doon nyo i-dikit yung marker niya. Understood na yun na head part yun. Okay? So next, makikita nyo po dito, yung libingan natin is mababaw lang, hindi siya ganun kalalim. Okay? At saka maganda po yung pagkakahilera. Ito naman po sa kabila, dito sa may lower left version, makikita nyo dyan yung hindi po yan cross. Para po sa mga non-Catholic, hindi po yan cross. Yan po ay ang inyong marker or body number niya. Okay? Nilalagay po yan sa tag niya para kung huhukayin, madali lang siyang hanapin. Now, in your temporary grave or burial site, you need to have a sketch map. Kaya pag nasira man yung kanyang karatula or yung kanyang tag, meron ka pa rin sa sketch map na susundin. So ang inyong temporary grave or burial site, meron dapat sketch map. Okay? So may pagkakasunod-sunod ng ating body number. Kung ano yung nakikita nyo sa kabahog, yun po yung nakasulat doon sa nakasulat doon sa body marker niya. Maliban lang doon sa nakasulat na head. Ang nakalagay po doon is car 1813. Okay? Yun po yung nakasulat dyan. Okay? So yan po ang ating sample ng ating temporary burial site. Bagamat dikit-dikit, pero at least ang purpose natin is, again, to preserve the body. Right? May katanungan po ba tayo? Bago tayo mag-proceed doon sa ano. Anyway, sige, tapusin ko muna ito, then bago tayo pumunta doon sa inyong katanungan, kagaya po ng nagawa natin kanina. So, let us try to review. Lahat po yung na-discuss sa inyo is nangyari po ito ng tunay. Nangyari po ito in actual. Paano po nangyari? The claimant, saan siya pupunta? First, makikita nyo, dyan sila nagre-report ng kanilang missing. So this is your missing persons desk. Alright? Second, si claimant, nung nakapag-report na siya ng missing, nagkaroon na ng active search sa kanyang missing loved one, pumunta na ngayon siya doon sa data collection, which is the DVI. So doon, dinocument siya kung anong pagkakakilanlan niya and others. Okay? Lahat. Pinilapan niya yung form na ito, which will be discussed to you later. Then after that, siyempre naghihinagpis siya. No? Masakit sa damdamin, masakit sa loob yung nakarating na balita na kasama yung kanyang relative doon sa disaster or the impact, no? Doon sa ground zero. Pupunta ngayon siya dito sa number 3. Kay, ano po ang tawag dito? Can you type it in the chat box kung maalala niyo yung symbol? Okay, let me see on the chat box. Ano po yung symbol na ito, number 3? The bereaved families. Bereaved family and assistance desk. Okay? Ito pong bereaved family and assistance desk, malaki pong tulong nito. Lahat po yung nakikita nyo dyan sa picture na yan ay claimant. Would you just imagine na lahat ng mga yan, mainit ang ulo, naiinip, gustong makita or makuha yung mga relatives nila, and pa isa-isa yung dumarating, halos gusto nilang dumugin pero kinokontrol po natin. Ang ginagawa natin is we put them in a certain area, kinakausap sila ng maayos, kinakausap sila ng maayos, pinapaproduce natin sila ng mga documents kung meron man, at kung ano ang pagkakakilanlan nila sa kanilang loved ones para ma-match doon sa ating DVI. Okay? So dito, kailangan skilled yung skilled yung operative mo dito na hindi niya ma-offend yung ating bereaved family. Okay? Otherwise, isang spark lang yan. Lahat yan magre-retaliate doon sa team mo. Okay? Muntik na po kami dyan. Ilang beses na. Okay? Sabi nila, itatakbo nila yung patay. Sabi nila, magmamarawi part 2. Would you just imagine na yung threat na yan mangyari din sa inyo pag hindi nyo siya na-handle ng maayos? Okay, so kailangan kausapin sila. May nagdadala pa dyan ng itak. Okay, itak dahil ayaw maibigay yung kanyang relative na sinasabi niya relative niya nung pinakita namin iba pala. One example, dito may nag-claim na tatay. Yung wallet nakasukbit sa pantalon. Pagkapunta nila, sabi niya, anak ko yan. Nasa kanya yung wallet, na yung suot niya, damit. Yun. Kaya lang, buti na lang nandun yung katrabaho ng anak niya. Sabi, hindi po yan yung anak niyo. Nung tinignan namin maigi, minatch namin yung kanyang pagkakakilanlan, hindi nga. Kasi matangkad yung body, pero yung anak niya hindi ganun katangkaran. Matipuno, maskulado yung katawan, pero yung anak niya is payatot. So nagkaroon siya ng doubt. And on the second day, doon lumabas, nag-surface yung anak niya. So, makita nyo yan na kailangan kausapin nyo sila ng maayos na hindi porke yun yung gamit, yun na yung anak. Kailangan i-match natin siya based on scientific method. Okay? So, kailangan skilled yung operator nito. So, after that, pupunta ka ngayon dito sa next stage, sa next table na ito, number 4. Ang tawag dito ay DNA. Okay, DNA. Dito ka ngayon, in-extra ka ng DNA samples mo through your blood, kukuha ng kang blood sample, imamatch nila doon sa kinukuha nilang DNA sample doon sa mga recover natin. Okay, padadaanin sa Manila. Then kung matagal, well, talagang matagal pagdating sa DNA. Kaya the best option, huwag nating sirain yung, pag tayo ang nagre-responde, nagre-rescue, wag po nating sirain yung fingerprint po nung ating nare-recover. Wag sisirain yung fingerprint. Wag lagyan ng apog. Wag yung lalo na mga nabababad sa tubig kasi pag hinawakan mo nalalapnos. Ingat kasi yan na lang po ang natitira mapagkakakilanlan ng mabilisan. Buti kung buo yung dental para yung dental profile na lang. Okay? So sa DNA, dito kinukuha yung DNA. Bagamat matagal, garantisado naman ang release. Hindi ka nagre-release ng hindi niya relative. Isipin mo na lang yung repercussion niyan pagka mali. Okay? So after that, the claimant will now, pagka nagkaroon siya ng positive identification, pupunta siya sa desk number 5, wherein nandoon ngayon yung iyong DOH. Hihingian mo ngayon siya ng death certificate or health clearance. However, dito pa lang sa number 4, binibigay na, nire-releasean ka na ng what you call this, ng identification, certificate of identification kung nag-match. Okay? Doktor ang magre-release niyan. So dito rin, sa number 5, i-releasean ka na ngayon yan ng ganun din. So, death certificate and then i-register din doon sa LCR wherein katabi lang ito ni DOH yung iyong registration of death. Okay? Na yung relative mo patay na, ito re-registro na natin sa LCR. And the local civil registrar ganun sa kung saan man siya namatay, kailangan i-produce ito. Okay? Para magkaroon siya ng death certificate at ma-declare na dead. Okay? Next. Okay, alam na niyo ito, number 6. Pagka meron na, papasok siya ngayon kay Bereaved Families Assistance Desk. Assistance. Bibigyan ngayon siya ng ayuda para matulungan siya dahil sa financial na pag-transport ng kanyang relative or paumpisa man lang, okay, or yung kanilang mga logistical concerns or needs. May bibigay dito sa may DSWD table na ito sa Bereaved Families Assistance Desk. Okay, so after that, na-release mo na, papasok ka ngayon sa DDMP. Dito, nire-release mo yung mga na-recover na artifacts. Ibibigay mo sa relative. Ganun din yung siyempre yung katawan. I-release mo rin sa kanila. Now, if they wish, okay, na dasalan mo na bago i-release, then wag niyo silang pigilan. Padasalan and dalhin doon sa and then ibigay po sa kanila. Okay? So dito nararamdaman nila yung mga bereaved family na we really took good care of their dead loved ones. Okay? So, yun po yung trabaho ni MDM. Minomonitor niya yan. So, after that, kung hindi siya na-claim, papasok ngayon si number 9, which is our temporary burial site. Okay? Now, ang pinakamahalagang sangkap ng lahat ay ito, si Recon. Kukolektahin niya lahat ng data ng mga yan, 1 to 9, iipunin niya yon ang magiging document ng kanyang reconciliation and consolidation. Yan ngayon ay bibigay na talya. Gagawa ngayon siya ng attachment report, a summary of the report, yun ngayon ang isasubmit sa taas. So lahat documented. Lahat documented. Kaya kung isa ang na-release, isa talaga hindi siya nagdudoble. Kasi may documentation process na dadaanan. Alright? So with this, let me review my module objective. Did we describe then the facilities used in ICS? So mayroon tayong konting review. And the MDM and their purpose and appropriate map symbols. Okay, so did we describe also the MDM facilities and how they are being used to manage an incident? So if it does, this time I will leave you a quotation from Mufti Ismail Mink. Ang sabi niya rito, life is not guaranteed at all, but death is absolutely guaranteed. Upon all, yet we still prepare for life more than death. Okay? So dito isang eye-opener po sa atin. Sa rescue, karamihan nakafocus tayo dun sa buhay. Pero ang hindi natin alam ay malaking factor din pala pag inalagaan natin yung dead loved ones nitong mga bereaved families na ito. So again, this time maraming salamat po, and this time I am now open for your questions or queries. Secretariat po.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Jake, for that very comprehensive discussion of the MDM facility. So ngayon po, i-open na po natin yung floor for questions. Ayan, so let's check po our chat box kung merong mga katanungan. Ito po, Sir Jake, we have an incoming question from MDRRMO.
Yes po.
Ask lang po if, wait. MDRRMO Sablayan, Sir Alexander. Ask lang po if wala pong claimant ang isang human remains. Paano po?
Alright. Pag wala pong claimant, again, okay, pupunta po siya doon sa temporary burial site. He will stay there for a duration of time. Okay, he will stay there in the duration, a certain duration of time hanggat sa magkaroon tayo ng match. Kaya kinukuhanan po ito ng DNA sample. Okay, DNA sample para kung may magka-claim, minamatch po ito. Okay, minamatch po ito. Now, it is on the LGU's level na kung talagang walang nagka-claim, mamaya i-discuss po doon sa last module po natin, no? Kung paano po yung procedures nito. Hindi ko lang po siya ipo-preempt kasi meron pong lecture para dyan. Okay, doon sa legal process. Okay, li-lecture po sa atin ito. Now, yun lang po, pagka unclaimed siya, still you need to keep those document for validation later on. Kasi lahat po ng mga initial document po natin is very vital in identifying these individuals. Next po. I hope that does answer the query or your query. Kung hindi pa sapat, may lecture po tayo para dyan.
Ayan, so although nasagot din naman ni Sir Jake yung question, siguro yung complete answer will be given sa ating pong last module, sa module 9, Special Cases of MDM. Sir Jake, another question from DILG Oriental Mindoro. Sir, is it advisable that the holding area and the DVI be located far from the MDM processing and documentation area in the establishment of the MDM one-stop shop?
All right. Yan, magandang ano po yan, palaisipan. However, ako ang magtatanong pabalik. Di ba yung sabi natin, if you are conducting your DVI, mahabang proseso, you need to settle down, kailangan natin ng isang safe area, safe zone. Di ba? However, your collection area kasi nandun sa impact site sa ground zero, which is unsafe. Okay? So, would you just imagine the ground zero? Pag angat mo ng bangkay from the impact site, meron ka dapat pinag-iiwanan nun. And that is your collection area, temporary collection area. Then from that temporary collection area, dadalhin mo siya sa safe zone kung saan siya ipoprocess. And that would be your temporary mortuary. Now, going back to your question, kailangan ba talagang magkalapit itong mga ito? Okay. So that question will be answered by you yourself. Kasi ito, I'm just concerned with the safety of the responders, which is the primary objective of the ICS. Kaya nakapalo po tayo under ng ICS. If it is really hazardous, then kailangan ilayo mo. However, there must be a collection point, which is your temporary collection area. All right. Thank you po. I hope that does answer your query. Next po.
Next, meron ka bang follow-up question kay Sir Jake?
Yes po.
Ayan, I guess wala na pong follow-up question si Sir Dennis. Another question po, sir, from GB, MDRRMO, and RHU Mamburao. Sir, tanong lang po, paano po pag nasa temporary grave, yung human remains po, tapos may nag-claim na, hindi po ba delikado sa health ng mga nag-claim?
Again, papasok po ulit dyan yung discussion point ni Director Tabel kanina, wherein dapat na doon yung ating medical operatives for them to identify, kasi meron kang old record kung anong nangyari po dyan. Ano? So meron din procedures kung paano din ilalabas yan. Okay? So yun po yung diniscuss ni Director Tabel kanina sa kanyang module. So ganun din po ang behavior niya. Alright? So yes, indeed, magiging hazardous ito sa health. Okay? Kung yung kinamatay ay dahil sa namatay siya sa disease, pero kung namatay ito sa disaster, which is we are uncertain, no? Kailangan silyado kasi yung ating casket, or kaya nga yung bag natin silyado yan. Okay? Silyado yan. So yun po yung inano natin, yun po yung iniiwasan natin to prevent the further spread of the disease. So kailangan may kasama silang medical entities doon. Okay? At magkaroon ng clearance for exhumation. Okay? So, yes po. Ang next question po.
Alright, thank you so much for that clarification, Sir Jake. Sir, paano naman daw po kung talagang walang paa? Kung talagang paa or kamay na lang ang nakita, na-identify naman po ng family, mahi-claim po ba ito at once, or is there a certain period po para mag-antay, baka sakaling may makita pang ibang parts?
Yes, for that purpose, ay masasagot po yan ng ating lecture to the DVI, no? But as long as meron siyang sapat na ebidensya at sapat na pasihan, i-release po yan. So lecture po yan ng DVI later on. Next po.
From DRRMO of Rizal, Palawan, may experience na po ba kayo, sir, na ang missing ay, for example, 5, but ang nakitang body parts ay nasa 20? Paano po ang reporting nun? Ilan ang deaths?
Yes, meron po yan. Dito po nangyari po yan dito sa Natunin. Ang sinabi, 15. Pero yung nakuha namin is nag-bloat siya into 20. Ay 20 plus. Why? Kasi na hiwa-hiwalay kasi yung body part. And again, ang counting natin is 1 body part, 1 count. So dadami talaga kung yun ang tinutumbok. Pero kung tinutumbok is individuals, well, yan po yung gamit ng ating reconciliation desk para i-match niya kung ilan talaga ang nandoon sa area. Kagaya po nang nangyari dito sa Itugon, wherein may ni-report na missing, hinahanap namin, then later on nandun pala wala pa siya doon sa ground zero, at buhay na buhay nandoon po siya sa kabilang bayan, where you need to reconsider that one. Kasi yung reportorial natin na missing is our basis kung ilan ang nire-recover. However, for the actual, yun yung kailangan natin ng reconciliation. So sa reconciliation desk ang may trabaho po niyan dito sa ating facility. Next po.
This is our last question, sir, sa ating chat box. May mga symbols ba sa ICS para sa mga sectors or maybe cluster ng MDM like temporary, or maybe sectors sectors ng MDM like temporary collection area?
Yes. Oo, yan po yung sinort out namin. On our research, bago namin inintroduce sa inyo yung symbol ng MDM, wala po kaming nakita na symbol under ICS na ganun. So that is why we formulated a symbol applicable to us, which is nakita naman ng ibang practitioners nito from other countries, just like doon sa pinagpresentan nila Director Tabel, which is acceptable kasi wala naman ng ibang symbols yan. Yan lang po yung kagaya yung ginawa natin na symbol. So for the MDM part, wala po kaming makita doon sa symbol ng ICS. So we formulate a certain symbol that is common to us, common to other country, na symbol kagaya ng temporary morgue, which is yung paa na may tag. Common symbol po yon. The missing persons desk, common symbol din po yon na nakikita. So we made use, and others are ginawa na po natin yan to introduce, since we are the first one to formulate the MDM training here in our area. Okay. Next po.
I guess, Sir Jake, we've covered all our questions po sa ating chat box. We'll be checking lang po kung may mga questions sa ating YouTube channel. And so, as per our training management team po, wala na po tayong pending questions sa ating YouTube channel. Ayan, so baka po may mga pahabol pa po bago natin i-let go si Sir Drake.
Anyway po, yung inyong mga katanungan kanina are also covered in the succeeding modules. So binahapyawan ko lang po, and later on it will be emphasized especially on the legal matters. We have Attorney Ann Menjola to discuss, and pagdating po doon sa LGU, meron po tayong subject yan doon sa module 9. Okay?
Ayan, maraming salamat po, Sir Jake, for answering the questions po from our participants. And sa ating po mga participants po na may mga pahabol pa pong questions, please feel free po to chat your questions in our Zoom chat box. We will be collecting these questions po. And ito po ay itatanong natin sa ating pong open forum on the 3rd day of our training session. And maraming salamat po, Sir Jake. And thank you very much po sa lahat ng ating mga resource speakers for the first day of our DRR-CCA webinar series part 2, Enhancing Capacities of the MIMAROPA Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. So for today po, just a brief recap lang po, nagkaroon po tayo ng 3 modules na i-discuss po sa atin ng ating mga experts po sa kanilang mga larangan. So we started with the module 1 entitled po yung Overview of the Incident Command System na i-discuss po sa atin ni Commodore Fran F. Eden of the Philippine Coast Guard. Ito po ay sinundan ng discussion po ni Director Alan Tabel ng DILG Codex for the introduction sa ating pong management of the dead and missing persons. And lastly, ito pong katatapos lang po na discussion ni Tactical Sergeant Jake P. Bilino of the Philippine Air Force ng ating pong MDM facility. So ayan, maraming salamat po sa ating 3 resource speakers for this day. So tomorrow po, our activity will cover the modules 4 to 6 of our training manual. So kung nagtataka po kayo kung saan makikita yung ating training manual, yan po ay makikita sa link na isinend po namin sa inyong mga registered email addresses before po tayo mag-start ng ating pong day 1. And yan din po ay nakalagay sa link na sinisend din po namin dito sa Zoom chat box po natin and sa ating YouTube comment section. So yan po ay i-chat muli ng ating training secretariat for your reference po. So just a reminder lang po para po sa araw na ito, please make sure po na kayo po ay nakapag-time in as a participant po kanina at makakapag-time out din po kayo as a participant pagkatapos po ng session natin for today. So you may click the required login form po na nandito rin po sa ating Zoom chat box or nasa comment section din po ng ating YouTube live stream. And kagaya nga po ng paulit-ulit namin na sinasabi kanina, only the participants with a complete time in and time out as a participant for the whole 3-day activity will receive the certificate of completion. And if you missed some parts po ng ating discussion for today dahil po sa dahil po sa unstable internet connection po natin ngayong araw, kagaya po nung nangyari sa ibang probinsya po, ito pong ating session for today ay live po sa aming YouTube channel at DILG MIMAROPA LGCDD. So para po maging updated sa aming mga future capacity development activities, please like and subscribe po our YouTube channel. And our session for tomorrow po will start at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, but we will start accepting participants at 8:30 pa lang po ng umaga. So please be on board po at least 5 to 10 minutes before the start of our activity. So same meeting ID po tayo, same meeting link, same passcode din po yung ating gagamitin. So ayan po, sinachat na po ng ating training secretariat yung ating attendance link, yung ating participants toolkit na pwede po nating balikan para po sa ating naging discussion for today. And just a reminder po ulit, yung ating pong attendance, please accomplish po after po nitong ating session for today. And that same link din po ang gagamitin namin tomorrow for the attendance ng time in and time out sa ating pong day 2. At dyan po nagtatapos ang ating day 1 ng webinar series part 2. Mag-iingat po tayong lahat and see you tomorrow.